Chapter 1, Getting a Divorce? Let's do it then. Song Yang, let's get a divorce. In the living room, Song Yang looked at the beautiful woman in front of him who had just proposed divorce, his eyes full of unfamiliarity, as if they were meeting for the first time. In fact, this woman was his wife, named Zhang Xiuyu. The two had been together since college, and they got married shortly after graduation. Now it was already their third year of marriage. So, is it just because of the 1 million? After a long while, Song Yang spoke up, asking with a calm expression. Zhang Xiuyu had a best friend named Su Yan. Recently, her grandfather had passed away, leaving her a large inheritance. However, in order to inherit this inheritance, she had to fulfill her grandfather's will, which was to get married. And she had to get married within a year. Otherwise, the entire inheritance would be donated to charity, and she would not get a single penny. Because Su Yan was a non-marriage advocate, she had not had many male friends over the years, and she could not find a suitable man to marry at a time. And she didn't feel comfortable marrying just any man. So, Su Yan, who was eager to get married, confided in her friends about her worries at a get-together today. What the speaker didn't mean to say was heard by the listener. Zhang Xiuyu said, "I have a husband, and I can lend him to you for marriage. However, a reward of 1 million is required." Unexpectedly, Su Yan agreed. The two best friends quickly reached an agreement. Zhang Xiuyu would lend her husband to her for a fake marriage for 2 months, divorce him after 2 months, and then pay her the reward. After the two of them returned to their previous state, they would pretend that nothing had happened. So, this is what happened today. As soon as Zhang Xiuyu returned, she immediately proposed divorce to Song Yang. "Yes, that's 1 million yuan. You see, I've been married to you for 3 years, and every day has been a struggle. Now there's this opportunity to make a lot of money, and you just want to let it go?" Zhang Xiuyu pursed her lips, looking aggrieved and complaining. "So, in the 3 years you've been married to me, do you feel you've been wronged?" Song Yang didn't answer her question, but looked at her pretty face and asked the question that had been on his mind for the past 3 years. When they were at university, it was he who pursued Zhang Xiuyu. Back then, Zhang Xiuyu was still very innocent. As long as Song Yang gave her a bunch of roses, she would be happy for a long time. Even though Song Yang couldn't give her expensive bags and gifts like the boyfriends of other girls, Zhang Xiuyu still felt very happy with Song Yang at that time. It was because Song Yang was good to her. He would take care of her meticulously when she had her period. He would give her all his money without hesitation when she ran out of money. He would be the first to come to her side without fail when she encountered difficulties and help her solve all her problems. At that time, Song Yang also felt that he was the luckiest boy in the world. Because he had met the best treasure girl in the world. However, as time passed, Zhang Xiuyu gradually changed. When he gave her a gift that he had prepared with his own hands, she would find it cheap. When Song Yang picked her up on an electric scooter, she would envy the girl sitting in the luxury car. And when Song Yang gave her all his living expenses, she would find it insufficient. Song Yang thought that he wasn't doing well enough, so he doubled his efforts to be better than before. After they got married, he treated her like a princess, taking care of her in every way and being considerate to the extreme, just short of treating her like an ancestor and serving her. Apart from going to work, he did all the housework, so that in the past 3 years, Zhang Xiuyu had completely turned into a little princess who didn't know how to do anything. In addition, every month, he handed over more than 10,000 yuan of his salary to her. He only keeps less than 1,000 yuan for himself as living expenses, and he is always worried about spending money on taxis. But Zhang Xiuyu spends his hard-earned salary on living like a celebrity every day. She has all kinds of big meals, travels everywhere, brand-name cosmetics, and expensive dresses. And she still complains that Song Yang can't give her a better life. It wasn't until today, when Zhang Xiuyu proposed divorce, that Song Yang suddenly realized. It turns out, it wasn't that he hadn't done enough, but that Zhang Xiuyu was no longer the simple girl she had been at the beginning. From an unknown time, she had become an insatiable beast. Her appetite was never satisfied, and her greed was like an abyss. And he, even if he tried hard, was ultimately just an ordinary person. Zhang Xiuyu shrugged and said with justification, "Of course I'm suffering. In the 3 years I've been married to you, just think of the hard life I've led. All my sisters live in luxury apartments, travel abroad all the time, and buy tens of thousands of dollars worth of clothes whenever they want. Look at the life you've let me lead. I don't even have a house, and this 100 square meter apartment is rented. What can I do with a monthly salary of over 10,000 yuan? I can't even buy a bag with that. Now there's $1 million just lying around, and we can get it if we get a divorce, but you don't want to. Son Yang, are you deliberately trying to keep me from having a good life? Looking at Jiang Qiuyu, who was so righteous, her pretty face was full of sarcasm. It was hard to imagine that she used to be moved to tears by the simple act of giving her a flower. Song Yang paused for a moment and asked softly, Jiang Qiuyu, do you remember the vows we took before we got married? Vows? What vows? Jiang Qiuyu froze for a moment, and a look of confusion flashed across her pretty face. Song Yang's mouth curled up in a self-deprecating wry smile. It seems you really forgot. Before we got married, we swore to each other in the sky. Never get divorced in this life, always be together, never leave each other. Recalling the scene of the two of them kneeling together and swearing to the sky. Song Yang still remembers it vividly, as if it happened yesterday. Back then, the two of them, with high hopes for the future, firmly chose each other. They solemnly vowed that no matter what difficulties they encountered in life, they would never divorce, and they would never abandon each other. But now, just 1 million can easily make them betray their original vow. Song Yang finds this ridiculous and sad. Jiang Qiuyu frowned and thought for a long time, and finally recalled the original vow, and laughed lightly without caring. It's just a vow, isn't it? It's been so many years, why do you still remember it? Besides, we're not really getting divorced. It's a fake divorce. We're doing it for the money, so what's the big deal? In her opinion, it was just a fake divorce, and they would be back to normal in 2 months. Why not do it? For the money? Song Yang's heart gradually grew cold. In his opinion, marriage was sacred, and it could not be dissolved casually, and then casually concluded again. He had always thought that Jiang Qiuyu held the same reverence for marriage as he did. But now, it seemed he was wrong. Jiang Qiuyu said with a serious face, Song Yang, with this $1 million, I can travel the world. You know, I've always wanted to travel the world, it's been my lifelong wish. Now that I have this opportunity, don't you want to help me? Song Yang, don't you love me anymore? Song Yang's expression gradually became cold, help you? Let me go marry another woman? At this moment, he no longer had any hope for his wife. Jiang Qiuyu frowned impatiently, I already said it was just a fake marriage, why are you being so serious? We can just get remarried in 2 months. Seeing that Jiang Qiuyu had lost patience, Song Yang didn't want to say anything more. He sighed softly, stood up, and looked a little tired. Fine, if you want a divorce so badly, then have it your way. He walked back to his room. He was tired. He felt so tired. The marriage that he had worked so hard to maintain over the years was not worth even 1 million yuan. He just wanted to sleep now, sleep until the end of time. He didn't want to care about anything anymore. If they wanted a divorce, then let's get a divorce. Fine, we'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce first thing in the morning. Don't worry, it's just a fake divorce. Jiang Qiuyu looked at his back and a smile of joy appeared on her face. 1 million yuan. I can buy those clothes I've always wanted, those bags, and travel the world. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Chapter 2, New Wife Su Yan. The next day, the weather was sunny. Xinjiang City, in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Song Yang and Jiang Qiuyu stopped the car and looked up, and saw a beautiful figure waiting at the entrance to the Civil Affairs Bureau, already eagerly anticipating. This woman looked to be in her late 20s. Under her dark, beautiful hair was a good-looking, melon-shaped face, with curled eyelashes, watery eyes, a straight nose, and pink cherry lips. Exquisite features, just the right embellishment on this pale melon-shaped face, forming a face of cold and exquisite beauty. One look and you'll be amazed. This incredibly beautiful woman is Jiang Qiuyu's best friend Su Yan. She was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt on top, tight jeans on bottom, and a pair of flat shoes on her feet. The short-sleeved shirt is a normal size, but it is bulging because of the exaggerated bust, and the tight jeans outline a slender waist and a round and full hip line. Further down, there are a pair of long, slender, and straight legs that are very eye-catching. This outfit is clean and refreshing, and it is obvious that it was deliberately prepared for the wedding photos. You're here? Su Yan hurriedly walked down the steps to greet the two people getting out of the car when she saw them. A bright, charming smile appeared on her exquisite and beautiful face. Especially when she saw Song Yang, her eyes lit up. But soon she looked away, and her expression returned to normal. Su Yan, we agreed that today we will get a divorce. After you and my husband get married, you will give me a deposit of 300,000 first, and then pay the remaining 700,000 2 months later. Is that okay? Jiang Qiuyu asked with a smile, and even now, her eyes were still only concerned with money. Of course, there's no problem. Su Yan laughed lightly. Then said, okay, I'll go get a divorce first. After saying this, Jiang Qiuyu took Song Yang by the hand and rushed into the Civil Affairs Bureau. Su Yan looked at the two of them leaving, and a faint smile appeared on her beautiful face. Song Yang, I'm finally going to be with you. In the marriage registry office of the Civil Affairs Bureau. The staff member was a middle-aged woman in her 40s. At this moment, she glanced at the two of them and, out of professional courtesy, advised them. Won't you reconsider? If I put my seal on this, you two will no longer be husband and wife. Song Yang opened his mouth, just about to say something. Jiang Qiuyu impatiently urged him, come on, sister, just do it for us, we've already thought it through. Song Yang looked at her impatient face, and finally just shook his head gently, without saying anything more. Then his sister looked at Song Yang, who wanted to say something but couldn't, and seemed to see that he didn't really want a divorce. She had a hint of sympathy in her eyes. But in the end, she didn't say anything more, and with the seal of the official document, the two's marriage was completely dissolved. Soon, Song Yang and Jiang Qiuyu walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, and Su Yan immediately came up to them, her expression slightly anxious, and asked, how did it go? Did you get a divorce? Hey, we're divorced. It's all set. You and my husband should go get your marriage certificate. Jiang Qiuyu gave a satisfied smile and couldn't wait to push the two of them into the Civil Affairs Office. Civil Affairs Office, lobby. Young man, are you here to get married? The woman couldn't help but stare at Song Yang, who was sitting at the window preparing to register for marriage. She had just finished processing Song Yang's divorce and took a break to go to the bathroom, only to see Song Yang leading a beautiful woman to get married. Even though she has been in this position for more than 10 years and has seen all kinds of things, she still can't help but feel a little shocked. Just now, she thought that Song Yang didn't want a divorce and felt some sympathy for him. But now, she realizes that she has misjudged the situation. This honest young man in front of her is actually a heartless man. He has just divorced a beautiful woman. And now he is marrying an even more beautiful woman. It happened in less than 3 minutes. It was seamless. Song Yang just nodded lightly, his expression calm, without the slightest hint of emotion. It was Su Yan who looked excited, her expression hiding her uncontainable excitement. At this moment, she took the prepared candy from her bag, went over and enthusiastically handed a handful to the older woman, and then to the other staff members. This young man is so efficient. The older woman pocketed the candy, chuckled a little, and then turned to go to the bathroom. Soon, the two finished their wedding photos, registered, and got their marriage certificate. I'll keep the marriage certificate for now, I just happen to have it in my bag. Su Yan seemed to be afraid that Song Yang would lose the marriage certificate. Oh. Song Yang's heart was despondent at this moment, so he didn't care about this and handed over his marriage certificate to the other person. Su Yan took the two marriage certificates, looked at them together, and then her face revealed an expression of immense satisfaction. Then, she carefully put it back in her bag. Let's go. The two of them walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau together. How did it go? Did you get a marriage certificate with my husband? Jiang Qiuyu couldn't wait to ask. We got it. Su Yan answered with a smile. As for the 300,000. Don't worry, I'll transfer the money to you later, I won't go back on my word, and 2 months later, I'll transfer the remaining 700,000 yuan to you. Su Yan thought of something and continued, by the way, now that Song Yang and I are married, we will be living together for a while. After all, I can only get the inheritance if I trick those people, do you have any objections? It's fine, I've thought of that. Jiang Qiuyu waved his hand nonchalantly and then said with a serious face, but you can't do anything to betray me. Su Yan immediately promised, don't worry, it's just a fake marriage. Someone like your husband, even if you want to give him to me, I wouldn't want him. Seeing Su Yan's disgusted expression, Jiang Qiuyu was completely relieved. Okay, then let me have a few words with my husband alone, you wait here. Jiang Qiuyu took Song Yang by the hand and walked to an unoccupied corner. She looked him in the eye and said seriously. Song Yang, let me tell you, you can't do anything to hurt me, got it? Song Yang just looked at her with calm eyes, as if he were looking at a stranger, and said lightly. Jiang Qiuyu, we're already divorced, so what I do is no longer your business. Jiang Qiuyu glared at him, Song Yang, we agreed that this was just a fake divorce, don't you understand? A fake divorce? Song Yang sneered. Jiang Qiuyu, to me, a divorce is a divorce, there is no such thing as a fake one. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. Song Yang just looked at her coldly and turned around and left. Once he left, he would never come back. Hey, you. Jiang Qiuyu looked at his back, opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end she just sighed. Forget it, he's angry right now, it'll blow over in a few days. I'll let it go, seeing as I'll soon be getting 300,000 yuan. At the thought of the 300,000 yuan that was about to arrive in her account, Jiang Qiuyu couldn't help but feel a little excited. That was 300,000 yuan, enough for her to live it up for a while. During the time Song Yang and Su Yan lived together, she could just live a life of indulgence and debauchery on her own. After getting 700,000 yuan in 2 months, she would go traveling around the world. As for whether Song Yang would remarry her, that was completely out of her current scope of consideration. Having been with Song Yang for so many years, she knew him too well. She knew exactly how much he loved her. This fake divorce was, after all, no trivial matter, and it was normal for Song Yang to be a bit upset. After he calmed down for a while, he would be able to come to terms with it. In fact, if I weren't pregnant, I would really want a divorce. Looking at Song Yang's back, Jiang Qiuyu touched her flat stomach and murmured softly. She had been with Song Yang for 3 years, and the reason she had never been pregnant before was because she was not physically capable of conceiving. Because she knew she was not physically capable of conceiving, in the past few years, when she was out partying and having fun. She rarely used contraception. Unexpectedly, last week, she found out she was pregnant. And she herself was not sure who the father was. It could be Song Yang's. It could also be someone else's. At first, she also wanted to abort the baby, but when she thought about her constitution, which made it difficult for her to get pregnant, she realized that if she missed this opportunity, she might never be able to become a mother in this lifetime. She couldn't bear to do that. So, she kept the baby. It just so happened that Song Yang had always wanted a child. Moreover, with this child, she was more certain that Song Yang would take her back. After all, if she didn't say anything, Song Yang would just think that it was his child. Chapter 3, Calling the Wife. Soon, Jiang Qiuyu's phone received a transfer of 300,000 yuan. Jiang Qiuyu, who had never owned so much money, immediately drove away in high spirits, unable to wait to squander the money. In front of the Civil Affairs Bureau, there were suddenly only Song Yang and Su Yan left. Let's go home too. Su Yan's face revealed a gentle smile, and she led Song Yang to a white Lamborghini parked on the side of the road. Song Yang was not surprised to see the luxurious sports car in front of him. This was because Su Yan was a beautiful white-collar woman herself. Her grandfather was an insurance tycoon with assets of tens of billions. When she inherited her grandfather's legacy, she would become a little rich woman worth tens of billions. At the young age of 27, she already had a net worth of tens of billions and was so beautiful. Whoever married her could rest assured of a comfortable life. However, none of this had anything to do with Song Yang, because he knew very well that he and Su Yan were only getting married for show. 2 months later, when Su Yan received her inheritance, they would return to their previous relationship as ordinary friends. Honey, you drive. Suddenly, Su Yan extended a slender, white, delicate hand, handed over a set of car keys, and called out with a smile. What did you call me? Song Yang was momentarily confused. He turned his head and looked at Su Yan in disbelief, unsure if he had heard her wrong. Honey, is there a problem? Su Yan's face was beaming with a smile, her big, bright eyes gazing directly at him, her expression a little mischievous. No, it's not a fake marriage? For some reason, when he met those eyes, Song Yang felt a little flustered for no reason, and he looked away, asking with a hint of doubt. Even if it is a fake marriage, you are now my legally married husband, and it is only natural that I call you husband. Su Yan raised her smooth chin, with a little bit of smugness in her expression. Okay, if you are happy. Song Yang really had nothing to say. After all, their current marital relationship was indeed protected by the law. By the way, husband, from now on, you also have to call me wife, got it? What? Song Yang had just accepted Su Yan calling him husband, and now she wanted him to call her wife. For a moment, he simply couldn't get used to it. Besides, this girl was his ex-wife's best friend, and it always felt strange to call her wife. Su Yan took a step forward and patiently explained, think about it, even though we're getting married for fake, if we want to fool those people, we have to act like a real couple. So, it makes sense for me to let you call me wife, right? Song Yang thought about it for a moment, and there was really nothing wrong with this, so he nodded, reasonable. Then let me hear you call me wife. Su Yan looked at him with a smiling face, her big eyes full of expectation. Looking at this bright and beautiful face in front of him, and smelling the faint fragrance exuding from the other person, Song Yang gritted his teeth and softly called out, "Old wife." Song Yang clearly saw that the moment he called out wife, Su Yan's eyes suddenly brightened, and the corner of her mouth visibly curled up in a slight arc. A hint of an excited smile uncontrollably spread across her beautiful face. Hee, not bad, not bad. It would be nice if you could add a little emotion to the way you say it. Su Yan tried hard to hold back the corner of her mouth, but her expression still couldn't hide her joy. Okay, honey, you drive, we're going home. Su Yan slipped the car keys into Song Yang's hands, then briskly walked over to the passenger seat, opened the door, and sat down. Song Yang took a deep breath to calm down before getting into the driver's seat and opening the door to get in. The moment he got in the car, Song Yang felt an indescribable sense of comfort. He had a car, but with his salary, he could only afford a family car that cost over 100,000 yuan. He doesn't usually get the chance to drive luxury cars that cost millions. He started the car, shifted gears, and with a single kick of the accelerator, the car immediately sped away. The feeling of being pushed back in that moment was both exciting and exhilarating. Although he drives a lot, Song Yang now has a distinctly different experience. The white Lamborghini was driving down the busy street, attracting the attention of many people along the way. Song Yang was paying more attention because it was the first time he had driven such a nice sports car. He didn't notice at all that at that moment, Su Yan was staring at his profile, unable to take her eyes off him. Her eyes were full of contentment. The corners of her mouth were always slightly upturned in a gentle smile. It was so good. Song Yang was finally hers. In fact, she had always had a secret, hidden for 17 years. That was that she had always had a crush on a boy for 17 years. This boy is Song Yang, who is standing right in front of her. The two attended the same elementary school, and she has liked Song Yang since she was 10 years old. For Song Yang's sake, she attended the same junior high school, and even the same university as Song Yang. Her original plan was to pursue Song Yang after she entered university. However, man's plans do not always work out. As soon as she entered university, Song Yang started going out with Jiang Qiuyu. She could only continue to keep this secret buried in her heart. Then she secretly followed Song Yang's life behind his back. In order to have the opportunity to see her favorite boy from time to time, she went out of her way to get close to Jiang Qiuyu and even became best friends with him. Because she deeply loved Song Yang, she had remained single all these years. In order to deal with her grandfather's endless nagging about marriage and the usual inquiries from friends, she even went so far as to declare publicly that she was a non-marriageist. In fact, there is no such thing as a non-marriageist, it is just that she cannot marry the person she likes, so she will not get married. Her original plan was to just stay like this for the rest of her life, secretly loving Song Yang from behind the scenes, and that would be enough. As long as she could see Song Yang happy, she would be able to rest assured. But in Song Yang's marriage, she couldn't see Song Yang's happiness. All she saw was the boy she had liked for 17 years, the big boy she had always had her heart set on. He was wantonly hurt, wantonly bullied, and wantonly pua. During the 3 years of their marriage, Song Yang treated Jiang Qiuyu like a princess, giving her the best of everything. However, Jiang Qiuyu was never satisfied and was always demanding. She watched Song Yang for 3 years, living a life that was worse than a dog's every day. It broke her heart. But there was nothing she could do. Until her grandfather died, leaving her a large inheritance. Her grandfather was most worried about her during his lifetime, because he knew very well that she was a non-maritalist and was afraid that no one would take care of his precious granddaughter after his death. Therefore, before he died, he left a will, stipulating that Su Yan could only get the inheritance if she got married. After learning about the will, Su Yan's first thought was that since she had to get married, she, Su Yan, would only marry Song Yang. She didn't want to marry anyone but Song Yang. Otherwise, she would rather not get the inheritance. However, Song Yang was already married, so how could she possibly be with him? So, she had been very distressed about this. At a gathering of friends, she confided in them about her worries about getting married in a hurry. She had only meant to vent, but who knew that the speaker had no intention, and the listener had an intention? Jiang Qiuyu actually found her afterwards. He volunteered to lend her his husband. When she first heard this explosive proposal, Su Yan's first reaction was to instinctively refuse. After all, although she deeply loved Song Yang, as the saying goes, it is better to demolish 10 temples than to destroy a marriage. Just after she refused, Jiang Qiuyu was not yet convinced and persuaded her that it was only a fake marriage, and they could just divorce after getting the inheritance. To be honest, at first Su Yan refused. But under Jiang Qiuyu's persuasive guidance, gradually, she was moved. After all, Song Yang was the white moonlight she had liked for 17 years, and he was even more difficult to let go of in her heart. Even if it was just a fake marriage with Song Yang, it was enough to make her incredibly tempted. So after Jiang Qiuyu's repeated persuasion, she still couldn't resist the temptation and finally agreed. Even if 2 months later, Song Yang and Jiang Qiuyu got remarried. She would only be Song Yang's wife for 2 months in her life, and she had no regrets. The moment she made up her mind to agree, she vowed in her heart that she would be 1,000 times nicer to Song Yang during these 2 months, and make up 1,000 times for the hurt Song Yang had suffered at Jiang Qiuyu's hands. After all, this was the big boy she had liked for 17 years. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Finally, Song Yang still noticed Su Yan's blatant gaze, and couldn't help but lift his palm and touch his cheek, thinking that there was something on his face. Otherwise, Su Yan wouldn't have kept staring at him. No, it's nothing. Su Yan withdrew her gaze, and a light blush rose to her pretty face. It was really quite embarrassing to be caught staring at the person you like so intently. In the car, silence quickly fell again. Song Yang concentrated on driving, and Su Yan thought for a moment, then took out 2 marriage certificates from her bag. She opened them and placed them together to look at them. She looked at the wedding photo of herself and Song Yang, as if she could never get enough of it. She couldn't hide her joy, and she couldn't control it. 17 years of longing had been fulfilled, and at that moment, she felt like the happiest girl in the world. Before today, she had always felt that it was impossible for her and Song Yang. But now, she and Song Yang had gotten married. It made her feel like it was all unreal and dreamlike. The scene she had dreamed of countless times had finally come true today, just like a dream. Very happy, right? Suddenly, Song Yang glanced at her and couldn't help but ask. Su Yan looked up at him, her eyes filled with a little smile, and nodded emphatically, yes, very happy. Song Yang said with some emotion, I would be happy too if I were you. To inherit such a large sum of money, you won't have to struggle for the rest of your life. Su Yan was momentarily stunned, and then she laughed helplessly. She was happy, but not because she had inherited such a large sum of money. Rather, she was happy that she would be Song Yang's wife for 2 months. Even if it was only for 2 months, to her, it was better than that tens of billions of inheritance. Yes, who wouldn't be happy to inherit an inheritance? I'm overjoyed. Su Yan nodded with a smile, not denying it. Chapter 4 Holding Hands, it's reasonable, right? 10 minutes later. The Lamborghini drove into a manor and stopped in front of a large villa. Song Yang got out of the car and looked at the luxurious and imposing mansion in front of him and the large garden in front of the mansion, slightly surprised. This was the first time he had come to Su Yan's house, and he didn't expect it to be more luxurious than he imagined. There were several young men in suits standing at the entrance of the villa, all standing straight and with stern faces, just like the bodyguards around the overbearing CEOs in idol dramas. After they got out of the car, they all ran over together and respectfully called out to the 2 of them. Hello, Mississippi, hello, master. This scene gave Song Yang the illusion that he was playing the overbearing CEO for a moment. Then, one of the bodyguards with good eyesight drove the sports car into the garage. In addition, there were some maids and nannies in the manor, as well as some gardeners. Just as Song Yang curiously observed his surroundings, Su Yan quietly came up to him at some point and extended a white, delicate hand, taking his hand in hers in an instant. And those long, slender fingers unreasonably slipped into the gaps between his fingers, forcing them to interlock with his 5 fingers, and then they held on tightly. Song Yang froze for a moment, turned his head to look, and looked at Su Yan's beautiful and exquisite profile with a stunned expression in his eyes. Su Yan turned her head, with a smile on her face, and whispered, there are so many people in my family, so in order to prevent them from seeing that we are getting married in name only, holding hands is reasonable, isn't it? Well. Song Yang looked around without being noticed and noticed that many of the bodyguards and workers were secretly looking at her husband-to-be, who was also her own young master. It's reasonable. Song Yang thought about it for a moment, and there was nothing wrong with what she said, so she let her hold his hand. Anyway, he was now divorced and it didn't matter anymore, so he would do whatever she wanted. However, it is not bad to say that Su Yan's small hand is quite comfortable in his hand, smooth and tender, soft, and also cold, only the palm of his hand feels slightly warm. Song Yang has not felt this kind of hand-holding for a long time. It seems that he has been married for less than a year, and he rarely holds hands with Jiang Qiuyu. Because he can feel that at that time, Jiang Qiuyu already had some physical resistance to physical contact with him. Suddenly holding hands made Song Yang feel as if he were in a daze, as if he were having the illusion of being in love. At this moment, Su Yan, who was holding Song Yang's hand, was also feeling restless. She had fantasized about this hand-holding scene countless times, and had also dreamed about it countless times. At this moment, she could clearly feel her heart beating faster, and her cheeks were flushing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The smile that had been suppressed at the corner of her mouth rose uncontrollably, more than AK could suppress it. Let's go. With a clearly excited voice, Su Yan briskly led Song Yang to the villa gate not far away. She really wanted to hold Song Yang's hand like this forever. Never separate. Song Yang's hands are big, able to completely wrap her whole hand, and they are very warm, which gives her a sense of security and a sense of being able to rely on him. It's so nice. Finally, she's holding the hand of the boy she likes. Su Yan felt a rush of joy. Soon, Song Yang was led by her into the first floor of the villa. Looking up, she saw that the entire villa was spacious and bright, with luxurious decorations that exuded an air of wealth and nobility. As soon as Su Yan and Song Yang sat down, a maid immediately came up to them and brought them 2 glasses of warm water. Song Yang was indeed a little thirsty, and he finished the glass in one gulp. Hey, I said you can let go of my hand, right? Song Yang put down the glass and turned his head to look at the girl sitting next to him. Up until now, Su Yan still had no intention of letting go of his hand. Oh, I forgot, Su Yan let go of his hand with a smirk and expressed her apologies. Then she remembered something and said, by the way, the front of the villa is a garden, there is a swimming pool in the back, and there is also a golf course. There is also a gym to the east of the manor and a fish pond to the west. If you get bored, you can just wander around the manor. It's fine, just treat it like your own home. Also, since you just moved in, I've already had someone prepare the household goods for you. I'll show you around later. If you think you're missing anything, just let me know and I'll have someone go buy it. Song Yang, however, shook his head, not really caring. It doesn't matter, as long as you've taken care of it. I don't have many demands, just enough is fine. Over the past 3 years of marriage, Song Yang has become accustomed to living a frugal life every day, and does not have high expectations of life. Su Yan is a thoughtful girl who considers everything thoroughly. Since she has prepared daily necessities for him, they must be enough for him to use. That's fine. Su Yan nodded and then said, by the way, I have also prepared a game room for you in this villa. You can go play games when you get bored. Come, I'll show you. Saying this, she couldn't wait to take Song Yang and clomped upstairs. Arriving on the second floor, Su Yan opened a room. Come in. She led Song Yang into the room. The room was very large, over 100 square meters, larger than the house he rented. Inside there was not only a computer, but also a sofa, a soft bed, a refrigerator, a beverage dispenser, and various exercise equipment, and even a pool table. I had someone assemble this computer for me. It's all top of the line, and all the popular games have been downloaded and purchased, so you can just play. I remember when you were in college, you liked to play games a lot. Su Yan stood in front of the computer desk and said with a smile. Song Yang looked at the girl in front of him and for a moment, he felt inexplicably moved. When he was in college, it was true that he liked to play games. After all, what boy doesn't have a hobby? But since getting married, Song Yang has never played again, and has given up this hobby. It's just because Jiang Qiuyu thinks that playing games is just a waste of time, and buying games also costs money, so he sold his computer on a second-hand website. He only left him with a cheap laptop for normal office use. He had almost forgotten what it felt like to play games. If you get tired of playing, you can rest on the sofa or in bed. If you get thirsty, there's a drinks dispenser and a refrigerator with ice-cold drinks. If you have any other requests, just let the nanny know and she'll fulfill them all. Oh, and you can also exercise here. Su Yan led him over to the various exercise machines, then pointed to the pool table not far away. Oh, and I remember you quite liked playing pool when you were at university, so I had one put in. Unfortunately, I can't play pool, otherwise I could have played with you. Thank you. Su Yan was concentrating on showing Song Yang around the room when she suddenly heard an extremely gentle voice. Su Yan froze for a moment, then turned her head to look, and saw Song Yang gazing at her with soft eyes. In those eyes, there was a tenderness she had never experienced before. It's nothing. For a moment, Su Yan felt her breathing quicken, and her little heart in her chest began to beat faster again. Even the corners of her mouth were about to break into a smile. She lowered her head shyly, so that Song Yang wouldn't see her flushed cheeks. Actually, I haven't played games for a long time, and I probably won't play anymore. Song Yang walked over to the computer desk, ran his palm over the mouse and keyboard, and sighed softly. The smile on Su Yan's face instantly faded, and she looked up at Song Yang's slightly thin back. At this moment, her heart inexplicably ached. In the 3 years since marrying Jiang Qiuyu, Song Yang had become much more dull, and many of his interests had been taken away from him. She could clearly feel that Song Yang before and after marriage was practically two different people. Before marriage, Song Yang was cheerful and sunny, handsome and confident, and loved to laugh. But after marriage, Song Yang gradually became taciturn, and the light in his eyes gradually disappeared. It's fine, in the future, you can do whatever you want here, no one can control you. Su Yan walked over and said with a serious face. The look in her eyes at Song Yang was softer than ever before. Song Yang turned his head to look at her serious expression and the tenderness in her eyes, and his Adam's apple rolled a few times. Thank you. It's fine, as long as you like it. Su Yan revealed a gentle smile. However, Song Yang looked around the room that had been specially prepared for him and asked with puzzlement. We are only getting married for show, and we will be separated after 2 months, so there is no need for you to go to so much trouble preparing so much for me. As long as I have a place to sleep, I won't starve. Su Yan's heart ached again, but she still tried hard to restrain her emotions and said with a light smile. It is only right that I treat you well. After all, you marrying me is a great help to me, isn't it? Without you, I won't be able to get the inheritance. Su Yan stepped forward and stood in front of Song Yang, gazing into his eyes. So, you should feel at ease accepting all the kindness I show you, okay? Looking at Song Yang in front of her, who looked a little haggard due to the divorce, Su Yan's only thought now was to do everything she could to be kind to him. What inheritance or no inheritance, it didn't matter anymore. Thank you. Chapter 5, The Newlyweds' Wedding Night. At 7 p.m., a bright moon hung in the night sky, casting a bright light. In the spacious and bright villa, Song Yang was sitting on the sofa chatting with Su Yan. At this time, an old man with white hair entered the villa with 4 or 5 bodyguards. Uncle Li, you're back. Su Yan greeted with a smile. Miss, this must be the young master, right? Uncle Li looked at Song Yang sitting next to Su Yan and gave a kind smile on his wrinkled old face. Yes, honey, look, this is Uncle Li. Su Yan enthusiastically introduced Song Yang. Song Yang looked intently and saw in front of him an old man with gray hair, but still in good health, wearing glasses and with kind eyebrows. Hello, Uncle Li. Song Yang said hello politely. Previously, Song Yang had heard Su Yan talk about the other person. Uncle Li is the Su family butler, whose full name is Li Yuming, and he is 72 years old. He is on close terms with Su Yan's grandfather, and although they are not brothers, they are closer than brothers. If Su Yan wants to inherit the inheritance, their marriage must be approved by Uncle Li. From Su Yan's attitude, it can be seen that she respects the other party very much. Although Uncle Li is the butler, Su Yan does not treat him as a butler, but as a real elder. Young lady, young master, the dinner is ready. 10 minutes later, Uncle Li reappeared next to the two of them and reported softly. Okay, Uncle Li, we got it. Su Yan gave a gentle nod with a smile on her face, then took Song Yang's hand and walked cheerfully to the table. Honey, let's go eat. Song Yang didn't reject Su Yan's sudden intimate gesture of taking his hand. After all, they were now playing the role of a newlywed couple. If they acted too distant, it would be easy for people to see through it. The long dining table was already full of dishes of all colors, aromas, and flavors. At a glance, there were as many as 20 to 30 dishes. It was dazzling and overwhelming. Honey, you try this, it's delicious. Su Yan was very happy, her pretty face beaming with a smile that never stopped. From time to time, she would help Song Yang by serving him food, as if she had completely taken on the role of a wife. And there was no sense of incongruity at all, it was very realistic. This made Song Yang admire her acting talent. Because at this moment, he was a little flattered, and his whole performance was slightly constrained. This big table of delicious food, plus the butler and 2 nannies standing next to the table, this scene was something he would never have dared to imagine before. Moreover, he and Su Yan were only a fake couple, and he really wasn't used to seeing Su Yan so attentive in serving him food. Thank you. Song Yang nodded to express his gratitude. Su Yan said with a smile, "Husband, we are husband and wife, so there is no need to say thank you." Song Yang then realized that the two of them were now husband and wife, and if he acted too politely, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. So he also stopped being formal and began to help Su Yan with the food. "Wife, eat this." Wasn't this just acting? Anyone could do it. However, when she saw the food he put in her bowl, Su Yan froze for a moment. Then, she just stared blankly at his profile. As if her whole body had frozen. Song Yang was acting. But she took him seriously. At that moment, she really felt. She was Song Yang's wife, feeling his care and love. It made her heart, which had been lonely for 17 years, feel warm for the first time. "My dear, don't look at me, eat. It'll get cold and lose its taste," Song Yang said. Su Yan nodded deeply, a sweet smile rising from the corners of her delicate mouth. She picked up the food in the bowl, put it in her mouth, and felt that it was better than ever before. At this moment, her heart was also warm. Li Shu, who was standing next to the two of them, couldn't help but smile with relief when he saw this scene. Su Yan had grown up in his eyes since she was a child. In his eyes, Su Yan was not only the eldest daughter of the Su family, but also like his own granddaughter. Over the years, Su Yan had never been in a relationship, and she was even reluctant to approach other men, declaring that she was a non-marriagist. This had worried him for a long time. He was really afraid that Su Yan would end up lonely and alone for the rest of her life. But now, seeing Su Yan and Song Yang acting so affectionate and close, he finally let go of his worries. His lady has finally found a man she likes. Even if he passes away one day, he can rest assured. Soon. The dinner party ended. It was still early, so Song Yang stayed in the living room with Su Yan and watched a movie with her. It was 10 o'clock in the evening when the movie ended and it was time to go to bed. "Let's go, honey, it's time for bed," Su Yan said, taking Song Yang's hand and getting up. Song Yang looked at the hand they held together and felt nothing. He was now completely used to being so intimate with Su Yan. He is used to it. However, at this moment, Su Yan, who was walking in front, was still very excited and happy to be able to hold her lover's hand again. They held hands again. This was the third time today. She was happy. If they could hold hands like this every day in the future, that would be great. His hand is really big. It's so warm. I want to keep holding it. Without ever letting go. Su Yan thought to herself, but when she thought about the fact that Song Yang might have to leave her in 2 months, she felt a little lost. Soon, Su Yan took Song Yang's hand and led him to her room. "Are we sleeping in the same room?" Song Yang looked at the spacious and tidy room and hesitated for a moment, asking with some uncertainty. It was obvious that this was Su Yan's room. The room was very large, with a separate bathroom and a balcony. And the bed is also very big. No matter how the two of them fool around, it won't fall, let alone collapse. The quilt and bed sheets have also been replaced with festive red ones, and sprinkled with romantic rose petals. Right, now that we have our marriage certificate, in order to prevent Uncle Lee and the others from finding out, it makes sense for us to sleep in the same room, right? Su Yan nodded, looking completely reasonable. Song Yang thought about it, and there was nothing wrong with what she said, so he nodded, reasonable. But do we have to sleep in the same bed? Song Yang knew very well that they were only getting married for show, and that there was no real affection between them. If they slept in the same bed, it would be a bit too ambiguous. "Don't worry, I'll sleep on the floor and you can sleep in the bed." Su Yan also knew that the two of them had married in a hasty manner after all, and it was just a transaction. Although, she has deep feelings for Song Yang. However, Song Yang has always only seen her as his wife's best friend, and it's a bit hard to justify sleeping with his wife's best friend. "I see." Song Yang suddenly realized, and said, how could Su Yan, a young and innocent girl, possibly sleep in the same bed with him? He pondered for a moment and said, "I'll sleep on the floor." "You're a girl, how can I let you sleep on the floor? After all, I'm a man, and I'm thick-skinned, so I don't mind sleeping on the floor." Feeling Song Yang's thoughtfulness, Su Yan's eyes brightened for a moment, and then she nodded lightly, not refusing, but just feeling happy in her heart. "Okay, I'll go take a shower first." It was only then that Su Yan let go of his hand and entered the bathroom. "Go ahead." A few minutes later, the sound of rushing water could be heard in the bathroom. Through the frosted door, a faint silhouette could be seen in the bathroom, faintly visible in the rising steam. Song Yang was attracted by the sound of the water and subconsciously glanced. Although he could only see a vague outline, the curves of her exquisite figure were still quite attractive. As a divorcee, Song Yang of course would not stare like an inexperienced virgin. So he only glanced a dozen times before promptly withdrawing his gaze. It would be rude to look again. Chapter 6 Song Yang, how dare you hang up on me? Half an hour later. The bathroom door opened and Su Yan walked out wrapped in a towel. She had just finished showering, and her body smelled so good that you could smell it from afar. Song Yang looked and saw that at that moment, Su Yan's snow-white, slender neck, delicate collarbone, and smooth, fragrant shoulders were completely exposed in the air. After taking a shower, her skin was white, smooth, and tender, as if it could burst with water if pinched lightly. Under the towel were a pair of slender and well-proportioned little feet, long and straight, with tiny feet stepping on a pair of white slippers. The little feet were neatly arranged, exquisitely detailed, and so cute. I'm done, are you going to shower? Su Yan's face was flushed, probably from being scalded by the steam for a long time, just like a ripe red apple, making people want to take a bite. Oh, okay. Song Yang didn't look at her much, and walked straight past her, heading towards the bathroom. Wait, I've prepared pajamas and a new bath towel for you, I'll get them for you. Su Yan called out to him, then took out the folded men's pajamas from the closet, as well as the bath towel, and handed them to Song Yang. Thank you. Song Yang looked at Su Yan in front of him, like a lotus flower emerging from the water, and inhaled the rich fragrance in the air. He was momentarily lost in thought. But after all, he was married, and he quickly calmed himself down. He just nodded and turned around and entered the bathroom. 10 minutes later, when Song Yang came out of the bathroom, Su Yan had already changed into a pair of rose-colored silk pajamas. She stood gracefully by the bed, preparing to apply a facial mask. And at her feet, there was already a prepared floor bed. She must have made it all by herself while Song Yang was in the shower. Come over here and try it out. If you think it's hard, I'll make you another quilt. Su Yan said to Song Yang, gently patting the mask on her face. You've already made it? Song Yang had originally planned to do it himself, but Su Yan simply didn't give him the chance. Yes, come over here and try it out. Song Yang walked over, sat down on the ground and felt the softness of the ground. How is it? Do you feel hard? Not hard. Song Yang actually doesn't have high requirements for where he sleeps. Su Yan should have been afraid that he would catch a cold, so she deliberately made 2 quilts for him, not to mention how soft they are. Song Yang lay down and was about to rest. Do. Suddenly, an incoming call sounded. Song Yang picked up his phone. When he saw that the caller ID was his wife, he didn't hesitate and hung up directly. Who knew that as soon as he hung up, Zhang Xiuyu called back? Song Yang frowned and hung up again. And this time, he blocked the other person and then deleted them directly. There was no need to keep someone who was already irrelevant. Who is it? Su Yan's beautiful eyes looked over curiously, and the next moment, her phone rang. When she saw that the caller was Zhang Xiuyu, she felt inexplicably guilty for a moment, took a deep breath, and then answered the phone. Hello, Xiuyu, what's up? Su Yan, ask Song Yang for me, why did he not answer my calls and block me? He's infuriating me, he's gone too far. Zhang Xiuyu's voice was full of anger, and her tone was as usual, condescending and superior, as if at that moment she was still the little princess and fairy that Song Yang held in the palm of his hand. Su Yan glanced at Song Yang, who looked expressionless, as if he hadn't heard the voice on the phone. She just casually replied. I don't know about that. Give him the phone, I want to ask him properly. Zhang Xiuyu was furious, as if she urgently needed to vent her anger. In the past, whenever she called Song Yang, he would pick up the phone immediately, but now he had the nerve to hang up on her and block her number, which was simply intolerable. Oh, okay. Su Yan had no choice but to hand the phone to Song Yang. Song Yang, why didn't you answer my call? Zhang Xiuyu asked loudly. Song Yang frowned and asked in return, why should I answer your call? Why? Zhang Xiuyu gritted her teeth in anger. Song Yang, I'm your wife, how dare you not answer my call, do you want to get a beating? Song Yang was speechless for a moment. Zhang Xiuyu, we are divorced, so please get your facts straight. Okay, don't bother harassing me anymore. Harass? Zhang Xiuyu was so angry that she took a few deep breaths before she said, with patience, Song Yang, I've told you many times, it was only a fake divorce. Can't you understand what people are saying? I'm sorry, I've said it before, in my opinion, once you're divorced, and we have no relationship in the future. Song Yang, you Don't even wait for Jiang Qiuyu to say anything else before Song Yang hangs up the phone. We're divorced. Who's going to indulge you anymore? Do you still want to be as arrogant as you used to be and give orders to others? Dream on. Song Yang, you and her. Su Yan carefully observes his expression, looking like she wants to ask but is afraid to. It's nothing, we're just divorced, it's normal. Song Yang shakes his head lightly. Oh, I can see that there seems to be a conflict between Song Yang and Jiang Qiuyu. And it seems that she herself is the cause of this conflict. Before she could think much more, her phone rang again. Hello, Qiuyu. Su Yan connected the call with some reluctance. Su Yan, let me ask you, what are you doing with my husband? On the other end of the line, Jiang Qiuyu seemed to have calmed down from her anger and finally remembered why she had called Song Yang. To check up on him. So this time, she cut to the chase and asked directly. Song Yang and I were just going to go to bed. Su Yan answered truthfully. Go to bed? Jiang Qiuyu's voice rose several tones, and her voice became shrill. The anger she had just managed to suppress once again shot up. No, Qiuyu, you've misunderstood. We're not sleeping together. I'll sleep in the bed, and he'll sleep on the floor. Su Yan hurriedly explained. I see. I was so scared. Jiang Qiuyu let out a long sigh of relief. She and Su Yan had long ago agreed that during these 2 months, Su Yan could do intimate things with Song Yang like holding hands and hugging, but no kissing and definitely no sex. She had been terrified when she heard Su Yan say they were going to sleep, but fortunately it was a false alarm. However, she seemed to be a bit uneasy, so she asked again. Su Yan, can we turn on the video? I want to take a look, is that okay? Okay. Su Yan couldn't refuse, so she nodded and agreed. So, soon the two of them opened a video call. On the other end of the line, Jiang Qiuyu didn't seem to be at home, but in a small toilet cubicle. Behind her was nothing but a toilet. Qiuyu, where are you? Su Yan asked curiously. Jiang Qiuyu's face turned a little unnatural as she answered, I'm shopping with a friend, and I'm in the mall bathroom. Oh, Su Yan nodded and didn't think much of it. By the way, Su Yan, show me your room, and my husband. Jiang Qiuyu made a request. Okay. Su Yan then took out her phone and recorded the entire room into the camera. Similarly, she also filmed Song Yang, who was lying on the floor. Seeing that the two were not sleeping together, Jiang Qiuyu was completely relieved, but seeing this spacious and luxurious room, she couldn't help but feel a little envious. Su Yan, your room is really big, but unfortunately my husband is not capable, so I can only share a small and cramped room with him in a rented house. I wish I could live in a big house like this one someday. Su Yan couldn't help but frown when she heard this, her expression a little displeased. She looked at Song Yang lying on the floor and then said seriously. Qiuyu, you know, Song Yang has already tried very hard to let you live a good life. He has worked very hard, and you need to learn to appreciate how difficult it is for him. Come on, he's trying hard. If a man can't earn 50,000 yuan a month, isn't that crippling? Jiang Qiuyu shrugged, as usual, justifying her husband's shortcomings, no, her ex-husband's shortcomings. Then she thought about her own situation and couldn't help but sigh. Hey, it's just that I'm willing to live a hard life with him. He still dares to hang up on me now, not knowing how to cherish me at all. Su Yan, you better talk to him for me. Su Yan rolled her eyes. This time, she seemed to have finally lost her patience and spoke bluntly. Qiuyu, do you know that the life you think is hard may actually be the life that other women envy? Song Yang is a good man, and you should cherish him. If you keep pushing him away, you'll only push him further and further away. Jiang Qiuyu was tired of the hard life, but it was the life she had yearned for over the past 17 years. Jiang Qiuyu frowned, a little unhappy. Su Yan, are you really my best friend? Whose side are you on? Su Yan, was at a loss for words for a moment, not knowing what to say. But then I saw Song Yang suddenly roll over and get up, take her phone in one hand, hang up directly, and then throw the phone at her. You, Su Yan, were stunned for a moment. He had messed with her a bit, and she didn't react for a while. Some people are just too noisy, don't you think? Song Yang, however, looked completely unconcerned as he lay back down. Meanwhile, in the bathroom of a bar. Song Yang, you son of a bitch, how dare you hang up on me? Jiang Qiuyu ranted hysterically, hating the idea of throwing the phone out, but then she calmed down when she thought about the fact that Song Yang had paid 2 months' salary for it, which was not cheap. She took a few deep breaths, and it was a long time before she calmed down. It's just a fake divorce, and she still dares to throw a fit at me. You think I'll give you face? Jiang Qiuyu patted her chest, and her mood improved a little. Forget it, for the sake of the money, I'll let this jerk off the hook for now. After we get remarried, I'll show you who's boss, ha. She took out a small mirror from her bag, fixed her makeup a little, and then left the bathroom. Autumn Rain, why did you take so long in the bathroom? Hurry up, everyone is waiting for you to drink. A woman with heavy makeup suddenly came over. Sister, I'm pregnant, I can't drink. If you're not drinking, why did you come to a bar? Never mind, dancing is fine too, a really good-looking guy just asked you to dance. Chapter 7. So, you don't want to get back married? Outside the window, the night was like water, and the whole world seemed to have fallen silent. In the room, the lights had been turned off, and it was pitch black, with not a sound. Song Yang was sleeping on the floor, looking at the ceiling in the darkness, and was not asleep. Su Yan was lying on the soft bed, her bright, moist eyes blinking in the night air from time to time, and she was obviously not sleepy either. What happened with her? After a long time, Su Yan spoke softly. From Song Yang's attitude towards Jiang Qiuyu just now, it seemed that the two were having a conflict, and this conflict also had something to do with her. Nothing much, just a divorce. Song Yang calmly answered her question. Right now, he no longer cared about Jiang Qiuyu at all. Su Yan was silent for a moment before softly asking. But wasn't it a fake marriage? To me, a divorce is a divorce, there's no such thing as a fake one. I have nothing more to do with her. Song Yang's voice was flat and indifferent, as if he were describing an unimportant matter. Hearing this, Su Yan seemed a little surprised, and she turned her head in bed and glanced at Song Yang, who was lying on the floor. In the night, she could only vaguely see the outline of Song Yang's face, and couldn't make out the expression on his face. In her opinion, Song Yang and Jiang Qiuyu had already discussed it and agreed to get a divorce. But now it seemed that wasn't the case. It seemed that Song Yang had been forced to get a divorce by Jiang Qiuyu. And Song Yang seemed to have already given up on Jiang Qiuyu. Thinking about this, she suddenly felt a little happy, but then she felt a little guilty. She was happy because Song Yang probably didn't want to get back together and suffer from that woman's torment anymore. And she might have a chance to be with Song Yang in the future. It would be a real together, not a fake marriage like the one they had now. She felt guilty because she felt like she had inadvertently broken up a marriage. As the saying goes, it is better to destroy 10 temples than to ruin one marriage. She was brought up to believe that it is wrong to destroy someone else's family. I'm sorry, I thought you had discussed this. Su Yan let out a soft sigh. At this moment, she already had a vague feeling of regret. However, Song Yang did not think it was Su Yan's fault. The whole thing had been started by Jiang Qiuyu's greed for money. She had offered to lend her husband to Su Yan for the wedding. And it was because of her that the whole thing started. Su Yan thought that the couple had discussed it and agreed to the fake marriage. From beginning to end, she thought it was a willing transaction. If Jiang Qiuyu hadn't proposed this method in the first place, none of the subsequent events would have happened. It's got nothing to do with you, she's the one who proposed it. Song Yang paused for a moment and then continued, I also have to thank you. Thank me? Su Yan was taken aback for a moment. Yes, thank you. Song Yang said very seriously, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have made up my mind to divorce, and I wouldn't have seen her true face. After getting out of that suffocating marriage, Song Yang looked back at it from the perspective of an outsider. He suddenly realized how foolish he had been to have been so devoted to a woman like Jiang Qiuyu. Now he just wants to yell at his former self. Stupid. Giving that woman your heart is like feeding it to a dog. Hearing Song Yang's words, Su Yan was a little unhappy. After all, even if Jiang Qiuyu had proposed it, she could never escape the relationship. However, if Song Yang could escape from that marriage and never have to live like a dog again, she suddenly felt that it was worthwhile. Even if they get divorced in 2 months, at least Song Yang will be free of that woman and that oppressive life. It's okay, go to sleep, it's late. Song Yang felt a little tired, so he closed his eyes and prepared to rest. Su Yan turned sideways in bed and gazed at Song Yang's profile in the night. At that moment, a few streaks of moonlight penetrated through the gaps in the curtains and fell on his face. His handsome face carried a hint of fatigue. She looked at the young man she had liked for 17 years. Recalling Song Yang's attitude towards Jiang Qiuyu just now, she really didn't care at all. How much pain does a person have to suffer before they become so disappointed in someone? Su Yan felt inexplicably sad. At this moment, the trace of guilt she felt towards Zhang Qiuyu also disappeared. This was the young man she had longed for since childhood, and she had actually hurt him so badly. How could she bear to treat such a boy who looked at her with such longing? Song Yang must be very disappointed right now. At this moment, Su Yan's heart felt even stronger the desire to make up for it for Song Yang. The big boy I like has been hurt by another woman, so I will make it up to him. I will make it up to him 1,000 times over. I will make you that confident, sunny, smiling boy again. Su Yan thought to herself. It was 8 o'clock in the morning, and the sun was rising. A few rays of sunlight penetrated through the gaps in the curtains and fell on Su Yan's sleeping face. Su Yan slowly opened her sleepy eyes, stretched in bed, and then was about to yawn when she suddenly realized something and immediately closed her mouth. Then she impatiently rolled over in bed, leaned over the edge, and looked at the sleeping big boy on the floor next to her. Song Yang had not yet woken up, lying flat on his back with a steady, even breath. Su Yan's mood immediately improved, and the corners of her lips, which were thin and delicate, involuntarily curled up into a smile. It was still early, and she was in no hurry to get up, so she propped her cheek in one hand and just watched Song Yang sleep with great interest. It was so good. It would be even better if she could see him every day when she woke up. Of course, it would be even better if he could sleep in her bed. She just stared at Song Yang, unable to take her eyes off him. A smile kept creeping onto her face. Until Song Yang, who was sound asleep, suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. Then, as if he had sensed her gaze, he turned his head and looked over. Su Yan was so engrossed in her gaze that she suddenly jumped, rolled over and pretended that it wasn't her who had just been the crazy girl staring at someone else. Only the 2 flushes on her face and the pounding of her heart betrayed her. Okay, get up. Song Yang lifted the quilt and started getting up. Naturally, he saw that Su Yan had been peeking at him while he was asleep. But he didn't think much of it. After all, Su Yan had previously been a non-marriage advocate, had never been in a relationship, and basically didn't interact with men. Now she had suddenly gotten married, and there was a man in the room sleeping with her. She was naturally not used to it. If he were in her shoes, and suddenly there was a woman sleeping in his room, he would also be unable to help but take a few more looks when he woke up in the morning. There was nothing strange about it, and there was nothing to talk about. You get up first. Su Yan didn't know if she was feeling guilty, or shy, or afraid that Song Yang would notice that she had blushed. Anyway, after Song Yang woke up, he covered himself in the quilt, spoke in a muffled voice, and still had a hint of bed rage. For some reason, he looked a little cute. Song Yang didn't care about her either, and got up and went into the bathroom to wash up. Upon hearing the sound of the door closing, Su Yan cautiously poked her head out from under the covers. When she saw that there really was no trace of Song Yang in the room, she let out a long sigh of relief. Immediately afterwards, she touched her cheeks, which were burning hot. She also felt her heartbeat, which was pounding non-stop. So embarrassing, he probably didn't think much of it, right? Su Yan muttered to herself, looking a little sheepish in the direction of the bathroom. After a while, when Song Yang came out of the bathroom, Su Yan had calmed down and was sitting on the bed playing with her phone. Okay, I'm done washing up, you can come in. Song Yang had already changed into his usual clothes and finished washing up, and he looked much more energetic. At least, he no longer looked haggard. Su Yan put down her phone, pulled back the quilt, got out of bed, and walked in her slippers towards the bathroom. Suddenly, she turned back and greeted with a smile. Good morning. Song Yang was stunned for a moment, looking at the girl's bright and beautiful face and her bright eyes. He smiled. Good morning. After hearing his words, the smile on the girl's face became even stronger, and she turned around and happily went into the bathroom. After a while, the sound of washing and brushing could be heard inside. Chapter 8, I'll give you 5 million. While Su Yan was washing her face, Song Yang went downstairs alone. On the large first floor, the butler, Uncle Lee, was in the living room arranging the work for the day for the several nannies. When he saw Song Yang coming down the stairs, he gave a kind smile and greeted him. Good morning, sir. The nannies also bowed respectfully to greet Song Yang. Well, good morning, Uncle Lee. Song Yang returned with a smile. From Su Yan's attitude, it was clear that she had great respect for this Uncle Lee, and Song Yang naturally could not treat him lightly. Then, Song Yang sat alone on the sofa, boredom brushing his phone. During this time, a maid came over and asked what he wanted to drink. Song Yang only said warm water, and soon the maid placed a glass of warm water on the table in front of him. Song Yang held the cup and just took a sip when he suddenly heard a sound of footsteps coming from upstairs. He subconsciously glanced up at the stairs. Just one look, and he froze. At the end of the stairs, Su Yan walked down slowly wearing a long white floral dress, and her high heels made a crisp sound as she stepped on the floor. Her long hair was loose, and the white dress brought out her intellectual and elegant temperament, while also giving her a kind of ethereal air. She had already put on makeup at this moment, and her already delicate features were enhanced by the makeup, making her beauty stand out even more. At first glance, there was a sense of shock. However, Song Yang quickly withdrew his gaze. He had known her for so many years, and he had long since seen Su Yan's beauty, but every time he saw her, it still gave him a sense of awe. Su Yan, who had just walked downstairs, kept her beautiful eyes locked on Song Yang. When she saw the surprise in Song Yang's eyes, she couldn't stop a smile from spreading across her face. Which girl wouldn't want to show off her best side in front of the boy she likes? She was no exception. Moreover, this was the first day of her marriage to Song Yang, and dressing up a little was just like her mood. Both were beautiful. She quickly came to Song Yang and sat down next to him. Suddenly, Song Yang felt a burst of rose-scented perfume wafting towards him, irrationally drilling into his nasal cavity. The smell was very pleasant, fragrant and rich, strong but not overpowering, unique and charming. "Here, this is for you." Su Yan raised her jade-like hand and placed a bank card in front of Song Yang. This caused Song Yang to freeze for a moment, and he turned his head to look at her stunning face. "There are 5 million yuan in this card, you can use it." 5 million? Song Yang was shocked. His eyes widened, and his expression was a little incredulous. For a man like him, who makes more than 10,000 yuan a month and spends less than 1,000 yuan a month, 5 million is a huge sum of money. He never expected Su Yan to casually give him 5 million. You have to know that he and Su Yan were only paid 1 million for their fake marriage. Now he has been given 5 million, which is 5 times his pay. "Yes, 5 million, for you, use it as you like. If it's not enough, just let me know." Su Yan nodded lightly. Her expression was calm. To her, 5 million was really not much, and it would be gone in no time if she went out and bought a car. "No, why are you giving me money, and so much at that?" Song Yang expressed his incomprehension. Su Yan had already promised to pay him, so there was no reason to give him extra money, and so much at that. This was 5 million. It was a number that could not be earned in a lifetime. Just give it to yourself. How could this not make him feel flattered? "Oh, come on, think about it. We are husband and wife now, right? In order to prevent people from seeing that we are fake, it is reasonable for me to give you money to spend, right? And you are my husband, Su Yan. 5 million is not much, right?" At the moment, there were only the two of them on the first floor, so Su Yan did not have to worry too much about what she said, and she said whatever came to mind. "Well, it's not much." After she explained it like this, Song Yang suddenly felt that it seemed quite reasonable. However, he still couldn't accept it for a while. But the agreed upon compensation was only 1 million, and you suddenly spent 5 million more. It always feels like you're taking advantage of me. Don't think like that. You're my husband, after all. When you go out to play, you can't still be as stingy as you used to be, right? That way, not only will people suspect that I'm abusing you, they'll also doubt the authenticity of our marriage, don't you agree? Seeing Song Yang's serious expression, Su Yan felt a little helpless. She just wanted to do her best to be good to Song Yang and make up for him 1,000 times over in these 2 months. She also knew that perhaps Song Yang couldn't accept her kindness at ease for a while, so when she decided to give Song Yang the money, she had already restrained herself a lot. In fact, she wanted to give Song Yang 10 million at once. But she was afraid of shocking Song Yang, so she only gave Song Yang 5 million. Unexpectedly, she still shocked Song Yang. Well, okay. Song Yang reluctantly accepted this huge sum of money after hearing her patient explanation. He picked up the cup and quickly drank some water to calm down. "By the way, I also want to buy you a car. In a while, I will get another 10 million, and I will go with you to buy a car, okay?" Su Yan suddenly added. Song Yang almost couldn't hold back and spit out the water in his mouth. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Su Yan with a serious expression. "No, you want to spend another 10 million on me?" Song Yang was shocked again. In addition to the 1 million reward, Su Yan had already given him an additional 5 million, which had already made him feel a bit flattered, but now she was going to spend another 10 million on him. No, that's 15 million in total. The reward for their fake marriage was only 1 million in total. He really wanted to crack open Su Yan's skull and see what was going on in her head. This is so wasteful. No one does business like this. What's wrong with this? Su Yan tilted her head at him, her big innocent eyes wide with a look of complete justification. Think about it, you're my husband now, it's only reasonable that I spend money on buying you a car, right? Well, it's reasonable. Then for someone in my position, buying a 10 million car is reasonable, right? Well, it's reasonable. Then where's the problem? Well, even though you say there's no problem, I always feel like there's something wrong. Song Yang frowned and thought about it for a while, but couldn't figure out what the problem was. It's fine, don't think about it anymore. You just need to know that I'm doing this entirely to make people think that we're a loving newlywed couple, so that I can get the inheritance sooner. In order to make Song Yang feel at ease and accept her kindness, Su Yan had no choice but to use the inheritance as an excuse once again. As long as Song Yang thinks that she is being so nice to him because of the inheritance, he won't think about it so much. Okay. Sure enough, after hearing this, although Song Yang's attitude was very reluctant, he still accepted her goodwill. After all, compared to a tens of billions of inheritance, 15 million is really insignificant. Seeing that Song Yang had agreed, Su Yan let out a small sigh of relief, thinking to herself that it had not been easy to make Song Yang feel at ease and accept her goodwill towards him. But the thought that Song Yang had accepted her goodwill made her happy again. After all, this feeling of spending money on and being good to someone you like is really quite happy. Oh, yes. Su Yan remembered something and was about to speak. But Song Yang preempted her. No, you're not going to give me money again, are you? Oh, no, Su Yan said, amused by his panicked expression. She waved her hand and said, it's like this. You and I are getting married for fake, and the reward is 1 million yuan, right? I've already given Jiang Qiuyu 300,000. I was thinking that after 2 months, I'll give her 200,000 and give you the remaining 500,000. After all, your relationship is pretty strained right now. Su Yan knew Jiang Qiuyu's character very well. If she were given the entire million yuan reward, then Song Yang would definitely not get much. She might even squander it all on her own. In the end, Song Yang would have worked for nothing. This was intolerable to her. In the past, Jiang Qiuyu had been able to squeeze Song Yang, but this time, she could not let Jiang Qiuyu deprive Song Yang of his due rewards. Isn't this still about giving me money? Song Yang was a little helpless, but when he thought about Jiang Qiuyu, that insatiable woman, his expression became much colder. You can just give Jiang Qiuyu 200,000, but I don't have to give the other 500,000. After all, the extra amount you've given me is more than enough. Su Yan, however, shook her head, looking very stubborn. No, it has to be given. This is hard-earned money, not a single cent less. Chapter 9, do everything in her power to be nice to him. It was 10 a.m. in the morning, and the weather was clear. After breakfast, Su Yan took Song Yang out of the house. This time, neither of them drove, but instead had his chauffeur follow them. The black Maserati slowly pulled out of the manor and drove smoothly along the crowded road. Song Yang and Su Yan sat in the back seat. They sat very close together, so close that they could feel each other's body heat through their thin clothes. So much so that every time Song Yang breathed, he could smell the perfume on her. At this moment, Su Yan was still holding his big hand, and their fingers were intertwined, not showing any signs of letting go. Song Yang glanced at the driver who was driving, and didn't say anything more. Su Yan, on the other hand, seemed to be in a very good mood, with a little smile always on the corners of her exquisite mouth. From time to time, she turned her head to look at him, and the joy in her eyes was about to overflow. Soon, the car arrived at the 4S store. The pretty car model showed Song Yang several luxury cars, all of which Song Yang felt were too expensive, but Su Yan felt were too cheap. In the end, unable to persuade Su Yan, Song Yang ended up buying a Rolls-Royce, which cost nearly 9 million. Looking at the luxury car in front of him that belonged to him, Song Yang's first feeling was that it was unreal. He was a poor guy, and he never thought that one day he would be able to own such a luxury car. It was like a dream. As she watched Song Yang's back as he stood in front of the Rolls-Royce for a long time, unable to come back to reality, Su Yan felt that it was all very worthwhile. Just thinking about the miserable life that Song Yang had led with Jiang Qiuyu, she couldn't help but feel a little sour. Fortunately, now she could be good to him openly and honestly. So, let her make up for it little by little. Let her be the one to spoil the big boy she had liked for 17 years. Su Yan thought to herself, and a smile of affection appeared on her face. She walked over and stood next to Song Yang. Can I take a ride in your new car? Su Yan turned her head and looked at Song Yang's handsome profile, smiling as she asked. Oh, of course. Song Yang snapped back to reality and immediately nodded in agreement. Although the car already belonged to him, after all, it was Su Yan who paid for it with her credit card. So in his subconscious mind, the car should belong to Su Yan, not him. When Song Yang got into the driver's seat, he felt the soft seat, looked at the luxurious and high-end interior, and the unique texture. It's hard to believe that this car actually belongs to him. Let's go. Su Yan sat in the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt. Song Yang nodded. He took a deep breath to calm his excitement, then started the car and slowly drove out of the 4S shop and onto the street. The unique engine roar immediately caused a stir. Where do you want to go? In the car, Song Yang turned his head to look at the stunning girl sitting next to him. Let's go to the mall, I want to go shopping. Su Yan seemed to have already decided where to go, and without hesitation she answered him. Okay. 10 minutes later, Song Yang drove into the underground parking lot of a large shopping mall nearby. After parking the car, the two took the elevator to the second floor of the mall and started shopping. Song Yang originally thought that Su Yan wanted to buy something for herself. However, as they shopped, he realized that Su Yan seemed to want to buy something for him. As soon as they entered the mall, she took him straight to several brand-name suit stores and carefully selected several expensive suits for him. You're not buying these for me, are you? Song Yang couldn't help but ask, looking at Su Yan, who was still selecting suits. Yes, why? Su Yan nodded, not feeling that there was anything wrong with it. No, you've already bought me too many things. Song Yang shook his head and refused. The suits Su Yan picked for him all cost tens of thousands of yuan, and some even cost hundreds of thousands. They are really not cheap. He feels that he has already taken advantage of Su Yan a lot, and if he accepts Su Yan's things again, it will be difficult to justify it, and he will feel bad in his heart. Su Yan felt quite helpless and had to patiently explain, Song Yang, think about it, we are newlyweds now, right? It is reasonable for me to buy you clothes, isn't it? It is reasonable. Song Yang thought about it for a moment and there was nothing wrong with this. However, he still could not accept Su Yan's kindness with a clear conscience. After thinking about it for a while, he had to say, I'll pay later. Although he usually couldn't afford these suits, Su Yan had just given him 5 million, which was just enough to pay for the bill. Okay, I'll pay for this, don't argue with me. Su Yan ignored him, however, and continued to select suits. 10 minutes later, she asked the saleswoman to wrap up the suits she had selected, which were worth nearly 300,000 yuan. Song Yang was ready to take out his card to pay, but Su Yan stubbornly stopped him. In this way, Song Yang was once again forced to accept her kindness. Subsequently, Su Yan took him to buy a few men's clothes that he usually wore. Although they were not as expensive as the suits, they were not cheap either. Each piece was worth several thousand. In the past, Song Yang would not even dare to look at them, let alone buy them. Song Yang thought that after buying these, Su Yan should be satisfied. Who would have thought that in the end, Su Yan would buy him a watch worth about 200,000 yuan, and then she was satisfied. Song Yang was carrying shopping bags of all sizes, all of which were bought for him by Su Yan. None of them were bought for Su Yan herself. There are too many, right? I'll take some. Su Yan turned around and saw that his hands were full of shopping bags, and she felt a little distressed. Then she volunteered to share some of the load. You bought too much. Song Yang sighed helplessly. It's not much. Su Yan looked up at him with a gentle smile on her face. Seeing her smiling happily, as if she was enjoying herself, Song Yang felt an indescribable sense of emotion in his heart. In the 3 years since he married Zhang Qiuyu, he had long since become accustomed to living a frugal life. Every holiday, he had to prepare all kinds of gifts for Zhang Qiuyu. However, he has never received any gifts from Zhang Qiuyu. When he used to go shopping with Zhang Qiuyu never bought him anything either. According to Zhang Qiuyu, with the little salary you hand in, it's not even enough for me to spend, and you want me to spend money on you and buy you things? Are you embarrassed? Song Yang, who had never felt any care from Zhang Qiuyu, suddenly encountered Su Yan, who was so good to him. Perhaps Su Yan did this just for the inheritance, but it deeply moved him. In his heart, he felt that someone like him did not deserve such a good girl like Su Yan treating him so well. Thank you. Song Yang's Adam's apple moved a few times, and he said these words in a soft voice. No, it's not necessary. Feeling Song Yang's sincere and gentle gaze, Su Yan lowered her head a little embarrassed, and her voice even stuttered a little when she spoke. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her eyes were bright as she looked at the ground. The big boy she had liked for 17 years was moved by her, and he even thanked her so gently. At this moment, she felt sweet in her heart. Chapter 10, Best Friends Who Have Been Through Thick and Thin. In the afternoon, the two returned to the manor. Perhaps it was because the weather was a little hot, Su Yan had sweated a little. After returning to the villa, she went upstairs to take a shower. Uncle Lee stood in the living room on the first floor, watching his young lady's back as she walked upstairs, and a smile of affectionate fondness appeared on his kind old face. He didn't take his eyes off her until she disappeared at the end of the stairs, and then he turned to Song Yang, who was sitting on the sofa, and said gently, "Young master, you must be tired after a long day of shopping. I asked the nanny to prepare a fruit salad for you and miss, and it's still in the refrigerator. I'll bring you a serving in a moment." He could tell that when she was with Song Yang, his young lady was truly happy and content. That happiness and contentment came from the heart, and it was impossible to fake it. This made him very happy. It also made him even more satisfied with Song Yang as a son-in-law. "Yes, thank you, Uncle Lee." "You're welcome, sir." Uncle Lee smiled and turned to leave. A little while later, the nanny brought a fruit salad and some desserts. After the nanny left, Song Yang took a spoon and began to eat the fruit salad with relish. Suddenly, his phone in his pocket rang. Song Yang took out his phone and glanced at it, and found that it was his adopted son Su Wei calling. The two had grown up together since childhood and had a very close relationship, like father and son. Thinking that the guy hadn't contacted him for quite some time, he answered the call. "Hey, Song Yang, are you free tonight? Let's go out for a drink." As soon as the call connected, Su Wei's heartless voice came through. "Drinking?" Song Yang hesitated for a moment and didn't immediately say yes. "You're not busy again, are you? Are you being kept at home by your wife?" Su Wei gave a derisive smirk, as if he were looking down on him. "I'm not saying this to you, Song Yang, a grown man, so afraid of his wife. Do you know what they call you, henpecked? Okay, I won't waste any more words, just tell me if you can come out or not." Song Yang has hardly been drinking and dining with his friends for the past 3 years since he got married. Su Wei also knows that Song Yang is subservient to his wife. So whether he can go out for a drink with him tonight depends on Jiang Choyu's mood. If Jiang Choyu is in a good mood and has a kind heart, Song Yang might be able to come out and have a drink with them. If he's not in a good mood, then Song Yang will just have to stay at home. "Tonight, right? Send me the time and address later." Hearing Su Wei's provocative tone, Song Yang's temper flared and he immediately agreed. This Su Wei still treats him like the wimpy henpecked husband he once was. He's divorced, and he's long since ceased to be the perfect man who never went out at night. "Hey, you agreed so quickly this time. Did your wife go back to her parents' house?" Su Wei was momentarily stunned, clearly taken aback. In the past, whenever he asked Song Yang out, Song Yang would find all sorts of excuses to turn him down. The two had grown up together, and Su Wei knew that Song Yang was actually afraid of his wife's temper, which was why he didn't dare go out. He never expected that this time, Song Yang would agree so quickly. This was a bit unexpected. "Cut the crap, let's get drunk tonight." After hanging up, Song Yang quickly received a message from Su Wei. At that moment, Su Yan, who had finished showering, came downstairs and slowly sat down next to him. "I might have to go out a bit tonight." Song Yang thought for a moment and felt that it was still necessary to tell Su Yan. After all, he was now Su Yan's nominal husband. "Oh, okay, go ahead." Su Yan nodded lightly to indicate that she understood. This made Song Yang unable to help but freeze for a moment, and he couldn't help but ask out loud, "Well, aren't you going to ask me what I'm going out to do?" In the past, every time he went out, he had to ask Jiang Choyu for permission. Every time, Jiang Choyu would ask until she got the bottom of it, and if the other person was in a good mood, she might allow him to go out. If she wasn't in a good mood, she wouldn't allow him to go out. Now that Su Yan had agreed so readily, he was a little unaccustomed to it for a while. A puzzled expression appeared on Su Yan's pretty face. Why did he have to ask? Surely there was a reason for going out. Okay. Song Yang then realized that not all girls were like Jiang Choyu. While Jiang Choyu would restrain himself, Su Yan would not. After thinking for a moment, he said honestly, "Actually, it's not a big deal. A friend of mine asked me to go out for a drink." "Okay, I understand. Just go ahead, and call me if anything happens." Su-Yen smiled, nodded gently, and didn't say much. Okay, I won't be home for dinner, you eat by yourself. After a few more idle conversations, Song Yang stood up and prepared to go upstairs to take a shower. After a day of walking around outside, and with the heat, he had also sweated quite a bit. Su-Yen sat on the sofa, watching his back as he walked upstairs, until his back disappeared at the end of the stairs, and then reluctantly withdrew her gaze. Miss, I asked the nanny to prepare a fruit salad for you, and it's still in the refrigerator. I'll have her bring it to you now. At this time, Uncle Lee walked over and said very thoughtfully. No need, Uncle Lee, I'll just eat this one. Su-Yen pointed to the half-fruit salad left on the table by Song Yang, and gently shook her head to politely decline his offer. Miss, this one is no longer cold, I'll have the nanny bring you another one from the refrigerator. No need to trouble yourself, Uncle Lee. Seeing that she still refused, Uncle Lee obviously froze for a moment, but then it seemed that he had figured something out, and he suddenly shook his head and laughed, so he didn't say anything more. Su-Yen picked up the spoon that Song Yang had used and scooped up the fruit pulp in the bowl, eating it with relish. The thought that this was what Song Yang had left behind made her mouth curve up into a smile. Seeing that his young lady was eating so happily, Uncle Lee shook his head helplessly, his gentle eyes full of affection. At 7 p.m., night fell. The bustling street was full of people, very lively. Boss, get me a grilled fish, 2 big kidneys, and 10 skewers of this lamb and 10 skewers of beef. In a barbecue restaurant, Su-Wei stood in front of the freezer and started ordering food, pointing at the skewers inside. Okay, handsome, you and your girlfriend sit down first, it will be ready in a while. The boss looked at the young man and woman in front of him and greeted them enthusiastically. Okay, calm down. Let's go over there and wait. Song Yang should be here soon. Su-Wei took the girl next to him by the hand and found a corner seat. This girl is his girlfriend of 3 months, named Lu Jing. Su-Wei, you always talk about this Song Yang, and say he's your buddy, but every time you ask him out, he never comes. Is he really your buddy? Lu Jing pursed her lips and asked doubtfully. Over the past 3 months of dating, she had heard Su-Wei talk about this legendary Song Yang a lot, but she had never met him in person. This made her doubt their friendship. Of course, we grew up together and are best friends. Su-Wei replied immediately in an unquestioned tone. He and Song Yang had grown up together with their bare bottoms, raiding birds' nests together, eating shit together, watching porn together, and even spying on the aunties taking a bath together. It could almost be described as revolutionary friendship. This is something that absolutely no one should ever question. However, when he thought about Song Yang's marriage, he couldn't help but shake his head and let out a sigh. It's just that ever since he got married, his wife has been controlling him too much, so he rarely gets to hang out at night. Oh, so he's still a henpecked husband? Lu Jing let out a light laugh. Yes, he is a henpecked husband, and a very heavy one at that. His wife says jump, he says how high? His wife says east, he says west. His wife says catch a duck, he says catch a chicken. Come on, you're full of it. Really, to be honest, he's had a pretty miserable time in the 3 years since he got married. His wife is a spendthrift, and he only gets less than 1,000 yuan a month to live on. Speaking of which, Su-Wei hurriedly added, right, we can't let him pay the bill later. With his meager living expenses, we'll eat half of this barbecue for him. Okay, I got it. At that moment, the phone Su-Wei had placed on the table rang. Hello, Song Yang, have you arrived yet? Su-Wei immediately answered the phone when he saw it was Song Yang. Hey Su-Wei, I'm here. Where is the barbecue restaurant you mentioned? I don't see it. On the other end of the line, Song Yang had just parked his new Rolls-Royce on the side of the road. Not seeing the barbecue restaurant Su-Wei had mentioned, he dialed the other party's number. Really? Stay where you are, I'll come out to meet you. In the barbecue restaurant, Su-Wei stood up and walked towards the door. Wait for me, I want to see your unfortunate brother too. Lu Jing hurriedly got up and followed him, obsequiously. Chapter 11 Afraid of his brother suffering, but also afraid of his brother driving a Range Rover. At 7 p.m., the bustling street was brightly lit and bustling. Su-Wei and Lu Jing walked out of the barbecue restaurant and stood on the street, looking around, but they didn't see Song Yang's figure. Su-Wei picked up the phone that was still ringing and couldn't help but ask curiously, Song Yang, did you go to the wrong place? I didn't see you in front of the barbecue restaurant. Just then, Lu Jing suddenly tugged on his sleeve. Su-Wei, look at the person sitting in the Rolls-Royce, is that your brother Song Yang? She pointed her finger at the roadside not far away, where a Rolls-Royce was parked at the moment. Such a luxurious car looked extra dazzling on this slightly run-down street. At this moment, it has attracted the attention of many passers-by. The man sitting in the Rolls-Royce is a handsome man, and at this moment he is also holding a mobile phone and looking like he is talking on the phone. This immediately made her think that this person might be the legendary Song Yang. Rolls-Royce? Don't be ridiculous. Quiet, his monthly living expenses are less than. Sue just wanted to say that Song Yang is a henpecked man, with a monthly living expense of less than 1,000 yuan, and the car he drives is a family car worth about 100,000 yuan. Rolls-Royce? As soon as he heard it, he knew it had nothing to do with Song Yang. But he still subconsciously glanced at the Rolls-Royce. However, when he saw the person sitting in the driver's seat, the words on his lips suddenly stopped, and then he swallowed them back. He admitted that he had spoken a little too loudly just now. This man sitting in the Rolls-Royce was none other than his good friend Song Yang, who had eaten shit with him. No. Why is he driving a Rolls-Royce? Holy shit. Su Wei was completely stunned. Lu Jing had also suddenly reacted when she heard his words. Yes, in Su Wei's description, Song Yang was just a henpecked man whose living expenses were less than 1,000 yuan. How could he drive a Rolls-Royce? It seems that she had thought too much. As soon as she had this thought, she saw Su Wei next to her suddenly yell, shit, and then reveal an expression of dumbfounded surprise. Then, Su Wei walked towards the Rolls-Royce. A series of question marks popped up in Lu Jing's head. Didn't you say this person wasn't Song Yang? Why are you still approaching him? The next moment, she saw the handsome man sitting in the Rolls-Royce open the car door, get out, and come up to give Su Wei a big hug. He even called out, "Big brother." This left Lu Jing dumbfounded on the spot. No, this is really Song Yang? At this moment, Song Yang saw the slightly dazed Su Wei and visibly let out a sigh of relief. I almost thought I'd gone to the wrong place. I've never been to this street before, and the sign for this barbecue restaurant you mentioned is so small that I didn't see it before. Song Yang, did you rent this car? At this moment, Su Wei's attention was entirely on the Rolls-Royce behind him. His gaze was slightly dazed, and he said with some uncertainty. What do you mean rented? I just bought it. You can't even see the plates yet. Song Yang said helplessly. Bought? Su Wei was no longer calm. If it's rented, that's understandable and he can accept it. But if it's bought, then he really can't accept it. With Song Yang's conditions, you tell him not to eat or drink and work for decades, and he still might not be able to afford this car. Okay, let's go in and talk. Song Yang hooked his shoulder and walked back to the barbecue restaurant. Lu Jing followed the two men blankly and silently returned to the store. Back in the store, the owner was arranging the grilled skewers and fish on their table. The three sat down, and Song Yang noticed Lu Jing following them in and couldn't help but look curiously at Su Wei. This is. Oh, I'm his girlfriend, I'm Lu Jing, hello. Lu Jing hurriedly said hello, while looking at this legendary henpecked husband. The more she looked at him, the more incredible she felt. She noticed that the clothes and pants on Song Yang were all designer brands, and the watch he was wearing on his wrist was a Vacheron Constantin watch that cost 200,000 yuan. She also thought about the Rolls-Royce that had been parked by the roadside earlier. This made her feel a huge sense of contrast for a moment. Because in the impression that Su Wei had instilled in her, Song Yang was just a henpecked man who lived on less than 1,000 yuan. As a result, Song Yang's appearance in a Rolls-Royce made everyone's jaw drop. Hello, I'm Song Yang, I've known Su Wei since we were kids. Song Yang nodded politely to her and said hello. At this point, Su Wei finally reacted, looking confused and asking. Song Yang, it's only been a few months since I last saw you, how come you're driving a Rolls-Royce? Before today, he had always felt sympathy for Song Yang. After all, with a wife like that, life must be miserable. But now, for some inexplicable reason, he felt a little bit of imbalance in his heart. Damn it, we're brothers, and you've secretly bought a Rolls-Royce? As the saying goes, I'm afraid of my brother suffering, and I'm afraid of my brother driving a Range Rover. Song Yang is driving more than a Range Rover. This is a Rolls-Royce. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Song Yang suddenly put down his chopsticks, looking unhappy, and sighed, saying, Nothing, divorced? Divorced? Su Wei and Lu Jing both froze for a moment. Yes, I got divorced. Just yesterday. Song Yang nodded. So what's the connection between your car and your divorce? Su Wei was about to speak, but then stopped, wondering what the connection was between Song Yang's divorce and the car. Surely it wasn't the case that after the divorce, he had been given a Rolls-Royce? Song Yang knew exactly how much money he had. It's like this. I got married again yesterday. Song Yang changed the subject. Married? Su Wei and Lu Jing's eyes widened, and they both looked incredulous. I got divorced yesterday, and got married yesterday. Wait. Is this even human language? The two of them felt like they couldn't understand a thing. Their CPUs were smoking. Song Yang looked at the two of them helplessly, knowing that the information in those two short sentences was indeed a bit much, and that it was normal for them to not be able to respond. He poured himself a glass of beer, and while drinking, he recounted the events of the past 2 days. It's like this: my ex-wife, has a best friend. For a long time. After Song Yang had revealed the whole story, Su Wei and Lu Jing were stunned and shocked. You mean, your wife lent you to her best friend for $1,000,000 to get married, and then her best friend is a rich woman who bought you this Rolls-Royce? Su Wei looked in awe. He never imagined that such a shocking thing would happen to his own brother. No TV drama would dare to show it like this. It's like this. Song Yang nodded. This is really outrageous. It's outrageous to the extreme, opening the door to outrageousness, and outrageousness to the extreme. Lu Jing couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Song Yang was a little amused, and said helplessly, "Don't mention you guys, as a party involved, I still find it outrageous even now." Although it happened yesterday, even now, he still feels a little uncomfortable. After all, he suddenly had a new wife. It's hard for anyone to get used to something like this all of a sudden, isn't it? Anyway, Song Yang is not so carefree. He is still trying to get used to it. Chapter 12, I want to stay at home with my husband. For a long time. Su Wei and Lu Jing finally finished digesting what had happened to Song Yang. Song Yang, what do you think now? Will you remarry Jiang Qiuyu in 2 months? Su Wei took a sip of beer and couldn't help but ask curiously. Lu Jing also looked at the two men chatting with interest while eating her kebab. Her interest had been piqued. She hadn't heard such an interesting gossip for a long time. Song Yang put down his glass and shook his head gently. No, she divorced me for money this time. I've seen her clearly now, and it's impossible for me to be with her in this life. Well, actually, I don't want you to get remarried either. Song Yang, don't be mad at me for speaking frankly, but I've always wanted to say that your marriage was never a good match. In the past, you loved her too much, and you lived a life of servility. And I simply could not see that Jiang Qiuyu had the slightest bit of affection for you. After Su Wei finished speaking, he picked up the roasted pork loin, which was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, took a bite, and ate it with relish. Yes, I have had enough in the past 3 years. Now that I am free, I feel so relieved. Song Yang gulped down a glass of wine in one go and could not help but let out a sigh. His previous marriage was like a bottomless abyss weighing him down, making him gasp for breath. He was so tired every day. Now that Jiang Qiuyu is suddenly gone from his life, he feels more relaxed than ever. By the way, how is your new wife? She is Jiang Qiuyu's best friend. I hope she is not like Jiang Qiuyu. Su Wei became curious about Song Yang's new wife. After all, he didn't have a good impression of Jiang Qiuyu, and subconsciously felt that a girl who could be best friends with Jiang Qiuyu was also of the same caliber. No. Song Yang shook his head decisively, and his voice turned soft. Su Yan is a very nice person. She is different from Jiang Qiuyu. She is considerate and gentle, understanding and mature. Wow, is she really as good as you say? Su Wei was a little surprised. Such an outstanding girl, and she is also a billionaire, and now she is Song Yang's wife. Su Wei couldn't help but tease. Song Yang, then you have made a fortune. In my opinion, don't divorce her after 2 months, just live with her. Song Yang gave him a blank stare. You are thinking too much. She is a non-marriage person, and she married me just to fulfill her grandfather's will. Okay. Su Wei shook his head slightly with regret. That's a pity, but it's understandable. If she wasn't doing it for the inheritance, it seems unlikely that you would get her. Yes, that's right. Right now, I just want to cooperate with her to play out this fake marriage, help her get the will, and then I'll be able to retire in peace. Song Yang still has a good understanding of himself. He is just a man who is terrible after a divorce. Su Yan, on the other hand, is a genuine rich woman, and she is not only beautiful, but also a wonderful person. How could such a wonderful girl possibly end up with him? Therefore, he doesn't have any impure thoughts, and just wants to honestly play the role of her husband, and cooperate with her so that nothing will go wrong. Perhaps it was because Song Yang and Su Wei hadn't gotten together for a drink in a long time, and once the conversation started, it just got out of hand. As they chatted, the conversation returned to Song Yang's previous marriage. Song Yang seemed to have suppressed too many emotions in his previous marriage, and now, fueled by alcohol, he let it all out. Lu Jing watched as the two men drank more and more, getting drunker and drunker, and couldn't help but speak up to advise them. "That's enough, Song Yang. Won't your wife worry if you go home drunk?" Song Yang didn't seem to be a heavy drinker, but at the moment he already looked a little drunk. He shook his head. "You're worrying too much. She doesn't like me, so why would she worry about me? When I get drunk, I'll go find a hotel room and get some sleep. I'll just go back tomorrow." As a close friend, Su Wei could see that Song Yang was deliberately drowning his sorrows in alcohol and wanted to let off some steam. He stopped Chen Jing, who wanted to continue persuading him. "It's fine, Jing. Don't try to persuade him. Just let him drink. He hasn't had a drink like this for a long time." Su Wei sighed, looking at Song Yang with a little pain in his eyes. "Okay." Lu Jing stopped persuading too. Time passed quietly, and it was already 11 o'clock at night. In the barbecue restaurant, Song Yang and Su Wei were having a great time drinking and chatting. Meanwhile, in the villa, on the spacious and bright first floor, Su Yan was sitting on the sofa, bored, watching a movie on her tablet. However, her attention didn't seem to be on the screen, as she kept looking up from time to time at the night outside the window, looking a little distracted. "Young lady, it's getting late, you should get some rest." Uncle Lee had arrived at her side at some point and said this to her. Su Yan withdrew her gaze from the window, looked back at Uncle Lee, pursed her lips and asked softly, "Uncle Lee, has my husband not returned yet?" Uncle Lee shook his head slightly. "No, your husband should still be hanging out with his friends. You should get some rest, he'll come back himself." A flash of disappointment crossed Su Yan's eyes. However, she still forced a smile. "Uncle Lee, you go ahead and get some rest, I'm not sleepy yet, I want to watch the movie for a while longer." Sigh, "Okay." Uncle Lee looked at her, and finally didn't say anything more, turning and leaving. Before leaving, he looked back at Su Yan, who was sitting on the sofa yawning, shaking his head slightly while also sighing. With a look of helplessness in his eyes, but also with a heart full of worry. He should be back soon. Su Yan raised her wrist, looked at the time on her watch, and then continued to pick up the tablet and watch the movie. As she watched, she suddenly felt a little sleepy. Her eyelids growing heavier and heavier. Doo-doo. After a while, a sudden ringtone broke the silence of the villa. Song Yang. Su Yan immediately woke up and quickly picked up the phone on the table, looking forward to it. However, when she saw that the caller was not Song Yang, she sat back on the sofa in disappointment. "Ting Ting, it's you." Su Yan connected the call in disappointment. The person who called was a sister with whom she had a very good relationship. Her name is Lu Tingting. The two of them were roommates when they went to university, and because they were both in the same city, they spent a lot of time together over the years. "Su Yan, it sounds like you're very disappointed when I hear your voice. Why, aren't you happy to get my call?" Lu Tingting said discontentedly. "No, he. Su Yan forced a smile and quickly changed the subject. "By the way, Tingting, what's the matter that you called me so late?" "Yes, Su Yan, are you free during this period of time to go on a trip with me?" "Trip? I can't go." "Can't go? What's wrong with you? What's the matter?" Lu Tingting was curious. "I have to stay home with my husband." Su Yan answered honestly. "Husband?" On the other end of the phone, Lu Tingting's voice suddenly raised a few tones, as if she had heard something extraordinary. "Yes, I'm married, he. At the thought that she was now Song Yang's wife, Su Yan couldn't help but feel happy. "I thought you were a non-maritalist, when did you get married?" Lu Tingting couldn't believe it. "Just yesterday." "Okay, this is too much to explain in a few words, I'll tell you in person next time I have the chance." Su Yan seemed to be eager to hang up the phone, and didn't want to have a long chat with her. "Okay, next time you have to bring your husband to show me, I want to see what kind of person it is that makes the non-marriage advocate Su Yan move." "Okay, I'll hang up first." Su Yan hung up the phone, then opened WeChat and found that there was no message from Song Yang. She let out a soft sigh. The reason she was in such a hurry to hang up the phone was that she was afraid that during the time she was talking to Lu Tingting, Song Yang couldn't get through to her. It's so late, is he not coming back yet? Su Yan held her phone in her hands, wanting to call Song Yang, but afraid that she would disturb him and ruin his mood. Wait a little longer, and call him at midnight. After all, it is reasonable to call him at such a late hour. She picked up her tablet again and continued watching the movie, but her eyes were not on the screen. Instead, she looked up from time to time and looked out the window. Chapter 13, she was only concerned about her heartache. It was 12 midnight, and the streets were deserted. In the barbecue restaurant, Song Yang was already semi-conscious. He sat in a chair with his head hanging down, looking drowsy. Sue, wait, carry him on your back, and let's go find a hotel nearby and get a room. Lu Jing took out a napkin to wipe the corner of his mouth and turned to Sue, who was still conscious, and said. Song Yang was so drunk that he obviously couldn't walk by himself. Okay, I got it. Sue nodded, not disagreeing with this. He could tell that Song Yang was obviously deliberately getting drunk. Hopefully, after getting drunk tonight, he will feel better when he wakes up tomorrow. Beep. Just then, the phone that Song Yang had placed on the table suddenly rang with an incoming call. Sue glanced at the already drunk Song Yang, then picked up his phone. He looked down at the caller ID and when he saw the note was from Su Yan, he froze for a moment, then reacted, "This is Song Yang's new wife." Hello. Sue answered the phone in a polite manner. Hello, is Song Yang by your side? A soft girl's voice came from the phone, with a hint of worry in her voice. Sue glanced at Song Yang and answered truthfully, "He's right here with me, but he's drunk and can't answer the phone right now." Drunk. Su Yan lightly bit her red lips, then impatiently asked, "Where are you now?" "I'll come pick him up." "Oh, okay, we're at Wang's barbecue on Tianming Road." "Okay, please take care of him for me, I'll be right there." After hanging up the phone, Sue turned his head and looked at his girlfriend Lu Jing, a little confused. Why does it feel like Song Yang's wife is really worried about him? It's not at all like Song Yang said, that this was just a fake marriage. Sue scratched his head, a little puzzled. Yes, I could hear it too, her tone was very urgent, as if she was really afraid that something would happen to Song Yang. Lu Jing nodded in agreement. She was sitting next to Sue, so naturally she had heard the two of them talking. The two didn't have to wait long, just about 10 minutes, and a Bentley pulled up in front of the barbecue restaurant. The car door opened and a beautiful girl stepped out. The girl was tall, with a head of fluffy hair that fell over her shoulders and gently swayed in the night breeze. Her delicate face was that of a young melon, with fair skin and delicate features. Her stunning beauty was like that of a beauty from a painting. She was breathtakingly beautiful. After getting out of the car, the girl walked straight into the store, looking very anxious. Behind her, there were two bodyguards in suits, who entered the barbecue restaurant together. A beautiful girl in an expensive outfit and bodyguards accompanying her. This scene made all the guests in the restaurant at that time can't help but cast curious glances at the same time. Especially when they saw that beautiful girl, everyone's face, without exception, revealed a surprised expression. What a beautiful girl! This was everyone's first thought. However, at this moment, this girl seemed to ignore everyone in the restaurant. As soon as she entered the store, her big, watery eyes fixed on an unconscious man in the corner. Then, she quickly walked towards the corner with an anxious look on her face. Song Yang. Su Yan came to Song Yang's side and immediately worriedly cupped his face in her hands. Looking at Song Yang's red face from being drunk, her eyes were full of pain. How are you, Song Yang? Are you feeling unwell? Su Yan sat down next to Song Yang and put her arms around him. Sue and Lu Jing, who were sitting across the table, looked at the beautiful girl in front of them. They were finally able to pull themselves together from their shock, along with the two bodyguards standing next to them, who looked like two telephone poles. This is Song Yang's new wife, she's so pretty. She even brings bodyguards with her when she goes out, she really is a rich woman. These were Sue's thoughts, and of course, Lu Jing's thoughts were similar. Hello, you must be Song Yang's wife. I'm his friend, Sue. Sue stood up and politely introduced himself. I'm Lu Jing, his girlfriend. Oh, hello. Su Yan glanced at them and nodded lightly. Thank you for watching over Song Yang for me. Has he drunk a lot? Will he be okay? Su Yan asked with concern, her soft voice carrying an unmistakable note of worry. Don't worry, he just drank too much, it's fine, he'll be fine after a good night's sleep, Sue said with a smile. Oh, thank you. It's fine. Su Yan continued to look at Song Yang in her arms. Although Su Wei said that he was fine, the worry in her eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Oh no. Just then, Song Yang couldn't hold back anymore, broke free from her embrace, and with one hand holding onto the table, his head buried under the table, he vomited directly. Suddenly, a stench spread, making people feel sick. Su Wei and Lu Jing subconsciously took a step back, afraid that Song Yang's vomit would splash onto them when she vomited. However, they discovered that when Song Yang vomited, Su Yan did not hide away, but instead came closer. She saw her raise a jade hand and gently pat Song Yang's back, while the other hand grasped Song Yang's arm to prevent him from falling over. She didn't care at all that Song Yang had vomited on her shoes and splashed onto her pant legs. She just pursed her lips, her concern in her eyes growing a little stronger. Go get a bottle of water quickly. Su Yan suddenly turned her head and hurriedly instructed one of the bodyguards. The bodyguard quickly brought a bottle of water over, unscrewed the cap and handed it to his young lady. Su Yan took the water, put her arms around Song Yang, and said softly, Song Yang, come on, drink some water, drinking some water will make you feel better. And said, she slowly poured the mineral water into Song Yang's mouth. After Song Yang drank the water, he seemed to feel better and obediently lay in her arms. Su Yan put down the water, then took out a tissue and patiently wiped Song Yang's mouth. Her movements were very light and careful, as if she was afraid of hurting Song Yang. After doing so, Su Yan turned her head and instructed the two bodyguards, you two, carry him to the car. Yes, miss. The two bodyguards carefully supported Song Yang, while Su Yan stood to the side, anxiously watching the every move of the two bodyguards, while also constantly observing Song Yang's condition. Be careful, don't hurt him, yes, slower, softer. Under Su Yan's watchful eye, Song Yang was carried out of the barbecue restaurant and gently placed into the car. Seeing this, Su Yan let out a long sigh of relief. She walked back into the restaurant and instructed one of the bodyguards to pay the bill. Then, she came up to Su Wei and Lu Jing and said apologetically, I'm sorry, my husband caused you trouble. It's fine. Su Wei and Lu Jing shook their heads together. I'll go first then. The bill has already been paid, so I'll see you again next time I have the chance. After saying her goodbyes, Su Yan didn't linger. She turned around, left the barbecue restaurant, and got into her car and left. Chapter 14 Don't Hurt My Song Yang. Let's go, we're going back too. In the barbecue restaurant, Su Wei glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already late, so he took Lu Jing by the hand and left the barbecue restaurant too. It was already very quiet on the street at midnight, and there were basically no people left. Su Wei, Song Yang said that his wife is a non-marriageist, right? The two of them walked slowly on the empty street, and Lu Jing suddenly turned her head to look at his profile and asked. Yes, he did say that. Su Wei recalled and nodded. So do you think she is a non-marriage advocate? Lu Jing asked again. I guess so. Su Wei scratched his head and answered uncertainly. I don't think so. Lu Jing, however, disagreed with him. Why do you say that? Su Wei raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Didn't you see that when she first entered the store, all she could see was Song Yang? The look in her eyes, the expression on her face, it was almost heartbreaking. And when Song Yang vomited, none of us could hold back our disgust, not even the two bodyguards, who took a step back. Yet she went up to him of her own accord, regardless of whether Song Yang would vomit on her, only concerned about whether Song Yang was feeling unwell. Didn't you see that she was heartbroken? Lu Jing recounted the scene as she walked. From the way Su Yan had behaved just now, she didn't look like an anti-marriage person at all. Are you saying that Song Yang's new wife isn't an anti-marriage person? Su Wei stopped in his tracks, frowned, and looked at his girlfriend. Yes. Lu Jing nodded and spoke her mind. I don't think she's an anti-marriage person at all. I also think that she likes Song Yang, and not just in a normal way, but in a very, very fond way. Really? Su Wei's expression was slightly surprised, as if he couldn't believe it. No way, this new wife of Song Yang is his ex-wife's best friend. Su Wei felt that things were about to blow up again. Lu Jing frowned, pondered for a moment, and said with a serious face, Su Wei, a woman's sixth sense is very accurate, and it's really obvious when you like someone. Oh, no. Su Wei suddenly felt inexplicably excited for some reason, always feeling that things were getting more and more interesting. However, he then felt that this was unlikely. After all, Su Yan was Jiang Qiuyu's best friend, and Song Yang had said beforehand that Su Yan was a non-marriageist. The two were only getting married for the sake of fulfilling the will. Lu Jing hesitated for a moment and said, Su Wei, do you think there is a possibility that Su Yan has actually liked Song Yang for a long time? But Song Yang is already married, so she said she was a non-marriageist because she couldn't be with Song Yang. Wow, that's a pretty bold idea. I feel like you could be a screenwriter. Su Wei was stunned, surprised by her guess. Su Wei, I'm serious. Think about it. If she didn't like Song Yang, why would she choose him when she was looking for someone to marry in order to fulfill the will? You have to understand, Song Yang is married. With her status and looks, she could find any man she wanted. Why did she choose Song Yang? And they were only getting married for show, and she was only getting paid 1,000,000 yuan, but she bought Song Yang a Rolls Royce that cost nearly 10 million yuan. Lu Jing's barrage of questions left Su Wei flummoxed, unable to respond. Su Wei scratched his head, feeling as if his brain was about to explode. He felt like his girlfriend had suddenly turned into Conan. Her reasoning was logical and convincing, and it was hard for him to believe otherwise. If you say so, then doesn't Jiang Qiuyu's initiative to lend Song Yang to Su Yan this time just fulfill Su Yan? Su Wei asked. Judging from the current situation, it seems that way. I'm afraid Jiang Qiuyu will have to suffer the consequences of his own actions. Lu Jing nodded. Holy cow, the plot can still develop like this. This kid Song Yang is so lucky. Not only has he gotten rid of Jiang Qiuyu, he's also married a rich woman so beautiful that he's reached the pinnacle of life. Su Wei couldn't help getting excited. Seeing his brother getting better, he couldn't help but feel happy for him. However, the next words from Lu Jing poured a bucket of cold water over him. But don't get too excited just yet. This is all just my speculation. As outsiders, we will never really know what really happened. Su Wei felt his mood dampened. He gave her a dirty look and said with a sneer, You've been talking for ages, but in the end you just said, this is all just my speculation. Su Wei shook his head, feeling bored. He quickened his pace to go home. Hey, wait for me. In the car. A bodyguard was sitting in the driver's seat, concentrating on driving. He had left the back seat empty for his young mistress and her husband. In the rearview mirror, they could see Song Yang, unconscious, lying on his side in the back seat, his head resting on Su Yan's lap. Su Yan gently stroked Song Yang's face, her eyes soft and watery, her expression still full of worry. Suddenly, the car jolted a little, and Song Yang, who was fast asleep, immediately frowned, as if he felt uncomfortable, and said, Drive more slowly. Su Yan immediately looked up and said something to the bodyguard. Yes, miss. The bodyguard nodded, and helplessly had to slow down the already unpleasant speed of the car again. Late at night, on a straight and deserted road, a Bentley drove slowly at a speed of more than 20 miles per hour. A Rolls-Royce slowly followed behind, and the other bodyguard was driving Song Yang's car back to the manor. 10 minutes later, the two cars drove into the manor one after the other and stopped in front of the villa. You guys carry him to my room, be careful, don't hurt him. After getting out of the car, Su Yan stood next to it, staring the whole time, afraid that the two bodyguards would hurt her own Song Yang. Soon, the bodyguards carried Song Yang into the villa, up to the second floor, and gently placed him on the soft bed. Su Yan followed the whole time, always concerned about Song Yang's condition. At this moment, seeing Song Yang lying on the bed, she felt slightly relieved. By the way, go ask the nanny to make a bowl of hangover soup and send it up. Su Yan suddenly looked up and instructed the two bodyguards. Yes, miss. The two bodyguards nodded and then withdrew. In the room, there was suddenly only Song Yang and Su Yan left. Chapter 15 Who says you're my husband? Su Yan turned around and went to the bathroom to draw a basin of hot water. Holding a towel, she soaked it, wrung it out, and then began carefully wiping Song Yang's face. Looking at Song Yang's sleeping face, she puffed up her cheeks and couldn't help but murmur. Drinking so much wine, and it tastes that good? Staying out so late, and making people worry. Although she was complaining, her tone was full of worry. After wiping Song Yang's face, she wiped his neck and hands. Throughout the whole process, her movements were very light and gentle. Miss, here's the hangover remedy. The door was knocked on, and the nanny's voice came in. The door is unlocked, come in. Su Yan turned around and whispered. Yes. Soon, the nanny came in with a bowl of just-made hangover soup. Su Yan sat by the bed, lifted Song Yang up in her arms, and then took the hangover soup from the nanny, planning to feed it to Song Yang herself. She took a spoonful, placed it near her mouth, blew on it lightly, and then tasted it to make sure it wasn't hot before slowly feeding it to Song Yang. A few minutes later, Su-Yen handed the bowl to the nanny. "That's enough, you're tired too, go back and rest." "Yes, miss." After the nanny had left, Su-Yen gently laid Song Yang down, then stood up, rubbed her aching shoulders and arms, and looked helplessly at the man in the bed. "I'm exhausted, taking care of someone is so hard. Never mind, who made you my husband?" Su-Yen gave a little smile, not at all impatient, but rather a little happy about it. Then she crouched down again and took off Song Yang's shoes before pulling the quilt over him. After doing all this, she sat on the edge of the bed and let out a long breath. Looking at Song Yang sleeping, she just felt a sense of security in her heart. "Okay, I'll go wash up too." Su-Yen got up, went into the bathroom, and started taking a shower. 10 minutes later, Su-Yen came out. Since Song Yang was asleep, she didn't deliberately avoid him and changed into her pajamas by the bed. She looked at the time and saw that it was already 1:30 a.m. At this time, Su-Yen felt a strong wave of sleepiness coming over her, and she couldn't help yawning. In the past, at this time, she would have already fallen asleep. Looking at Song Yang, who was already fast asleep on the bed, she suddenly bit her red lips and her expression fell into hesitation. "It's so late, I might as well not sleep on the floor. He won't know anyway. I'll just get up before he wakes up tomorrow, and no one will ever know." Su-Yen really didn't want to sleep on the floor. It wasn't that it was a hassle. It was because she felt that such a good opportunity was right in front of her. She could take advantage of Song Yang being unconscious and secretly sleep with him in the same bed. Sharing the same bed and pillow together. This is the big boy she has liked for 17 years. If she can share the same bed with him like husband and wife, even if Song Yang will leave her after 2 months, she will be content. Well, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Su-Yen, don't be scared, go for it. Su-Yen took a deep breath and gave herself a pep talk. Then, gathering her courage, she went to the edge of the bed, carefully lifted up a corner of the quilt, and then, with a nervous heart, gently lay down. Throughout, she kept an eye on Song Yang, as if she was afraid that he would suddenly wake up. It wasn't until she had completely laid down that the uneasy feeling in her heart gradually subsided. She let out a soft breath, turned her head, and looked at the sleeping Song Yang beside her. Good night. The next day, 10 a.m. In the room, on the soft bed, Song Yang rubbed his eyes and slowly woke up. He sat up in bed and froze for a moment when he saw the whole room. Looking at this familiar room, he immediately realized that he wasn't in some hotel room, but had returned to Su-Yan's room. Why did I come back? Song Yang scratched his head, feeling a little confused. And I slept in Su-Yan's bed last night? Normally, after getting drunk last night, he would have been taken to a hotel by Su Wei, who would have booked a room for him. Or he would have been taken back to their rented room. By Su Wei. But unexpectedly, when he woke up, he not only returned to the villa, but also slept in Su-Yan's bed. Forget it, I can't figure it out. I'll ask Su-Yan later and it will become clear. Song Yang's head was still a bit dizzy, so he didn't think about it anymore. He lifted the quilt, got up and got out of bed to go to the bathroom to wash up. Since there was still a lingering smell of alcohol on his body, Song Yang simply took a shower. Half an hour later, Song Yang had already changed into a clean set of clothes, opened the door to his room, and went downstairs. Su-Yen was sitting on the sofa, bored, brushing her phone. When she heard footsteps coming from upstairs, she immediately looked up, her face showing a surprised smile. You're awake? Su-Yen got up and came over with a smile. Yes, I'm awake. Song Yang nodded. So, do you still feel unwell? Do you want to go to the hospital? Su-Yen asked softly, her eyes full of concern. No, I'm just drunk, I'm fine. Song Yang gave a smile to show that he really was fine. Oh, then I'll ask the nanny to bring breakfast up, you should be hungry too. Okay, thanks. Soon, the nanny brought up a sumptuous breakfast, and Song Yang and Su-Yen sat down face to face to enjoy their meal together. You haven't eaten either? Song Yang looked at Su-Yen, who was eating her breakfast in small bites, and couldn't help but freeze for a moment. It was almost 11 o'clock. Under normal circumstances, it was almost lunchtime. Master, Miss has been waiting until now to eat breakfast with you. Before Su-Yen could say anything, the nanny standing next to the table answered his question. I wasn't hungry before, so I was just waiting for you to eat together. Su-Yen gave a soft smile and explained. Oh, I see. Song Yang nodded, then suddenly remembered something and looked up at the stunning girl sitting across from him, asking curiously, "By the way, did you pick me up last night?" "Yes, I did," Suyen nodded, then explained, "Last night I stayed up late watching TV, and when I saw that you hadn't returned yet, I wanted to call and ask if you were coming back. Then your friend told me that you were drunk, so I had nothing to do when I went to pick you up." "I see. Thanks." Song Yang didn't think much of it, just that he had caused Su Yen some trouble. He thought that after he got drunk, he would just find a hotel to spend the night, and never once thought about causing Su Yen trouble. He also didn't expect that Su Yen would be free and go pick him up. Song Yang realized that he had caused the girl trouble, and felt a little bad about it. "It's okay, you're welcome. We're husband and wife, husband." Su Yen gave a glance at the two nannies standing by the dining table, reminding him not to be too polite. After all, the two were now husband and wife. Song Yang understood and smiled, saying, "Of course I have to thank you for going to all this trouble, my dear." Then, honey, next time, if you call me before you get drunk, I'll come and pick you up." Su Yen couldn't help but smile when she heard Song Yang call her honey. She was overjoyed. "Don't worry, wife, it won't happen again. Last night, I got drunk on purpose," Song Yang said. During his previous marriage, he had accumulated too many negative emotions, and his whole person had become much more dull. He had long wanted to find someone to have a good drink with, but he had never had the chance. It so happened that Su Wei had asked him to go drinking last night, so he simply got drunk and vented all the pent-up emotions in his heart. At this moment, he felt much more relaxed. Chapter 16, He's not really thinking of not getting back together with me, is he? Early June, the beginning of summer, the weather was gradually getting hot. At 12 noon, the scorching sun was in the sky, and the whole city was like a steamer under the scorching sun. After breakfast, Song Yang originally wanted to go out of the villa and walk around the manor to get familiar with the environment. However, after standing in the sun for a while, he regretted it and went back to the villa to turn on the air conditioning. At this moment, he is sitting on the sofa, half a watermelon in his arms, a spoon in his hand, digging into the flesh to eat. The watermelon is chilled, sweet and refreshing, with plenty of juice and very thirst-quenching. Su Yen is sitting next to him, also holding a spoon of the same type, but she is not holding a watermelon in her arms. Instead, she is sharing the half watermelon with Song Yang. Song Yang naturally has no objection to this. The two are now newlyweds, so this is only normal. Su Yen can be seen brushing her phone with one hand while holding a spoon with the other. From time to time, she reaches over and scoops a spoonful of watermelon flesh into her mouth. At this moment, in the eyes of others, the two are just like any other happy couple. Doodle. Su Yen was happily brushing a short video when a phone call suddenly came in. When she saw that the caller ID was Jiang Qiuyu, her pretty eyebrows slightly furrowed, but she still helplessly answered the phone. "Hello, Qiuyu, what do you want?" Su Yen asked with a somewhat impatient expression. "Su Yen, where is my husband? You let him answer the phone." Jiang Qiuyu went straight to the point and asked for Song Yang. "Oh." Su Yen had no choice but to hand the phone to Song Yang. "Hey, Song Yang, why haven't you taken me off your blacklist? I can't get through when I call you." Jiang Qiuyu spoke in her usual bossy tone, as if Song Yang should obey her unquestioningly. "Are you sick? We're divorced, and you still want to call me? Luckily, I blocked you so you wouldn't harass me." Song Yang spoke without mercy, directly confronting Jiang Qiuyu. Jiang Qiuyu was instantly angered, her mean voice full of impatience. "Song Yang, this is the third day, how long are you going to throw a temper tantrum?" "Jiang Qiuyu, let me tell you again, we are divorced. Divorced? You don't understand what people say, do you? We are not related anymore." "Song Yang, you're not going to get back together with me, are you?" "Right, I never intended to get back together with you," Song Yang said with absolute certainty. "Song Yang, you're deliberately trying to anger me. I'm telling you, I'm really angry. No matter what you say to me this time, it won't work." Jiang Qiuyu was infuriated, grinding her teeth. Before the divorce, Song Yang had never dared to speak to her in this manner. In the past, whenever she was slightly unhappy, Song Yang would immediately apologize. His attitude was as humble as it could be. But now, Song Yang had the nerve to speak to her in such an arrogant and unrestrained manner. It could be said that this time, Song Yang had completely infuriated her. She decided that no matter how Song Yang apologized this time, she would not forgive him easily. She would make him regret it. "Apologize? You can forget it." Song Yang laughed lightly and said bluntly, I'll tell you, Jiang Qiuyu, I'm doing this on purpose to anger you, and you deserve to be angry. Song Yang, you bastard. Jiang Qiuyu let out a scream of anger, and then Song Yang heard a crackling sound. Then the call was disconnected. It was probably Jiang Qiuyu who had dropped the phone in anger. Song Yang, you. Su Yan opened her mouth, looking like she wanted to say something but didn't dare. Great. Song Yang turned to look at her, with a relieved smile on his face, then dug out a big chunk of watermelon and ate it with gusto. Today's watermelon seemed even sweeter than before. Ah. This really pisses me off. In the living room, Jiang Qiuyu, in a fit of anger, slammed her phone onto the floor. The poor phone cracked right there and then. Song Yang, you son of a bitch. Jiang Qiuyu was still not satisfied and continued to rant hysterically. Her pretty face was distorted with anger, her breathing had become rapid, and her chest was rising and falling. In the past, Song Yang had always obeyed her and done whatever she said. He didn't even dare speak loudly when he talked to her. But now, Song Yang had the nerve to scold her, speak so harshly, and act so arrogantly. She couldn't stand it anymore. Qiuyu, calm down first. Here, drink some water. At that moment, a beautiful woman with exquisite makeup was sitting next to her. Seeing her furious appearance, she hurriedly spoke to calm her down. Qiuyu, Song Yang has gone too far. He dared to scold me, he's an asshole. Jiang Qiuyu pouted, her face full of grievances. Okay, Qiuyu, let's not talk about him for now, just calm down. The girl with the delicate makeup gently patted her back, patiently comforting her. Her name is Li Qiuyu. She met Jiang Qiuyu at a nightclub a year ago, and they hung out a few times together, gradually becoming familiar. Now they are good friends. This Song Yang is really pushing it, he really needs to be taught a lesson. The more Jiang Qiuyu thought about it, the angrier she became, but she still couldn't swallow her pride. Qiuyu, let's calm down for a moment. From the way your husband sounded on the phone, it seems like he really doesn't want to get back together with you. Li Qiuyu hesitated for a moment before speaking. As an outsider, from the uncompromising attitude of Song Yang on the phone just now, it seems that he is completely leaving no room for compromise, and he is not even thinking about getting back together. Ah. Jiang Qiuyu froze for a moment, then shook her head in affirmation. No, Qiuyu, I know her. You don't even know how much he loves me. In the past, he listened to me on everything. This time, he's just still mad. When he calms down, he'll come find me to apologize. Qiuyu, I think you're being too optimistic. What if he really doesn't remarry you? Li Qiuyu said tentatively. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiuyu was taken aback, and her heart inexplicably panicked for a moment. Yes, if Song Yang really is stubborn and refuses to remarry her, what should she do? She just hopes that Song Yang's fake divorce will not turn out to be real in the end. Jiang Qiuyu shook her head, looking unwilling to believe it. No, Qiuyu, Song Yang really loves me, he has loved me for so many years, and before we got married, he even said that he would love me for the rest of my life. This divorce is not a trivial matter after all, so it's normal for him to be angry. I'll give him a few more days, and he'll definitely come to me to apologize obediently. Although she said this, at this moment, Jiang Qiuyu's heart was a little uneasy. Logically speaking, it's been 2 or 3 days, and Song Yang should have calmed down and should have cooled off. According to Song Yang's character, he should have taken the initiative to apologize to her by now. However, Song Yang still had a stubborn attitude, and even showed that he didn't care about her at all. This made her feel a little uneasy. Suddenly, Jiang Qiuyu thought of something, her eyes lit up, a smile appeared on her face, and she immediately turned to Li Qiuyu and said, Right, Qiuyu, I'm pregnant too, and he will definitely take me back, unless he doesn't want the baby. Chapter 17, Trying to make Song Yang like her. Jiang Qiuyu suddenly realized that she was still pregnant. Suddenly, she immediately had some confidence. This was her trump card for getting back married, and also her big weapon for manipulating Song Yang. With this child, even if Song Yang doesn't love her anymore, there is a high probability that he will get back married with her. Really? You're pregnant with Song Yang's child? Li Qiuyu was stunned and instantly changed her attitude. If she is pregnant, then Song Yang will most likely remarry her. After all, this is his own flesh and blood. However, upon hearing her question, Jiang Qiuyu did not immediately answer her, but instead revealed an embarrassed expression. Li Qiuyu froze for a moment, and suddenly realized that things were not simple. Then, as if she had understood something, she asked uncertainly, You're not pregnant with Song Yang's child, are you? Jiang Qiuyu shrunk her neck, and her momentum suddenly weakened. But she still raised her chin and said with a hard face, "It's possible it's his." "Okay, I understand." Li Qiuya was a little helpless, and then she immediately said with a serious face, "Qiuyu, you can't let Song Yang suspect anything about the child. As long as he thinks it's his child, your chances of getting back together are still very good." She paused for a moment, then laughed lightly without any concern. "In fact, it's not a big deal if the child isn't your husband's. None of my 3 sons are my husband's, and he's still happily helping someone else raise his son all day long, not knowing anything." Jiang Qiuyu nodded in deep understanding. "Don't worry, I'm not stupid. I definitely won't let him know about this kind of thing." "Okay, I'm glad you know." Li Qiuyu patted her on the shoulder, then got up and asked, "By the way, where's your bathroom? I need to go to the bathroom." When she mentioned this, Jiang Qiuyu suddenly slapped her forehead. "Qiuyu, I forgot all about it. I just called my husband to come home and unplug the toilet. It's blocked and I can't use it now." She pouted, suddenly getting a little angry. "It's all Song Yang's fault. He always makes me angry and I forgot to tell him what I wanted to say." In the past, Song Yang took care of all the big and small matters at home, and she never asked questions. She never worried about trivial matters such as clogged toilets, running out of toilet paper, or running out of garbage bags. She didn't have to worry about anything, and Song Yang took good care of her. Now that Song Yang is not around, she suddenly feels a little uncomfortable. Just a clogged toilet has left her at a loss. "Oh, what should I do?" Li Qiuyang suddenly made a sad face. She wanted to pee. Jiang Qiuyu looked apologetic. "Qiuyang, you hold it in for a while." "Okay, I hired a babysitter today, she should be here soon, I'll let her unblock the toilet." In the past 2 days, since Song Yang was not at home, Jiang Qiuyu, who had always been able to get whatever she wanted, suddenly felt like she couldn't do anything anymore. It was like she was useless. So she hired a nanny to take care of her daily life. She had the money to do so anyway. Fine. Li Qiuyu had to hold back her urge to pee and sat back down. "Sorry. Qiuyu, if it's really not working, I'll get you a basin, you can go first." "It's okay, Qiuyu, I think I can hold it for a bit longer." Li Qiuyu forced a smile and shook her head to decline her offer. "By the way, Qiuyu, how much did she pay you to lend your husband to that So Yun for the wedding?" Li Qiuya turned to look at her and suddenly became curious. "Oh, she gave me 1 million. Jiang Qiuyu said happily. When she mentioned this, she felt like she had picked up a great bargain. She didn't have to do anything, just get a divorce, and she made 1 million in 2 months for nothing. It was just too good a deal. This kind of good thing is no different from a pie falling from the sky. "So aren't you a little rich woman now, and you can buy whatever you want?" Li Qiuya's eyes lit up with envy. In fact, her family is not wealthy either. Her husband's salary is less than 20,000 yuan, which is not considered poor, but after daily expenses, there is simply not enough money to support her celebrity lifestyle. Seeing a sister in a similar situation suddenly become a little rich woman, how could she not be envious? "It's okay." Jiang Qiuyu waved his hand, but he didn't look too happy. Instead, he said with a slight melancholy, "Sis, you don't even know, just the other day I received a deposit of 300,000 yuan, and I only bought a few bags, a few necklaces, and a few dresses, and it cost me 200,000 yuan. Now that I think about it, this money really doesn't last long. I originally wanted to buy a sports car and travel the world, but now it seems that I can only travel the world after Su Yan gives me the remaining 700,000 yuan in 2 months. As for the sports car, I guess I can't buy it." Jiang Qiuyu let out a soft sigh, looking sad. "Sigh, sister, I only have 100,000 yuan left now, so it seems like I'll have to spend less for the next 2 months. Villa, first floor living room." After the phone call was cut off, Song Yang continued to eat watermelon without a care in the world, as if nothing had happened. However, Su Yan seemed to want to ask something, as she turned her head several times to look at Song Yang's profile, several times wanting to speak but stopping. "Short. Just say what you want to say." Song Yang had long since noticed her gaze, and now looked at her helplessly. Su Yan sat up straight, her big, watery eyes gazing at him as she asked seriously, "Song Yang, are you really not going to get back together with her?" The other day, when Song Yang told her that they would not get back together, she was very happy at the time, but she didn't really believe him. After all, she had seen how much Song Yang had loved Jiang Qiuyu in the past. She just felt that Song Yang might have just gotten divorced and was still angry, so he said he would not get back together with her out of anger. Maybe after a few days, Song Yang will turn around and apologize to Jiang Qiuyu, and then 2 months later, divorce her and remarry Jiang Qiuyu. So, she didn't really take it seriously at the time, and she didn't have high hopes. But now, 3 days have passed since the divorce, and in theory, Song Yang should have calmed down. However, Song Yang's attitude is still so strong. He is also cold and ruthless to Jiang Qiuyu, and he is completely unsympathetic. This made her suddenly believe that Song Yang really had no intention of getting back married. If Song Yang doesn't get back married, then doesn't that mean she has a chance? Su Yan was feeling restless inside, but at the same time, she was also a little uneasy, so she was now very eager to understand Song Yang's attitude. Right, didn't I already tell you? It's impossible between her and me for the rest of our lives. Song Yang nodded with certainty, his attitude very decisive. Really? Su Yan's eyes lit up, and an uncontrollable smile immediately rose at the corners of her mouth. And her heart instantly blossomed with joy. Yes, what's wrong? Song Yang looked at her and suddenly became excited, not knowing what she was so excited about. No, not really? Su Yan also realized that her reaction was a bit too big, so she immediately calmed down a bit, but she couldn't stop the smile on her face. Her heart was so happy. Song Yang is not getting remarried. He really doesn't plan to get remarried. That means there is no longer any obstacle between her and Song Yang. If she works hard to make Song Yang like her in these 2 months, maybe she won't even have to divorce Song Yang after 2 months. They can just keep living like this. Like a real couple. At this thought, Su Yan's mood suddenly perked up, and she was full of hope for the future. Chapter 18, this is considered indirect kissing, right? Song Yang and Su Yan sat in the villa until 2 p.m. During that time, the two of them just played with their phones and occasionally chatted. Song Yang, who had nothing to do, really felt a bit bored and also felt a bit at a loss. In the past, he had to take care of all the housework at home, and he was so busy all day that he didn't really have much personal time. Now that he has divorced and is with Su Yan, he doesn't have to do anything. He doesn't have to cook, and he doesn't have to wash clothes. He suddenly has a lot of free time, which he is not used to. He is so bored that he simply goes upstairs to the game room that Su Yan prepared for him before. He plans to play games to kill some time. Su Yan, however, smiles lightly as she watches his back as he goes upstairs. Song Yang had been at home for most of the day and was feeling bored, but she didn't feel bored at all. On the contrary, she was enjoying herself. In fact, she felt that the time was passing too quickly, and it was already 2 p.m. in the blink of an eye. She was even thinking that she wanted to spend the whole day like this with Song Yang. Even if they didn't do anything, it still made her very happy. It was less than 5 minutes after Song Yang had gone upstairs that Su Yan, sitting alone on the sofa, suddenly felt bored. Song Yang is playing games, so I'll cut him some fruit. Yes, I need to be more proactive than the previous 2 days, so that he will like me. And do as she said, Su Yan immediately got up and went to the kitchen to wash the fruit. Meanwhile, on the second floor, in the game room, Song Yang opened the computer and logged into his old game account. Looking at the familiar game interface, Song Yang couldn't help but feel a little dazed at this moment. At this moment, he had the illusion of returning 3 years ago. Since marrying Jiang Qiuyu, he had not touched the game for 3 years. Unexpectedly, in his lifetime, after leaving that woman, he was able to return to this familiar game. Song Yang had just logged into the game when a familiar game buddy immediately asked him to team up. Song Yang had almost forgotten who this game buddy was, but when the other person spoke, he froze for a moment before recognizing him. Isn't this guy Su Wei, his eldest son? Holy shit, Song Yang, I never thought I'd see you play this game again in your lifetime? Su Wei's shocked voice came through the headset. Song Yang had not played games since getting married, and he had also lost a gaming partner since then. Unexpectedly, 3 years later, Song Yang would return to this game again, which made him a little excited for a moment. Yes, I didn't expect that I would log into this game again in my life either. Song Yang's tone carried a touch of emotion. Once, Jiang Qiuyu had sold his computer in order to get him to quit gaming. In order to make Jiang Qiuyu happy, he had also sworn that he would never play games again. Unexpectedly, 3 years later, he has returned to the familiar game. Let me play a game and show you how to feel the game again, Su Wei said. Okay, come on. The two quickly entered the game. Song Yang, who hadn't played the game for 3 years, was obviously a bit rusty and his skills had obviously declined. Do you want a level 3 package? I have an 8x scope, I brought it for you. Let's go, I'll take you as the 6th man. A team just fell over there, let's go ambush them. Although his skills were rusty, the top-of-the-line computer that Su Yan had installed for him made the gaming experience feel full. Song Yang gradually regained the happiness he had once lost. Just as the two were immersed in the world of gaming, the door opened quietly, and then a head peeked in. When she saw that Song Yang was concentrating on the game, Su Yan gave a smile. Then, she gently pushed open the door and walked in. Although she had been very careful, the noise of the door opening startled Song Yang. He took off his headset and turned his head to look. Su Yan was smiling as she walked in, carrying 2 plates of cut fruit. "Why are you here?" Song Yang asked, taken aback. In his impression, Su Yan did not play games and was not interested in them at all. Moreover, there was only one computer in the room, so even if Su Yan wanted to play a game, she would not have a computer. "I was bored downstairs, so I came to watch you play a bit." "Go ahead and keep playing, don't mind me." "Okay." Song Yang put his headset back on and continued playing the game. Su Yan placed the 2 trays of fruit on the computer desk, then went to the refrigerator and got 2 bottles of cold drinks, before returning to Song Yang, pulling out a chair and sitting down. Suddenly, a faint, sweet fragrance drifted from Su Yan, quietly entering Song Yang's nostrils. Song Yang glanced at her and ignored her. It had been 3 years since he last played games, so his concentration was very focused, and he dared not be distracted. Su Yan sat next to him, resting her chin in one hand as she watched him with interest. It seemed like she could never get enough. Those watery eyes were full of adoration. She was very happy to see Song Yang regain his former happiness. What Song Yang had lost with Jiang Qiuyu, she wanted to make up for 1,000 times over. Let her spoil the big boy she liked. Song Yang didn't notice her blatant gaze. At the moment, his full attention was on the game. "Su Wei, he's crippled, hurry up and attack." "Damn it, you call this crippled? I fucking shot him 5 times and he's still not dead." Soon, Song Yang ended his first game. Seeing this, Su Yan picked up a fruit fork and immediately forked up a piece of apple, and attentively handed it to Song Yang. "Here, have a piece of fruit." Song Yang subconsciously wanted to open his mouth to catch the apple, but suddenly he froze for a moment, and then suddenly reacted. "I'll do it myself." Song Yang's expression was slightly embarrassed. He felt that the two of them were now a bit ambiguous. Although they were husband and wife, they both knew that it was just a fake marriage. And there was no one else in the room except the two of them. There was no need for them to put on an act, and no one could see anyway. "Oh, don't be polite with me, you want to play games, you don't have your hands free." Su Yan didn't give him a chance to say anything and shoved the apple into his mouth. "Thanks." Song Yang was a little taken aback by the apple in his mouth, but he looked at Su Yan, who was acting naturally, and didn't refuse. After all, although the two were a fake couple, they had done intimate things like holding hands, and they had also picked food for each other during meals. So now it didn't seem like a big deal for Su Yan to feed him some fruit. "What are you still being polite for?" Su Yan waved her hand, as if she didn't care, but a mischievous smile curled the corner of her mouth. Soon, Song Yang entered the next game. Su Yan took the fruit fork and forked up a piece of apple, eating it with relish. In this way, Song Yang played games while receiving Su Yan's feeding, and Su Yan seemed to be enjoying it. Every time she fed Song Yang, she also took a bite of the fruit herself. She seemed to be enjoying this feeling, and a faint smile always filled her entire beautiful face. Even though she is only sharing a fruit fork with Song Yang and eating from the same plate, it is enough to make her happy. However, gradually, Su Yan seems to be dissatisfied with this. After taking a sip of her drink, her eyes suddenly twinkled, and the corners of her mouth quietly curled up in a sly smile. Then, she brought the drink she had just drunk and served it directly to Song Yang. "Here, drink some." Song Yang, who was engrossed in the game, didn't even look at her, just subconsciously opened his mouth and accepted Su Yan's feeding as usual. Seeing Song Yang drink the drink she had drunk so defenselessly, Su Yan's eyes immediately lit up, and a gleam of pleasure shone in her eyes. This is considered indirect kissing, right? She thought happily in her heart, and the smile on the corner of her mouth grew even stronger. After feeding Song Yang, she took a happy sip herself. "It's not bad. This drink seems to taste sweeter than before. It's really delicious. If only I could spend every day like this with him." Su Yan gazed at Song Yang's profile with a smile in her eyes, feeling very content. She spent the entire afternoon enjoying some alone time with Song Yang. It wasn't until 4 p.m. that Su Yan got up and left the room to go to the bathroom. Chapter 19 Su Yan Likes You. Song Yang, has Su Yan left? Su Wei, who was playing a game with Song Yang, seemed to notice that there was no one else around Song Yang and asked. Yes, she went to the toilet. Song Yang nodded lightly. Su Wei paused for a moment and suddenly said inexplicably, Song Yang, I remember that when we were drinking last night, you said that your wife, she is a non-marriage person, right? Yes, why? Song Yang didn't understand why he suddenly brought this up, and his curiosity was suddenly piqued. Su Wei recalled the things his girlfriend had said to him, and after hesitating for a moment, he tentatively said, Song Yang, have you ever thought about the possibility that she isn't actually a non-marriage advocate? Huh? Song Yang was momentarily confused, and asked back, why do you say that? It was no secret that Su Yan was a non-marriage advocate, and everyone around her knew it. Now Su Wei suddenly came forward and said that Su Yan was not actually a non-marriage advocate, which made him a little confused for a moment. Su Wei explained, Song Yang, my girlfriend said this. She said that Su Yan might have someone she likes. But she couldn't be with the person she liked before, so she declared to the world that she was a non-marriage advocate. Your girlfriend said that? Song Yang frowned and thought for a moment, and couldn't help but ask, no, you and your girlfriend have only met Su Yan once, so why would she say that? Unexpectedly, Su Wei paused for a moment before making a shocking revelation. Because she said the person that Su Yan has always liked is you. Me? Song Yang was shocked. His mind went blank. Su Yan likes me? Are you kidding? Su Yan is a beautiful, rich woman. In a little while, she will be a super rich woman worth tens of billions of dollars, and she is also very beautiful. The main thing is, Su Yan used to be his wife's best friend, right? She would like me? Don't be ridiculous, how could she like me? Song Yang's first reaction was, of course, disbelief. Don't you believe it? Su Wei patiently analyzed it for him. Song Yang, look, is it possible that Su Yan has always liked you, but because you are married, she declared to the world that she is a non-marriageist? Moreover, my girlfriend also said that the reason she became best friends with your wife is probably because of you. Su Wei added. For me? Song Yang thought about it for a moment and continued shaking his head, thinking that it was still unlikely. No way, Su Yan is so pretty, there are so many guys after her, and there are even more guys who are better than me, so how could she like me? She didn't want to get married before because she was a non-marriage advocate. Having said that, Song Yang paused for a moment, then asked with a puzzled look on his face, and, you and your girlfriend have only met Su Yan once, so why are you so sure that she likes me? Song Yang, weren't you drunk last night? Your wife came to pick you up, and you didn't see how worried she was about you, how anxious she looked, as if her heartache were written all over her face. Su Wei recalled the scene from last night while admiringly saying, and, you threw up, but she didn't mind, and she held you in her arms, wiping your face and mouth. She hugged me? Song Yang's eyes widened in surprise. Although he and Su Yan were husband and wife, their marriage was a sham. The closest they had ever come to intimacy was holding hands and feeding each other. He never imagined that while he was unconscious, Su Yan had hugged him. Yes, she hugged you, and you vomited on her, but she didn't mind, she only cared about whether you were feeling unwell. What do you call that if not affection? Song Yang was at a loss for words. He didn't realize that Su Yan not only hugged him, but also that he threw up on her. The key point was that Su Wei had categorically stated that Su Yan liked him. Song Yang was in deep thought. His ex-wife's best friend had always secretly liked him? Is that really true? He thought and thought, but in the end, he shook his head. He still felt that this was too unbelievable. His ex-wife's best friend liked him. And she even declared to the world that she was a non-marriage advocate. How was that possible? Song Yang is very self-aware, and he is just an ordinary man. Why would Su Yan like him? Besides, the whole thing is just Su Wei and his girlfriend's speculation. They don't know Su Yan at all. But they assert that Su Yan likes him, which is highly implausible. Most importantly, Su Yan has already explained it to him. Last night, she didn't deliberately pick him up, she just happened to be watching a late drama. Then she happened to call him, and when she heard that he was drunk, she went to pick him up. Su Wei, I still don't believe it. You don't know Su Yan. Besides, I'm just a divorced man now. She's a rich woman, and she's also so pretty. How could she like me? Fine, if you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Su Wei sighed, a little helpless. In fact, he himself didn't quite believe it either, but when he thought about the serious look on his girlfriend's face when she was talking about it, he somehow felt that it was true. Su Wei did not continue to discuss this topic in depth, but instead teased, "But Song Yang, if you really end up with Su Yan in the future, then you'll have made a fortune in your life. Think about it, before you and Zhang Qiuyu were together, you had to do everything, you were like her servant. But if you're with Su Yan, then you'll be singing a different tune. First of all, Su Yan is a rich woman, so you won't have to do any housework, and you won't have to spend less than 1,000 yuan a month on living expenses. The point is, you're playing games right now, and Su Yan doesn't care about you anymore. Think about this kind of life now, is it a world of difference from when you were with Zhang Qiuyu?" "This is true what you said," Song Yang smiled and nodded in agreement. After being with Su Yan, he felt very relaxed, his mood had improved a lot, and that feeling of being oppressed was gone. However, this was just a fake marriage, and he didn't have many thoughts about it right now. He just wanted to cooperate with her to get the inheritance and then retire with success. Although the married life with Su Yan was quite beautiful, Song Yang understood that it was all brought about by this fake marriage. Therefore, he didn't dare to have too many thoughts about Su Yan now. Of course, he actually didn't have any thoughts about her either. He just wants to play the role of a good husband. The two of them played until 6 p.m., when the sun set and they reluctantly ended the game. Song Yang got up and stretched, feeling an unprecedented sense of happiness. It had been 3 years. 3 whole years? And he hadn't had such a hearty game of chess in 3 years. Now that he had suddenly regained his old happiness, it made him feel better. Chapter 20, The Enthusiastic and Proactive Su Yan. Song Yang opened the door and went downstairs. On the first floor, the long dining table was now full of a sumptuous dinner, steaming and overflowing with aroma. 2 nannies stood quietly by the table, silently playing their roles as servants. At the moment, Su Yan was sitting on the sofa, holding a cup of milk tea in her hands and drinking it with relish. Uncle Li stood behind her, looking at her back with a loving expression, his eyes full of affection. When she heard footsteps coming from upstairs, Su Yan's 2 white, tender ears immediately perked up. The next moment, she looked up and looked towards the stairs. When she saw Song Yang's figure coming down the stairs, her eyes lit up and she immediately perked up. She immediately put down her milk tea and got up to greet him. "Honey, you're down?" Su Yan came quickly with a smile on her face, and in full view of everyone, she threw herself directly into Song Yang's arms. Song Yang was stunned for a moment. He was a little confused by her sudden action. Feeling the soft, fragrant body in his arms, a faint, refreshing fragrance emanated from Su Yan, lingering on the tip of his nose and soothing his mind. In his impression, this was the first time Su Yan had hugged him. Although Su Wei had said that Su Yan had hugged him when he was drunk. Song Yang believed that the reason Su Yan did that was more of a forced move to take care of him. And at that time, he was completely unconscious in a drunken state and could not feel it at all. But now, Su Yan's soft and supple body was just holding him. He could even feel Su Yan's delicate and smooth skin through her thin clothes, and he could also feel the faint body temperature coming from her. How could this not surprise him? At this moment, he suddenly remembered Su Wei's words. "Su Yan likes you. Could it be that she really likes me? No way." Just when he was a little doubtful, Su Yan raised her beautiful face in his arms and whispered with a light smile. "We are husband and wife, it's reasonable to hug, isn't it?" "It's reasonable." Song Yang frowned and thought about it for a moment, and really couldn't think of any problems, so he nodded. "Maybe, I just thought too much. Su Yan did this just for the inheritance. Anyway, he is divorced, so it doesn't matter what Su Yan wants." Su Yan smiled with curved eyebrows, and then pressed her head tightly against his firm chest, rubbing it like a little cat, looking like she was enjoying it. What Song Yang couldn't see was that Su Yan's mouth had already quietly raised a sly smile. After all, she and Song Yang were now husband and wife, and she certainly didn't want to pass up an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Moreover, since Song Yang had decided not to get back together with Zhang Qiuyu, she no longer had any reservations. A few days ago she had held back a bit, but now she had no intention of holding back at all. She wanted to be more proactive and passionate. Because only by trying hard could she make Song Yang like her, and then in 2 months' time, make Song Yang not want to divorce her. As for that woman Zhang Qiuyu, can just go and mind her own business. Someone who doesn't know how to cherish doesn't deserve love. Let me cherish the big boy I like. Not far away, Uncle Li, who was over 70, saw the picture of the young couple embracing, and he shook his head lightly, revealing a helpless and indulgent smile. He could tell that his young lady was very attached to Song Yang. All day long, she couldn't bear to be apart from Song Yang. Seeing his young lady so happy, he felt relieved and at the same time, gratified. Su Yan held Song Yang in her arms for a long time before reluctantly letting go. Then she said with a smile, "Honey, you must be tired after playing games all day. Let's go have dinner." She took Song Yang's hand, interlocked their fingers and held it tightly, then walked briskly towards the dining table. Song Yang was pulled to the table by her and sat down, and they began to eat dinner. "Honey, open your mouth, this is delicious." Su Yan picked up a piece of fish and held it in front of Song Yang's mouth. Looking at Su Yan, who was smiling in front of him, Song Yang always felt that she seemed to be treating him more enthusiastically and actively today than usual. The other 2 days, when the two of them were eating, they only picked food for each other and only put it in each other's bowls. They didn't feed each other. But now, Su Yan has taken the initiative to put the food by his mouth and try to feed it to him. Although he obviously felt that Su Yan's attitude towards him had changed, Song Yang didn't ask anything more, just smiled and opened his mouth to accept Su Yan's feeding. After all, Su Yan had already fed him upstairs today. And since they were now husband and wife, it was only natural for them to feed each other. If he showed even the slightest reluctance, it might arouse the suspicions of others. Seeing Song Yang accept her feeding him so readily, Su Yan's rosy lips curled up into a smile that she couldn't stop. For the next few minutes, Su Yan spent most of her time happily feeding Song Yang while eating very little herself. After a long time, Su Yan put down her chopsticks. She pouted her rosy lips and said in a slightly coquettish tone, "Honey, my hands are sore, can you feed me?" Su Yan lifted her big, watery eyes and gazed at him straight on, her eyes sparkling with great expectation. Song Yang froze for a moment. He didn't quite react for a while. In the few days since they got married, although he had picked food for Su Yan, he had never fed her. Unexpectedly, Su Yan suddenly asked him to feed her. However, after thinking about the fact that the two were now husband and wife, Song Yang hesitated for a moment before giving in. It didn't matter anyway, since they were getting a divorce. Besides, he was doing it to help Su Yan get her inheritance sooner. "What do you want to eat?" "I'll feed you," Song Yang said with a smile, but with no choice. "Really?" Su Yan's face immediately showed a surprised expression, and then she said with a smile, "Anything is fine, as long as it's fed to me by my husband, I'll like it." This was the first time Song Yang had fed her anything, and even if he had given her chili peppers, she would have eaten them with tears in her eyes. Song Yang casually picked up a piece of boiled pork and fed it to her. Su Yan opened her rosy lips and bit down with one bite, happily eating it. "What my husband feeds me is delicious, hee hee." Su Yan was beaming with joy, her eyebrows and eyes curved, her expression overflowing with happiness. Song Yang served her a few more dishes, and Su Yan ate happily. In the eyes of Uncle Lee and the two nannies, the two of them at this moment were exactly the way a newlywed couple should be. They were like glue, sweet and loving. The entire villa seemed to be filled with the happy smell of love. The meal lasted for more than half an hour. I was a little full, so I went out for a walk. After the meal, Song Yang wanted to go for a walk outside the villa, just to get acquainted with the environment of the manor. "I want to go too, is that okay?" Upon hearing this, Su Yan, who was sitting on the sofa, immediately turned her head and looked over, with an expression of eagerness. Song Yang wanted to go for a walk, and naturally she also wanted to accompany him, not wanting to miss this opportunity to be alone with Song Yang. "Let's go." Song Yang felt a little helpless and called out softly, "I'm coming." Su Yan smiled, her footsteps light as she walked over, as if Song Yang thought she was going to hold his hand like she had before. But Su Yan reached out her hands and wrapped her arms around his in one go, and her whole body leaned up against him, half cuddled up against him. Suddenly, Song Yang felt a soft sensation all along his arm, as if it was being squeezed from the left and right with nowhere to escape. Cough cough. Song Yang coughed twice awkwardly, and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. After all, Su Yan's actions were a little too intimate. "What's wrong?" Su Yan looked at him innocently with her big, clear eyes, her face showing a hint of confusion. It seemed that she hadn't noticed her actions, which had given Song Yang a big advantage. "No, it's nothing." Song Yang shook his head and pretended to be unconcerned. After all, the two of them were now husband and wife, and he was just honestly cooperating with Su Yan's performance. Besides, he was divorced. Why think about it so much? The point was that he was the one taking advantage, and he wasn't the one suffering. It didn't matter. Chapter 21, She Can't Wait to Announce Your Relationship to the World. Song Yang let Su Yan rest her arm on his as they strolled slowly around the manor. What Song Yang didn't see was that the moment Su Yan looked away, the corner of her mouth couldn't help but lift into a small, satisfied smile. It was 6:30 p.m., and the sun had already set, with nightfall approaching quietly. There were no more people in the manor, which appeared extremely empty and quiet. Su Yan accompanied Song Yang as they strolled around the estate. The two walked very slowly, chatting as they walked, the atmosphere relaxed and pleasant. When they returned to the villa, Song Yang suddenly noticed that in the open space next to the villa, there was a swing. For some reason, he suddenly felt like playing, so he went over and sat down. "Can you push me?" Song Yang looked at Su Yan, who was standing next to him and just about to sit down, and asked. "Oh, okay." Su Yan felt a little let down. She still wanted to swing with Song Yang. But since Song Yang had already said so, she had no choice but to turn around and go behind him, and gently push the swing. Song Yang sat on the swing, floating in the evening breeze. He felt a burst of joy, and an involuntary smile spread across his face. Seeing that Song Yang was in a good mood, Su Yan's little letdown instantly disappeared, and her expression became happy. "In fact, when I'm not busy, I like to sit on this swing by myself, feel the breeze, look into the distance, and enjoy some quiet time on my own," Su Yan said softly, while gently pushing the swing. "In fact, I also liked to swing when I was a child, but unfortunately, after I grew up, I haven't touched a swing since I don't know when." Feeling the gentle evening breeze brushing against her body, Song Yang closed her eyes slightly with comfort, feeling an indescribable sense of contentment. "You like swinging, so let's swing here every day from now on, and I can push you every day." Su Yan looked down, her gaze falling on Song Yang's handsome face. Her soft eyes were full of adoration. "How can I let you do that?" Song Yang opened his eyes and said with some shame. Su Yan is a beautiful woman, and if someone else knew that she let him push her on the swing every day, they would probably scold him for not knowing how to cherish a beautiful woman. "It's no big deal, I'm happy to do it." Su Yan slightly raised her chin, let out a soft grunt, and her expression of adoration became even more blatant. Unfortunately, at this time, Song Yang did not look up, and could not see the expression on her face. "It's okay, you don't need to push anymore, you're tired too, so sit down and rest for a while." "Okay." Su Yan immediately nodded, sat down next to him with a happy expression. Song Yang leaned back in the swing, closed his eyes contentedly, and enjoyed the quiet time. Su Yan turned to look at him, her watery eyes gazing straight ahead, a faint smile curling the corners of her mouth. Ever since she was little, when she was alone, she would often sit on this swing. Most of the time, she would sit here missing Song Yang. Especially sometimes late at night, when she was missing Song Yang, she couldn't sleep. Then she would come to this swing and quietly think about Song Yang all by herself. Sometimes, while she was thinking, the sky would light up. Countless times, she had imagined that if only one day, Song Yang could sit by her side as well. They would just keep swinging slowly on the swing forever and ever. Unexpectedly, today, her wish had really come true. Looking at Song Yang in front of her, she felt a sense of unreality for a moment. At the same time, there was also a faint feeling of happiness in her heart. "It's so good," she murmured softly, then also leaned back in the chair like Song Yang, closed her eyes slightly, and enjoyed this blissful moment of peace. 10 minutes later. A gentle light breeze blew past, and Song Yang couldn't help but shiver, opening his eyes. "Let's go back, be careful not to catch a cold." Song Yang wrapped his clothes tightly around himself, turned to the girl next to him and said something, then got up and walked towards the villa. "Coming." Su Yan looked at his back, a gentle smile on her beautiful face, then got up and chased after him. She came to Song Yang's side and took his large hand. As usual, their fingers were interlocked and they held on tightly. Only this time, it seemed that the strength with which she held Song Yang's hand was a little greater. The two returned to the villa, and as soon as they sat down, the nanny brought several desserts and 2 glasses of juice. Song Yang lifted the juice, but before he could take a sip, he heard the phone ringing next to him. Su Yan took out her phone and saw that it was her best friend Lu Tingting calling. "Hello, Tingting, what's up?" Su Yan asked. "Su Yan, let's go shopping together tomorrow and take your husband out for a walk." Lu Tingting came straight to the point and explained her reason for calling, which was to meet her husband. She seemed very curious about Song Yang. "I really want to meet him. What kind of man is he that you, a staunch non-maritalist, would choose to marry without hesitation?" Lu Tingting added. "Tomorrow?" Su Yan glanced at Song Yang next to her and hesitated before saying, "I'll ask him if he wants to go." "Okay, go ahead and ask. Send me a WeChat message later." "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Su Yan turned her head and looked at Song Yang next to her. "What's wrong?" Song Yang noticed her gaze and looked at her with some confusion. Since Su Yan had not used the speakerphone when she was on the phone, he had not heard the content of their conversation clearly. My sister wants to go shopping with me tomorrow, and then she said she wants to meet you by the way. Su Yan looked at him with some trepidation in her eyes. So are you willing to go shopping with us? What's not to like? Let's go. Song Yang nodded and readily agreed. He didn't have anything to do anyway. Since being laid off by the company, he no longer had to go to work. He no longer had to serve Jiang Chouyu like before, and had a lot of free time. Well, that's good. Su Yan let out a small sigh of relief, and a smile of joy appeared on her face. The thought that she was going to bring the person she liked to meet her best friend. She couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation in her heart. She had liked Song Yang for 17 years. If she could, she would love to announce to the world that Song Yang is her husband Su Yan. He is the boy she has loved for 17 years. She would love for everyone to know about her husband and wife relationship with Song Yang. Unfortunately, although she and Song Yang are now married, she understands that Song Yang does not belong to her. However, at least, legally, they are now a legitimate couple. Moreover, Song Yang has now decided not to remarry. She has also decided to try her best to make Song Yang like her, and maybe one day in the future, they can really be like a real couple. Together openly and honestly. Chapter 22. Yes, I've liked him for a long time. It was 10 o'clock in the morning, and the sun was shining brightly. After breakfast, Song Yang and Su Yan left the manor in a Lamborghini. 10 minutes later, the car arrived at Wanzhong Shopping Mall, the largest shopping mall in Xinjiang City. After parking the car in the underground parking lot, the two got out of the car. Let's go. Song Yang looked at Su Yan, who was standing prettily by the car door. Today, Su Yan was wearing a light blue loose-fitting short-sleeved shirt, a white skirt, and a light blue sun hat. The overall look was fresh and clean, with a sense of high-end fashion. Paired with her beautiful face, it gave a dazzling sense of surprise. In contrast, Song Yang's outfit was much more casual, a white short-sleeved shirt and shorts, with a sporty and sunny style that emphasized simplicity and informality. Song Yang took the lead and walked towards the elevator. Here she comes. Su Yan responded with a light smile and chased after her, running a little. Then she stretched out a pair of white, slender hands and wrapped one of Song Yang's arms in a firm embrace. Suddenly, the soft touch of being sandwiched on both sides with nowhere to escape struck again. Song Yang glanced at her and couldn't help but ask, "Do we have to put on an act in front of your sisters too?" Now that the two of them had left the manor, Song Yang felt that there was no need to put on an act, since no one was watching anyway. Of course, my sisters often come to my house to play with me, and they are very familiar with Uncle Lee and the nanny at home. It would be very troublesome if she were to find out. Su Yan gave a sweet smile and looked as if she was taking it for granted. Okay. Song Yang had no choice but to let her put her arm around him. It was just a pity about his arm. Being attacked from both sides with nowhere to escape. Just thinking about it was despairing. The two took the elevator to the first floor and arrived at a coffee shop. Su Yan and Lu Tingting had made an appointment beforehand to meet at this coffee shop and go shopping together. As soon as Song Yang and Su Yan entered the coffee shop, they saw a girl standing up in the corner by the window, waving at them to come over. "Honey, let's go, Tingting is over there." Su Yan put her arm around Song Yang's arm and walked briskly over, then sat down opposite Lu Tingting. "So Yan, this is your husband?" Lu Tingting looked up and down at Song Yang, her inquisitive eyes full of meaning. It seemed that she wanted to see what was so different about Song Yang from other men that he could make her sister, who insisted on not getting married, fall in love. And in such a short period of time, they had even had a flash marriage. But the more she looked, the more she realized that apart from being slightly handsome, there didn't seem to be any other advantages to Song Yang. But after all, they had just met for the first time, and Lu Tingting didn't know Song Yang very well. She thought that Song Yang might have some outstanding strengths that made her sister like him. While Lu Tingting was sizing up Song Yang was also observing Su Yan's sister. She had a sweet appearance, a figure that was considered to be well proportioned, and her overall appearance was considered to be relatively pretty. Although she was a far cry from Su Yan, she could definitely be considered a goddess-like girl. "Hello, my name is Song Yang." Song Yang spoke softly, greeting with a gentle voice and acting rather polite. "Hello, my name is Lu Tingting, Su Yan's best friend." Lu Tingting gave a sweet smile. "What do you think, Tingting? Isn't my husband handsome?" Su Yan's expression was a little smug, as if she was showing off her treasure. Well, not bad. Lu Tingting nodded, giving Song Yang her approval. In fact, what she wanted to say was that he was just so-so, but in front of Song Yang, it would be a bit rude to say so. In fact, in her eyes, in terms of appearance, Song Yang was far from being a match for Su Yan. Song Yang was a bit handsome, but only a bit, not much. Su Yan, on the other hand, was a beautiful woman with explosive looks. Even if you look at the actresses in the entertainment industry, they are like the difference between the clouds and the mud compared to someone as stunning as Su Yan. However, looking at her sister's happy face, Lu Tingting couldn't say anything, as long as Su Yan was happy. By the way, Song Yang, what do you do for a living, and how did you meet my Su Yan? Lu Tingting was like a curious baby, eager to know about Song Yang. Me? Song Yang smiled lightly. I'm currently a jobless wanderer. I was just laid off by the company a while ago, and I'm still unemployed. As for how I met Su Yan. Song Yang paused for a moment before saying, I met Su Yan in college and we have always been good friends. Song Yang avoided the important issues and spoke about his relationship with Su Yan. He did not say that Su Yan was his ex-wife's best friend. If he did, it would give the impression that their relationship was explosive. And as far as he could remember, he did meet Su Yan in college. At that time, he and Jiang Qiuyu had just started dating, and Su Yan was Jiang Qiuyu's best friend, so they naturally got to know each other. Is that true, Su Yan? Lu Tingting looked curiously at her sister. Su Yan looked at the side of Song Yang's face, a slight smile of helplessness on her delicate and beautiful face, and nodded gently, yes, that's true. In fact, she really wanted to say that it wasn't true. She and Song Yang had known each other since elementary school, but at that time, she was the one who knew Song Yang. Song Yang, however, didn't know her. Later, in junior high school and high school, the two were in the same school. Because she had always been quietly watching Song Yang from behind. Therefore, Song Yang never knew her. What's more, he had no idea that there was actually a girl who had been secretly in love with him behind his back. Until after university, when Song Yang and Jiang Qiuyu got together. For Song Yang's sake, she took the initiative to get to know Jiang Qiuyu. And it was then that Song Yang really got to know her. Have you known each other for so long? Lu Tingting opened her eyes wide, as if she were a little surprised, and couldn't help but ask, Su Yan, to be honest, have you secretly liked Song Yang for a long time? Otherwise, why would you have a flash marriage? Su Yan turned her head, her watery eyes gazing at the side of Song Yang's face. At this moment, her eyes became extremely soft. Yes, I've liked him for a long time. I'm going, really? Lu Tingting covered her mouth, her face full of surprise. Song Yang looked at her helplessly, thinking to himself that this girl is so gullible. He married Su Yan just for the inheritance. When Su Yan said she had liked him for a long time, it was just an excuse. She believed that too. Su Yan's face revealed a soft smile, and she nodded seriously at Lu Tingting. Really, I've liked him for a long time, very much. Oh my, you two are so sweet. Lu Tingting looked at her sister, who was beaming with happiness, and she couldn't help feeling a little overwhelmed. She felt like the air was filled with the sour stench of love. Tingting, what are you two talking about? Chapter 23, just spoil him. Tingting, what are you talking about? Just then, a young man walked in, went straight to where the three of them were sitting, and sat down next to Lu Tingting. Zhang Yang, why did you take so long in the bathroom? Lu Tingting pouted, looking at the man next to her with some dissatisfaction. Tingting, I'm sorry, I kept you waiting. Zhang Yang scratched his head awkwardly and said apologetically. Humph. Lu Tingting snorted lightly, and her face softened a little. Then she saw Song Yang and Su Yan across the table, both of them looking puzzled. Lu Tingting then remembered that she had forgotten to introduce the man next to her. Right, Su Yan, Song Yang, this is my boyfriend, his name is Zhang Yang. Su Yan, you haven't met my boyfriend before, but today you have. Su Yan looked at Zhang Yang and greeted him politely. Hello, my name is Su Yan, I'm Tingting's sister. Hello. Zhang Yang looked at Su Yan and couldn't help but flash a look of surprise in his eyes. What a pretty girl. He had always thought that his girlfriend was already a girl with a very high appearance value. But now that he saw Su Yan, he suddenly felt that there were mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. His girlfriend was pretty at best. Su Yan was simply peerless in the world. However, he quickly came back to his senses and withdrew his gaze. After all, it would be rude to keep staring at someone. Hello. He then looked at Song Yang, greeted him politely, and a trace of envy could not help but appear in his eyes. Such a beautiful girl was actually taken by Song Yang. To be honest, he was quite envious of Song Yang. Hello. Song Yang's face revealed a smile. Okay, since everyone is here, let's go shopping. Lu Tingting stood up, her face full of excitement. Let's go then. Immediately, the four of them left the coffee shop and began to browse the mall. Then the next scene was, Su Yan and Lu Tingting went shopping in the front, while Song Yang and Zhang Yang followed the two girls' asses, carrying all kinds of shopping bags. Half an hour later. Song Yang and Zhang Yang were both covered in shopping bags, exhausted, hanging their heads, and following the two women behind them weakly. In contrast, the two women were still full of energy, as if they had endless strength, and they didn't know how tired they were. Finally, when Su Yan looked back at Song Yang, she saw that he was carrying the shopping bags in both hands. She felt a pang of pain in her heart. She turned around and came to Song Yang's side, and said softly, "Honey, come, take some for me." "It's okay, I'm not tired." Song Yang wanted to argue, but Su Yan didn't give him a chance and took half of the shopping bags from him. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yang, who was carrying various shopping bags, immediately cast an envious glance. Not only is he so beautiful, but he also knows how to comfort people. He turned his head and looked at his girlfriend, Lu Tingting, with longing eyes. He saw Lu Tingting hugging her arms, as if she knew what he was thinking, and said directly and nonchalantly, "What are you looking at? I usually tell you to exercise more, but you don't, and you're so tired from carrying such a little bit of stuff." Zhang Yang. They're both girlfriends, but why is there such a big difference? After scolding her boyfriend, Lu Tingting looked at Su Yan and couldn't help but chuckle, teasing. "What's wrong, Su Yan? You're upset that your husband is carrying such a small amount of stuff?" Su Yan carried the shopping bags in both hands, raised her delicate face, and admitted with a big smile, "Yes, he's my husband. If I'm not upset for him, who will be?" Seeing Su Yan so blatantly doting on Song Yang, Zhang Yang looked at his girlfriend, who was standing there talking about things that don't concern her. The contrast was simply too obvious. When he looked at Song Yang again, his eyes were even more envious. It was fine that his girlfriend wasn't as pretty as her, but she was more caring. It really made people angry to compare people. Lu Tingting said indifferently, "What's there to feel sorry about? It's not like it's heavy. My boyfriend Zhang Yang often goes shopping with me, and he never seems tired even when he's carrying all those things." In Lu Tingting's opinion, it's only natural for a guy to carry all the shopping bags when he goes shopping with a girl. It was always like this when Zhang Yang went shopping with her before, and she never found it a problem. But seeing how happy Su Yan was, Lu Tingting didn't know what to say, and just looked helpless. "You should spoil him." "Oomph, I can spoil my husband however I like." Su Yan stuck out her chin, looking as if she was taking it for granted, and her tone of voice even had a hint of bragging in it. Fine, you can spoil your husband however you like." Lu Tingting turned around, leaving only one sentence, "Let's go, keep shopping, I haven't shopped enough yet." With that, she strode towards a brand women's clothing store. Zhang Yang watched his girlfriend strut away, and then looked at the couple, Song Yang and Su Yan, who were now walking side by side, sharing the shopping bags. He suddenly felt an urge to cry. But he had chosen his girlfriend, and he could only bear it all with tears in his eyes. Meanwhile, Song Yang looked at the beautiful profile of Su Yan beside him, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Why don't you just give me all the stuff? Otherwise, I'm afraid Zhang Yang will feel unbalanced." Just now, he had already felt Zhang Yang's blatantly envious gaze several times. As a man himself, he was a little proud. But at the same time, he felt that this was a bit cruel to Zhang Yang. What's the big deal? I'm his wife, of course I feel for him. Su Yan turned her head to look at him, with a look of righteousness on her face. That's enough acting. Song Yang tugged the corner of his mouth, a little helplessly reminding him. He had to admit, Su Yan had a great talent for acting. Playing his wife, he almost believed it. The way she dotes on her husband, it's just like the real thing. Where did you go wrong? I like it just the way it is. Su Yan puffed up her rosy cheeks, as if she was a little displeased, and muttered in a low voice. Just cooperate and don't say anything. After saying that, she walked quickly forward. Her slender and graceful back revealed a touch of coldness at the moment, and she looked surprisingly handsome. Song Yang looked at her back and shrugged helplessly. Fine, you like acting, right, so act. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yang, who was carrying shopping bags all over his body, came up to him with an expression of admiration. Brother Song, I want to ask you a question. Zhang Yang said with a sincere face. Go ahead. Feeling the other person's respectful attitude, Song Yang was a little flattered. Zhang Yang's eyes shone with light as he asked sincerely, "Brother Song, how did your girlfriend train you?" "Teach me." Song Yang scratched his head, suddenly embarrassed. Seeing him like this, Zhang Yang thought he didn't want to teach him, and immediately begged. "Brother Song, if you have a trick, please teach me, I beg you. You can see for yourself, my Dingting doesn't know how to care for people at all, unlike your wife, who is gentle and caring." He had already said it very tactfully. His girlfriend, Lu Tingting, not only didn't know how to care for people, she also hit people without mercy. The most important thing is that his girlfriend is from the Sichuan Chongqing area in the southwest, and she is a veritable Sichuan Chongqing tyrant. Her classic catchphrase is, "I'm from Sichuan, the land of mountains." Unlike Su Yan, she is gentle and intellectual, sensible, and caring. What man wouldn't want a girlfriend like that? Alas! Song Yang patted him on the shoulder sympathetically, looking quite helpless. "Buddy, it's all fate, just accept it." With that, he walked on. He doesn't have any methods for training women, it's just that Su Yan likes acting. Chapter 24, What's This No Marriage Doctrine? After another half hour, the two women finally finished their shopping trip with a sense of dissatisfaction. At this moment, Zhang Yang was exhausted. He directly collapsed on the ground, surrounded by shopping bags. Song Yang, of course, was not as miserable as him, because Su Yan helped to share the burden, so he did not feel too tired. "Okay, Zhang Yang, Song Yang, you two carry all the things we bought to the car, and we sisters will wait for you here with milk tea." Lu Tingting took Su Yan's arm and said contentedly to the two men, "Finally, we're free." Zhang Yang let out a long breath of relief. He felt that accompanying his girlfriend on a shopping trip was even more tiring than going to work. Fortunately, it was finally over. Su Yan had originally wanted to help Song Yang carry the shopping bags to the underground parking lot together, but Song Yang had politely declined. Although Su Yan had bought quite a lot, he was able to carry all the shopping to the underground car park by himself. There was no need for Su Yan to follow him. After the two men left, Lu Tingting took Su Yan by the hand and walked into a milk tea shop. The two ordered 2 cups of milk tea and found a corner seat. At this time, apart from the two of them, there were no other customers in the shop, which looked quite deserted. "After shopping for so long, I'm thirsty." Lu Tingting took a sip of her milk tea, and then gave a satisfied expression. "Yes, it's been a long time since we had such a good time shopping." Su Yan also softly sighed. "By the way, Su Yan, tell me more about your husband." Lu Tingting suddenly became interested again and said enthusiastically, "What do you want to hear?" Su Yan held her cup, with a straw in her delicate mouth, sipping her milk tea. "Su Yan, I just want to ask, since you've liked your husband Song Yang since college, why have you been telling people for so many years that you're a non-marriage advocate?" Lu Tingting looked curious. Su Yan thought for a moment before speaking softly, "Tingting, actually, I didn't like him in college." "If not in college, then when?" Lu Tingting froze for a moment before asking. Su Yan gave a gentle smile, her face showing a look of reminiscence. "Actually, I liked him when I was 10 years old." 10 years old? Lu Tingting's eyes widened in disbelief. She never expected that her sister, whom she had known for so many years and who had always professed a non-marriage doctrine, had actually always had a favorite boy in her heart. This news was simply too explosive for her. Who would have thought that her sister, who professed a non-marriage doctrine, had always had someone she liked? "Then why did you say before that you were a non-marriage doctrine?" Lu Tingting was confused and couldn't figure it out at all. Su Yandong paused for a moment before telling Lu Tingting the whole story of her relationship with Song Yang, including the fact that she had approached Zhang Qiuyu in college because of Song Yang, including the fake marriage this time. She told her everything. She wasn't worried that Lu Tingting would leak it because the two were best friends, knew each other inside out, and trusted each other completely. The reason she told Song Yang to keep up the act in front of Lu Tingting in the underground parking lot earlier, it was just because she purely wanted to have an intimate encounter with Song Yang in an open and above-board manner. Moreover, she had actually lied to Song Yang. Lu Tingting had actually never been to her manor, and she did not know Uncle Li or the nanny at home at all. After a long time, when she had told everything, Lu Tingting had already been shocked, with her mouth wide open and a shocked expression on her face. So this Song Yang was actually Zhang Qiuyu's husband? She just lent him to you to get married? Lu Tingting still looked a bit unable to believe it. At this moment, she didn't know how to describe her feelings. She could only say, exploding. How could something like borrowing a husband happen to her? It's outrageous. Yes, Song Yang is actually Jiang Qiuyu's ex-husband. Su Yan nodded in acknowledgement. I'm going, Su Yan, I told you that with a woman like Jiang Qiuyu, how did you become best friends with her? It turns out you're after her husband. Lu Tingting looked at her sister and her face revealed a look of sudden realization. Before today, although she had never met Song Yang, she had met Jiang Qiuyu a few times before because Su Yan was best friends with her. She had wondered before how Su Yan had become best friends with a woman like Jiang Qiuyu, who had such a skewed outlook on life and was vain. Now she finally understood. It was all for the sake of each other's husband, Song Yang. That explained it. Su Yan nodded slightly, admitting with some embarrassment. After all, as best friends, it is indeed quite outrageous to be thinking about someone else's husband. Lu Tingting looked at Su Yan, as if she was meeting her for the first time, and for a long time, she couldn't help but sigh. Su Yan, you are also quite deep-hearted, you can actually like someone for 17 years. She finds it hard to believe in this era of fast food love. There is actually such pure love. That's 17 years. She can't imagine how much someone has to like someone else in order to like them for 17 years. And has remained single for the sake of the other person. She even went so far as to declare to the world that she was a non-marriage person. It wasn't until now that she suddenly realized that there is no such thing as a non-marriage person. It's just that they can't be with the person they like. That's why she declared to the world that she was a non-marriage person. Don't look at me like that, it feels weird and embarrassing. Sensing Lu Tingting's strange gaze, Su Yan's cheeks couldn't help but turn a little red. Lu Tingting's gaze was like she was looking at some rare animal. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Lu Tingting lifted her cup, took a sip of milk tea, and then asked. So what are you thinking now, is it to give Song Yang back to Jiang Qiuyu in 2 months? Su Yan lifted her pretty face and shook her head gently. Song Yang said that he would not get back married with Jiang Qiuyu, so I plan to pursue him in these 2 months. Good girl, sister. Lu Tingting patted her on the shoulder, agreeing wholeheartedly, if you like someone, go for it. You've liked him for 17 years, and if you let him go now, I'll look down on you. Lu Tingting thought of something and then changed the subject. And that Jiang Qiuyu, I don't think she's really suitable for Song Yang. You know, I saw her cuddling with several guys in a bar before, and she even kissed one of them in public. But she was your best friend at the time, so I didn't have the heart to speak ill of her in front of you. Since then, I've kept my distance from her. Lu Tingting's disgust at the mention of Jiang Qiuyu was unmistakable. However, Su Yan didn't seem surprised. In fact, I've heard all this before, which is why I feel so bad for Song Yang. He works so hard to earn a living for his family, and Jiang Qiuyu treats him like this. Thinking about Song Yang's life over the past 3 years, which was worse than a dog's, Su Yan couldn't help but feel heartbroken. That was the big boy she had been thinking about for the past 17 years. Jiang Qiuyu had actually treated Song Yang's feelings for her so badly. Song Yang must be very disappointed in that woman. Lu Tingting nodded in agreement. Yes, a good man like Song Yang was picked up by Jiang Qiuyu. She really got a great bargain, but it's a pity that she doesn't know how to cherish it. Chapter 25, This is how she likes Song Yang. Tingting, do you think I can make Song Yang like me? Su Yan raised her watery eyes, with a touch of sadness in her eyes. Looking at the beautiful-looking Su Yan in front of her, who was now wearing a worried expression, Lu Tingting felt a little helpless and a hint of a smile appeared on her face. Of course you can, you are Su Yan. The boys who chased after you were enough to form a reinforced company. Look at your face, what reason does Song Yang have not to like you? Lu Tingting spoke out to comfort her. She really couldn't imagine that Su Yan, who had once been surrounded by people and worshipped as a goddess. She is Su Yan, a girl who was once so confident, but now she is acting so inferior. To be honest, this is the first time that Lu Tingting has seen Su Yan so cautious and humble towards a man. Is this the lethal power of Baiyu Guang? She couldn't help but think this in her heart. But seeing Su Yan so inferior, she was really afraid that Su Yan would miss the relationship she had been waiting for 17 years because she was discouraged. So she continued to encourage Su Yan and cheer her on. Su Yan, you've liked him for 17 years, and now you finally have this opportunity, so you can't be timid, just go for it. A woman like Jiang Qiuyu can be with Song Yang, so what's wrong with you? Hearing this, Su Yan's eyes sparkled a little, and her gaze gradually became determined, and she nodded emphatically. Well, I can't let this opportunity pass me by. Even if I fail, I have to be brave and fight for it once. This time, I don't want to miss him again. Yes, that's the right way to think. You are Su Yan, you have money and good looks, you can easily find a man to fall for you. You can definitely get Song Yang. Thank you, Ting Ting, after chatting with you today, I feel much more at ease. Su Yan gave a soft smile. It's nothing, if it were me, I would do whatever it takes to get the man I like. Lu Tingting waved her hand nonchalantly and then teased, Su Yan, when you are really married to Song Yang, just remember to give me a big red envelope. Su Yan was amused by her and couldn't help but fantasize about the day when she really married Song Yang. If that day ever came, she would be willing to do anything. Well, when I marry Song Yang, I will definitely give you a big red envelope. Su Yan nodded emphatically, her pretty face beaming like a flower. What are you talking about, so happy? At this time, Song Yang and Zhang Yan walked into the store together. Seeing the two women smiling so happily, Zhang Yang curiously asked. Nothing. Su Yan glanced at Song Yang, her pretty face slightly red. Suddenly, she shifted her gaze a little unnaturally. Seeing her sister-in-law show the shy look, Lu Tingting couldn't help but smile a little. Having known each other for so many years, this was the first time she had seen Su Yan look shy. How should I put it, it's quite refreshing. Soon, Song Yang and Zhang Yang took their seats. Song Yang was holding a snack in his hand and was eating it with relish. Is this stinky tofu? Su Yan couldn't help but come over and take a few glances at it, seeing how Song Yang was eating it so deliciously. Song Yang said with a smile while eating the stinky tofu, yes, I was a bit hungry downstairs just now, and I saw that they were selling stinky tofu, so I went and bought a serving to eat. I was going to bring you each a piece, but Yang said you don't like stinky tofu, so I only bought one. Lu Tingting nodded gently, Yang is right, we really don't like stinky tofu. She doesn't like stinky tofu because she simply doesn't like the taste. Su Yan doesn't like stinky tofu because she is a rich and beautiful woman who rarely eats these street snacks. Stinky tofu is just one of them. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she saw Su Yan across the table staring at Song Yang with a coquettish tone, saying, Honey, can I have some? Then Lu Tingting saw Song Yang pick up a piece of stinky tofu and feed it to Su Yan. Su Yan opened her mouth wide, took a bite, and then happily began eating. A happy smile immediately spread across her pretty face. Seeing this, Lu Tingting froze for a moment. She watched Su Yan, who was happy and contented because of a piece of stinky tofu. She didn't expect that Su Yan, who had previously sneered at these street snacks, was now eating so happily. Was this still Su Yan? In front of Song Yang, she really was very different from her usual self. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but look at Song Yang. Now she understood. Su Yan didn't dislike eating stinky tofu, she just didn't like eating stinky tofu that wasn't fed to her by Song Yang. Lu Tingting felt a little helpless, and she shook her head with a light smile. The Su Yan in front of her looked exactly like a little girl in love. Where was the aloofness of the former marriage-averse person? Is it delicious? At the same time, Song Yang was also a little stunned as he watched Su Yan eat with relish. Zhang Yang had clearly told him that neither Su Yan nor Lu Tingting liked stinky tofu. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bought just one serving. It's delicious, I want more. Su Yan nodded, her eyes shining, her expression overflowing with pleasure. Okay. Song Yang had to feed her again, while casting a puzzled glance at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang was scratching his head at this point, also feeling a bit puzzled. He clearly remembered that his girlfriend, Lu Tingting, had told him that neither she nor Su Yan liked stinky tofu. Especially Su Yan, who had always stayed away from street food like stinky tofu. But why is Su Yan eating it so happily now? He looked at his girlfriend in puzzlement, wanting an answer. Lu Tingting glared at him and said in a bad mood, What are you looking at? You see how Song Yang knows to buy his wife food, but you don't even buy me any? Zhang Yang suddenly felt embarrassed, and with a sheepish expression, he asked, Tingting, didn't you say you didn't like stinky tofu? Then you wouldn't buy anything else? Seeing that he still dared to argue back, Lu Tingting immediately retorted, looking menacing. Zhang Yang was at a loss for words and could only admit defeat and beg for mercy. Tingting, I was wrong, I'll go buy it for you later. Go now. Now. Zhang Yang looked a little embarrassed. Tingting, I just sat down, and I'm still. Counting to 3. As soon as Lu Tingting raised a finger, Zhang Yang immediately got scared and got up and ran out of the milk tea shop. Song Yang, on the other hand, watched Zhang Yang's disheveled back as he left, and then looked at Lu Tingting, who was sitting across from him, leisurely drinking her milk tea. TSK, the Sichuan and Chongqing Tyrannosaurus, as the saying goes, is truly living up to its reputation. Time quickly passed and it was 1 p.m. The two had originally planned to go out to eat together, but after Lu Tingting received a phone call, she said she had to go back first because of something urgent. So, after saying their goodbyes, they went their separate ways. Chapter 26. No need to keep kissing someone's cold ass with a warm face. After returning to the manor, Su Yan went upstairs to take a shower. After walking around for the whole morning, she had sweated a bit and felt very uncomfortable. Song Yang was sitting on the first floor, eating watermelon and enjoying the air conditioning. Doo was munching on the watermelon when the phone on the table he was sitting on suddenly rang. Song Yang picked up the phone and saw that it was his father calling. Hello, Dad. Song Yang answered the phone. Son, you're not busy these days, are you? A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the line. Dad, I'm not busy these days. Why? Song Yang put down the watermelon in his hand and asked curiously. Song Qingshan said slowly, it's like this, son. Your mother just called your mother-in-law and heard that your father-in-law is going to have an operation soon. If you and your wife aren't busy, you should go and see him together. Upon hearing this, Song Yang fell silent, and only spoke after a long pause. Dad, Jiang Qiuyu and I have divorced. What? Divorced? Song Qingshan was shocked. What? My son is divorced? Give me the phone. A middle-aged woman's voice suddenly came over the phone, and Song Qingshan's phone was snatched away. Son, you and Qiuyu have divorced? Song Yang's mother, Zhang Xiulan, asked incredulously over the phone. Yes, Mom, I've divorced her. Why, son? Mom, there's no reason. I just don't think we're a good match and can't get along. Zhang Xiulan was silent for a long time at the other end of the line. After a long while, she sighed as if resigned to her fate. Okay, son, if you've divorced her, just do it. As long as you're happy. Song Yang reassured her, Mom, I'm doing fine now, so don't worry. Okay. Zhang Xiulan's tone betrayed a hint of helplessness, and she then asked, so what about your father-in-law? Mom, Jiang Qiuyu and I are divorced, and her father needs an operation, so of course I can't go. Since he's divorced Jiang Qiuyu, there's no need for him to stick his nose in where it doesn't belong. Sigh, okay. Mom, you and Dad take care of your health, and I'll go back to visit you in a while. Okay, I understand. Soon, the phone hung up. Song Yang let out a small sigh of relief. For the past few days, he hadn't really been able to think of a way to tell his family about his divorce. Today, he finally got it out. However, he didn't tell the old couple that he was now married again. Because in his opinion, his marriage to Su Yan was just a transaction. They would divorce in 2 months. Naturally, there was no need to tell the old couple, and it would be troublesome to explain. As for Jiang Qiuyu's father's illness and the need for surgery, it was no longer his concern. Jiang Qiuyu's parents had never been happy with him as a son-in-law, and they didn't like him very much either. It was fortunate that he didn't have to stick his neck out for them this time. Back when he and Jiang Qiuyu first started talking about marriage. In order to make Song Yang give up on Jiang Qiuyu's parents directly proposed a 300,000 yuan bride price. Back then, Song Yang, for the sake of his so-called love, insisted that his parents and relatives and friends borrow the 300,000 yuan together. This is how he married Jiang Qiuyu. In recent years, although Song Yang has also been paying off the debt, most of it has been paid off by the elderly couple in his family. And Jiang Qiuyu, whom he married with half his life, has not fulfilled her duty as a daughter-in-law in front of the elderly couple in the past 3 years. In the past 3 years, she has never once returned to her parents' hometown with him. Every holiday, she goes to her parents' home to keep them company, just as Jiang Qiuyu wants. Fortunately, Song Yang has a younger sister who goes home to keep her parents company during the holidays, so the old couple are not too lonely. Thinking about this, Song Yang feels a wave of guilt. As a son, he feels that he has let his parents down. But now that they are divorced, he has nothing to do with Jiang Qiuyu's family. Meanwhile, in the Xinning residential area. In the living room, Jiang Qiuyu is sitting on the sofa, slowly eating her breakfast. She went to her sister Li Qiuya's birthday party last night and played all night, returning to bed only at dawn. She has only just woken up now. As the maid is at home cleaning up, she asked her to make her breakfast. Otherwise, she would have to order takeaway. Miss Jiang, I finished cleaning up, I'll go back first, I'll come back in the afternoon to cook dinner for you. A middle-aged woman walked out of the kitchen, carrying a garbage bag. Okay, Yang Jia, you can go back first. Jiang Qiuyu looked up at her and nodded slightly. Then the nanny left with the garbage bag. Jiang Qiuyu continued eating her breakfast when her mobile phone, which she had casually thrown on the sofa, suddenly rang. Jiang Qiuyu picked up the phone and saw that it was her mother calling. Hello, Mom, what's wrong? Jiang Qiuyu answered the phone. Qiuyu, your father has been diagnosed with stomach cancer at the hospital, and he is now hospitalized. Lu Chuanmei's voice was hoarse with tears, and her tone was a little urgent. Stomach cancer? Jiang Qiuyu's eyes widened suddenly, and the chopsticks in her hand dropped to the ground with a clatter. Yes, the doctor said it was stomach cancer. Mom, is my father's illness serious? Jiang Qiuyu was already a little panicked. Lu Chunmei sighed. The doctor said that your father's stomach cancer was fortunately discovered early, and it is now in the early stages, so all that is needed is surgery. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiuyu let out a long sigh of relief. Really? That's good. Yes, the doctor said that the surgery would cost about 100,000 yuan, and they also recommended that we go to a big hospital for the surgery. I discussed it with your father and decided to come to Xinjiang City for the surgery. It just so happens that you and Song Yang are also in Xinjiang City, so you can take care of things. Lu Chunmei paused for a moment, and then said, Qiuyu, it's just the money for the surgery. You can ask Song Yang if he's willing to pay for it. Our family really doesn't have any money left. Mom, don't worry, money is not a problem. When are you coming? Your father and I will come the day after tomorrow. Okay, Mom, when you come, call me and I'll pick you up. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Qiuyu finally felt relieved. However, looking at the breakfast on the table, she had no mood to eat anymore. The surgery costs about 100,000 yuan, and I only have 60,000 yuan on me now. Money is not a problem, as long as I can get an advance from Su Yan for the remaining 700,000 yuan. She originally had about 100,000 yuan on hand, but when she was shopping yesterday, she really couldn't resist and bought another bag and 2 beautiful dresses, spending a total of 40,000 yuan. This resulted in her only having about 60,000 yuan on hand. However, she was not at all panicked, because Su Yan still owed her 700,000 yuan in remuneration. She could ask Su Yan for an advance, and even if she couldn't get the 700,000 yuan, it would be no problem to ask for a few tens of thousands of yuan in advance. It was just Song Yang's matter that gave her some headache. This guy, I don't know if he has calmed down or not. Now that her parents are coming to Xinjiang City for surgery, Song Yang, as a son-in-law, can't just stay out of it, right? Let's give him a call. Chapter 27, Pregnant? Let's do a paternity test. Jiang Qiuyu dialed Song Yang's phone number with a nervous heart. However, after a few seconds, she realized that her phone number was still blocked by the other party. Song Yang, you're still in the mood, aren't you? Jiang Qiuyu's eyebrows were raised in anger. It's been a few days, and Song Yang still blocked her. She took a few deep breaths to calm herself down. After a moment's thought, she had no choice but to dial Su Yan's phone number. After a while, the phone was finally answered. Su Yan, is Song Yang by your side? Give him the phone, I need to talk to him. Jiang Qiuyu said directly to the point. Oh, okay, just a moment. On the other end of the line, Su Yan had just finished taking a shower and seemed a little reluctant, but she went downstairs anyway and handed the phone to Song Yang. What is it? Soon, Song Yang's indifferent voice came through the phone, his tone full of undisguised impatience. Song Yang, you're never going to stop, are you? How long are you going to stay angry? Hearing Song Yang's cold voice, Jiang Qiuyu was furious. In the past, whenever she called Song Yang, he answered within 24 hours. But now, Song Yang had blocked her number for so many days, and she had been unable to get through. It was hard enough to get Song Yang to answer the phone, and now he was being so impatient with her. How could she not be angry? Jiang Qiuyu, if you have something to say, just say it, if not, I'm hanging up. Song Yang's voice was light and emotionless. Wait. Although she was very angry, Jiang Qiuyu decided to hold back for a while and get down to business first. As for Song Yang, she would deal with him after they got back together. Song Yang, my father has stomach cancer and needs to have an operation at a hospital here in Xinjiang City. Talk to Su Yan and come back to stay for a while. Take care of my father until he is discharged from the hospital before you go back. Jiang Qiuyu said matter-of-factly, with an air of natural superiority in her tone. Jiang Qiuyu, I remember what I told you, we are divorced. What does your father's illness have to do with me? How can you expect me to take care of him? Song Yang said without mercy. Song Yang, you're turning the world upside down, how dare you say such things to my father? Jiang Qiuyu gritted her teeth in anger, her whole body began to tremble, but she could only take deep breaths to calm the raging anger inside her. You said it yourself, that's your father, what does it have to do with me? You take care of yourself, don't even think about asking me to take care of him. Song Yang, I've given you face, right? I've spoken to you nicely, but you won't listen, and you force me to swear at you, right? Jiang Qiuyu was so angry that she couldn't hold back and directly swore. Jiang Qiuyu, are you sick in the head? I've told you 1,000 times, we're divorced, can't you understand what people are saying? Are your 2 ears just for show? Song Yang was also very rude and directly retorted. Fine, Song Yang, it seems you are determined not to get back married, right? Yes, no more marriage, whoever gets back married is a son of a bitch. Seeing Song Yang's resolute attitude, Jiang Qiuyu finally realized that Song Yang really did not intend to get back married to her. However, she was not at all panicked. Song Yang, I'm pregnant, you're not getting back married, right? You don't want the baby, right? Jiang Qiuyu directly revealed her trump card. She just didn't believe that Song Yang could be so stubborn as to refuse to remarry her after learning that she was pregnant with his child. After all, Song Yang had always wanted a child. And Song Yang's parents had always hoped that she would bear the Song family a descendant. With this child, Song Yang would have no choice but to submit to her and come running over to apologize and beg her to remarry, right? Humph. Let you be arrogant. Now he has to meekly admit defeat. Thinking this, Jiang Qiuyu touched her stomach, feeling a little better, with a triumphant expression on her face. Hearing her words, Song Yang fell silent at the other end of the line. After a long while, Song Yang slowly spoke, his voice still cold. Pregnant, is that right? Fine, when the baby is born, I will take it for a paternity test. If it's mine, I'll raise it. As for getting back married, Jiang Qiuyu, don't even think about it for the rest of your life. Song Yang's tone was as resolute as ever, and his attitude was still incredibly strong. Now he had seen through Jiang Qiuyu's true character completely. There was no way he would repeat his past mistakes. Trying to hold him back with the child is wishful thinking. Song Yang, you bastard. Jiang Qiuyu's eyes suddenly widened, and she angrily cursed, what kind of person do you take me for? You even want to take the child for a paternity test? You actually suspect me of cheating? Jiang Qiuyu was extremely angry. At the same time, at this moment, she was also a little panicked. After all, she couldn't guarantee that the child was Song Yang's. What if it wasn't? Wouldn't a paternity test reveal the truth? Jiang Qiuyu, I have made myself very clear. The child is mine and I will raise it, but there is no way I will remarry you. If the child is not mine, then I'm sorry, but please don't harass me again. Song Yang, do you believe that I will have an abortion right now? Jiang Qiuyu was so angry that her face was distorted and her voice became shrill. Then go ahead and have an abortion. I'm not sure if the child is mine anyway. Song Yang said nonchalantly. Song Yang, you bastard. Jiang Qiuyu could no longer hold back her anger, her face turning pale with rage, and she slammed the phone down on the ground. Poor phone, it cracked in half. Jiang Qiuyu was still not satisfied, and she got up and overturned the coffee table, scattering the breakfast on the table all over the floor. Even after that, Jiang Qiuyu was still seething with anger, so she picked up a cushion from the sofa and smashed it against the wall. Then, a wave of grievance washed over her. She then sat down on the sofa and burst into tears. Oh, you bastard, Song Yang, how could you have gotten so angry with me? Jiang Qiuyu's tears fell like rain, and she kept sobbing. In the past, Song Yang had always treated her like a princess, and he had never dared to speak to her loudly, unlike now when he had made her so angry. This made her, who had always been used to being spoiled, feel aggrieved in an instant. Oh, Qiuyu, what's wrong with you? At that moment, the door suddenly opened, and Li Qiuyu walked in. She looked at the mess on the floor and Jiang Qiuyu, who was crying her eyes out. She was momentarily stunned. Qiuyu, I'm so sad that you've come, Song Yang has changed, oh no. Jiang Qiuyu looked up at her sister, her face covered in tears. She was crying her heart out. What's wrong, Qiuyu? Li Qiuyu hurried over and sat down next to her. Jiang Qiuyu immediately threw herself into her arms and burst into tears. Li Qiuyu had no choice but to keep patting her back to comfort her. Oh no, Song Yang is such an asshole, I'm pregnant and he's still so angry with me. Jiang Xiuyu couldn't stop sobbing, cursing Song Yang angrily. It's okay, don't cry, Xiuyu. Seeing her emotional state, Li Qiuyang had no choice but to patiently comfort her. After a long while, Jiang Xiuyu gradually stopped crying. Chapter 28 Su Yan, at worst, I'll raise the child with him. Xiuyu, tell me what happened. Li Qiuya saw that her emotions had finally calmed down, so she curiously asked. Qiuya, Song Yang is an asshole. Jiang Qiuyu said sadly while wiping away her tears. Qiuya, Song Yang really doesn't want to get back married with me, sob. Then mention the child to him, he will definitely get back married with you after having a child. Li Qiuya said. Jiang Qiuyu cried with a face full of grievances. I mentioned it, but he said that even if I got pregnant, he would not get back married to me. And after the baby is born, he wants to take the baby for a paternity test. Oh, he doesn't even believe me. Until this moment, Jiang Qiuyu was completely panicked. She originally thought that Song Yang was just angry when he blocked her and that he would immediately come to apologize to her after a while. And then immediately get back married to her. After all, Song Yang loved her so much before, how could he not want to remarry her? But now, Song Yang's tough attitude has finally made her give up hope. It turns out that Song Yang is not angry, he really doesn't plan to remarry her. The thought of this made her panic. She just wanted a fake divorce, she didn't want to make a fake situation real. What made her panic even more was that Song Yang even wanted to do a paternity test. If the test shows that the child is not Song Yang's, Song Yang will definitely leave them alone. Then they will be orphans, and she will be alone. How can she raise a child? The more she thinks about it, the more panic Jiang Qiuyu feels. Alas! It seems that he is determined not to get back together with you. Li Qiuya sighed deeply. She didn't expect Song Yang to be so resolute. Even if Jiang Qiuyu got pregnant, Song Yang would never get back together with her. It seems that Song Yang has really given up on Jiang Qiuyu. Qiuyu, what should I do? Jiang Qiuyu looked at her sister with tearful eyes. At the moment, she was at her wit's end. Qiuyu, I know you're anxious, but don't worry. Li Qiuyang frowned and thought for a moment before saying. Qiuyu, let's do this, let's find an opportunity to have a good chat with Song Yang tomorrow, and talk to him face to face. After all, no matter what, you are pregnant, and I don't believe he is really so cold-blooded and heartless. Okay, I'll listen to you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiuyu patted her own stomach. The thought that she was still pregnant gave her some confidence. Right, Qiuya, my father is coming to Qingjiang City for surgery, and they don't know that I divorced Song Yang yet. If Song Yang doesn't show up this time, I don't know how I'm going to tell my parents. Thinking about this, Jiang Qiuyu couldn't help but panic a little. If Song Yang doesn't show up, then their fake divorce will be exposed. It's okay, Qiuyu. Just talk to him properly when you meet tomorrow. After all, you're pregnant with his child, and your father is also his father-in-law, so he definitely won't just ignore it. Li Qiuya patted the back of her hand, soothing her with a soft voice. Jiang Qiuyu nodded deeply, and her heart gradually eased. Then Qiuya, give me your phone, I'll call Su Yan and make an appointment to meet with Song Yang tomorrow. Where's your phone? Although Li Qiuya was a little suspicious, she took her phone out of her bag and handed it to her. I dropped my phone just now, so I'll go out and buy a new one this afternoon. Hasn't Apple released a new phone recently? I'll go buy one in a bit. Okay. Manor, Villa. The phone rang again. Song Yang and Su Yan, who were sitting on the sofa, looked at their phones at the same time. Su Yan picked up her phone and saw that it was a strange number, so she answered it. Hello, Su Yan, please tell Song Yang that I want to meet with him tomorrow and have a good chat. Jiang Qiuyu didn't waste any time and got straight to the point. Oh, okay, I'll ask him. Su Yan put the phone down, looked at Song Yang, and was about to speak when Song Yang nodded. Okay, tell her to send me her location. Song Yang didn't refuse because he really felt the need to have a good chat with Jiang Qiuyu face to face. After all, the other person was pregnant. If the child was his, Song Yang would of course be responsible for the child, and of course, he would only be responsible for the child. The adult has nothing to do with him. Soon. The call ended. Su Yan looked at Song Yang's expressionless profile and hesitated, but she couldn't hold back and asked. Song Yang, is Jiang Qiuyu really pregnant? Song Yang nodded, I think she is pregnant. Su Yan hesitated for a moment, her expression a little apprehensive, and asked, so what do you think? She was really afraid that Song Yang would change his attitude and continue to remarry Jiang Qiuyu because she was pregnant. In that case, she would have no chance. She was not afraid of Song Yang having a child. At worst, she and Song Yang would raise the child together. If Song Yang didn't want to raise the child and was only willing to pay child support, she could also pay child support. It wasn't like there was a lot of money anyway. She was just afraid that if Song Yang remarried, she would have no chance at all. Song Yang shook his head gently, his attitude unchanged. If she's pregnant, so be it. It's not even certain if it's mine. If it is, I'll raise the child, but I won't get back married. Song Yang remained calm. To him, raising a child was the most he could do. As for getting back married, that was out of the question. I see. Su Yan let out a small sigh of relief. As long as Song Yang doesn't get back married, then everything is fine. Then she still has a chance. That's right. Su Yan couldn't help but ask, remembering something, why did you want to do a paternity test? Do you also suspect her of cheating? Upon hearing this, Song Yang shook his head lightly and let out a bitter laugh, as if he were laughing at himself. I don't know if she's cheated on me, but I've seen her flirting with other people online before, and then she deleted those people in front of my face, so I let it go. Song Yang thought about the once humble self he once was, and he wanted to slap himself a few times. Back then, Jiang Qiuyu was messing around with other people online, and he caught her. Jiang Qiuyu said it was nothing, and at that time, he actually believed her. Even his colleagues said that he didn't believe his wife when they saw her cuddling up to someone else in a nightclub. He always firmly believed that Jiang Qiuyu would never do anything to betray him. Now when he thinks back, he simply feels that he was the one who suffered the injustice. What a fool! But he understands very well. In fact, at that time, he was not stupid, he just didn't want to believe it. Or rather, he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, so he had always harbored a glimmer of hope. But now, they were divorced. He no longer blindly trusted Jiang Qiuyu. Naturally, he wanted to do a paternity test. Su Yan hesitated for a moment, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she said, actually, I have heard that she has been having an affair with many men, so I also suggest that you do a paternity test. Although Su Yan felt that it was not good to speak ill of others behind their backs, Song Yang himself was already suspicious, so there was no need for her to hide it anymore. Moreover, she really didn't want to see the boy she liked being kept in the dark by that woman, Jiang Qiuyu. She wanted Song Yang to see more clearly what kind of person Jiang Qiuyu was and not to be Jiang Qiuyu's fool anymore. She didn't want Song Yang to continue being deceived by Jiang Qiuyu. Chapter 29 Chapter 29 You are attentive, you are gentle, and you are mature. Well, I know, thank you. Song Yang nodded and said softly. It's okay, what's there to be thankful for? Su Yan smiled lightly and didn't care. Song Yang looked at the understanding Su Yan and thought to himself, they are both best friends, how can there be such a big difference? If Jiang Qiuyu were as mature and sensible as Su Yan, that would be great. Thinking about this, Song Yang suddenly seemed to realize something, and couldn't help but say. Right, Su Yan, can I ask you a question? What is it? Su Yan was slightly taken aback, and her bright eyes looked over curiously. Song Yang's expression was slightly puzzled. I want to ask, since you have always been very clear about what kind of person Jiang Qiuyu is, then how can you put up with her and remain best friends with her? He suddenly realized a problem, and that was that Su Yan in front of him was a completely different person with a completely different personality from Jiang Qiuyu. But it was these two people with very different personalities who ended up being best friends. This was quite unbelievable. Ah, why did you suddenly ask that? Su Yan froze for a moment, and a flash of panic instantly flashed in her eyes. It's just that it suddenly seems very strange. You and Jiang Qiuyu are completely different people, so why can you still hang out together and be best friends who can talk about anything? Song Yang looked at her, a little confused. Of course it's for you. Su Yan thought to herself, but on the surface she didn't know how to answer this question, and could only stammer and change the subject. So in your eyes, what kind of person am I? She lifted her watery eyes and looked at the boy she liked. At this moment, she inexplicably became a little nervous. At the same time, a feeling of anticipation rose in her heart. Because she really wanted to know what kind of girl she was in Song Yang's eyes. Song Yang thought for a moment, then smiled and replied. In my eyes, you are different from Jiang Qiuyu. You are gentle, considerate, attentive, mature, independent, sensible, tolerant, empathetic, kind-hearted, responsible, and you have a positive outlook on life. You are emotionally stable, self-respecting, and... Song Yang suddenly noticed as he spoke that Su-Yan's face, which was soft and pretty, gradually flushed with 2 shades of light red. Then, she lowered her head with some avoidance in her eyes. You're talking nonsense. I'm not as good as you say I am. Su-Yan pursed her lips tightly, but the corners of her mouth could not help but lift up, and they could not be suppressed. Her watery eyes were also sparkling and shining at the moment. Is she really that good in Song Yang's eyes? Is that really how he thinks of me? Su-Yan was overjoyed. She couldn't have been happier. I'm serious, you're completely different from Jiang Qiuyu, so I'm really curious, how did you become best friends with her? Song Yang just found it strange. As Jiang Qiuyu's ex-husband, he couldn't stand Jiang Qiuyu, so how did Su-Yan put up with her? Su-Yan still buried her head, afraid to look at Song Yang, and afraid to let her shy appearance be exposed to him. I was just about to explain when she didn't know how to explain. Miss, young master, this is the juice and pastries that Butler Lee asked me to prepare for you. A nanny was seen carrying 2 glasses of juice and several pastries, and she walked over inopportunely. She broke the atmosphere of the scene. Song Yang was suddenly attracted to her attention. Perhaps he felt thirsty, so he picked up the glass and started drinking the juice. Su-Yan quietly let out a sigh of relief. She looked up and touched her cheeks, which were burning. Needless to say, she was blushing. I need to go to the bathroom first. Su-Yan left a sentence and then got up and hurriedly went upstairs, not daring to stay any longer. Song Yang looked at her back, and although he felt strange, he didn't say much. After going upstairs, Su-Yan entered the room and then closed the door, leaning her back against it. Suddenly, she couldn't help but cover her face and laugh out of joy. Ah, Song Yang really thinks I'm that good. In her eyes, am I really that much better than Jiang Qiuyu? Ah, I'm so happy. After Su-Yan went upstairs, Song Yang sat alone on the first floor, drinking juice while planning his future life. He had just gotten divorced a few days ago, and Song Yang was in a state of total despair. He had an indifferent attitude towards everything. It wasn't until today that Jiang Qiuyu mentioned the child to him. Only then did he begin to realize that in the future, he might not be alone. Perhaps there might be a child. He himself didn't mind being alone and could just mope around. But if there was a child, it would be different. That was why he wanted to start planning his future life. First and foremost, the most important thing at the moment was to help Su-Yan get her inheritance and complete his task. Then 2 months later, he will retire and divorce Su-Yan. As for getting back together with Jiang Qiuyu, that's impossible. At most, after the baby is born, if the paternity test confirms that the child is indeed his, he will just raise the child. He would rather raise the child on his own and be a single father. He has no intention of getting back together with Jiang Qiuyu. Another thing is that he is currently unemployed, and after being separated from Su-Yan for 2 months, he still needs to find a job. In case the child in Jiang Qiuyu's belly is really his, he will have some sort of protection. As for finding a girlfriend and getting remarried, Song Yang's idea is to go with the flow. First of all, he is now a divorced man, and he may have to bring up a child. And he is not young anymore, almost 30. Under these conditions, finding a girlfriend is really a bit difficult. Even if he goes on a blind date, it is estimated that it will be difficult for a woman to fancy him. Therefore, regarding the matter of finding a girlfriend and getting remarried, his thoughts were that it would be best if he could find one, but if he couldn't, it didn't matter, he could just live alone. After thinking about this, Song Yang suddenly revealed a smile, full of hope for his future life. Because he knew very well that in his future, there would be no more Jiang Qiuyu. However, in the next 2 months after marrying Su-Yan, it seemed like I didn't have to do anything, which was a bit boring. When I was with Jiang Qiuyu before, he was busy as a dog every day. Now that he is with Su-Yan, he is so idle. This has led to Song Yang feeling a bit bored, with too much free time, which is dull and tedious. It seems that I need to find something to do for myself. Song Yang fell into thought, and he decided to find something to do for himself. At 6 p.m., the sun was gradually setting. In the spacious and luxurious villa, Su-Yan finally came downstairs. Song Yang was sitting on the sofa watching short videos, and Su-Yan walked over and sat down next to him. Su-Yan glanced at Song Yang secretly, then sat up straight, cleared her throat, and said in all seriousness, "By the way, the reason I became best friends with Jiang Qiuyu is because she wasn't like this when I first became her best friend. She only became like this later, and now I gradually don't hang out with her much anymore." Song Yang turned his head to look at her beautiful profile, and a question mark slowly appeared on his head. Why did you suddenly say that? Song Yang looked puzzled. For no reason at all, Su Yan suddenly started talking about Jiang Qiuyu, which made him feel inexplicable. Su Yan tilted her head and looked at him, saying very seriously, "Didn't you ask me before why I became best friends with Jiang Qiuyu? I'm answering you now." This reason took her a long time to think of upstairs. Well, I was just asking casually. Song Yang couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He was just curious at the time, so he asked casually, and didn't care about it afterwards. Who would have thought that Su Yan would suddenly come and answer him after a 4-hour interval? If Su Yan hadn't mentioned it, he would have almost forgotten. Su Yan. It's a shame that she seriously thought about it for so long upstairs before coming up with such a reasonable reason. As a result, Song Yang didn't care at all. At this moment, she felt like vomiting blood. Oh yeah, I was just saying that casually too, huh? Su Yan casually picked up the glass on the table and took a sip of juice to hide her embarrassment. That's the one I drank. Song Yang couldn't help but remind her as he raised an eyebrow. Huh? I didn't notice, sorry. Su Yan froze for a moment, then sheepishly laughed, and then took a big sip before putting the glass back on the table. Song Yang? Just then, a nanny walked over and said respectfully to the two of them, "Miss, Master, dinner is ready." Su Yan immediately sat up straight and took the opportunity to wrap her arm around Song Yang's, making the two look close and intimate at the moment, instantly returning to the state of a couple. Okay, I got it. Then Su Yan gave a smile and nodded slightly to the maid, indicating that she could leave. Song Yang looked at her helplessly, thinking that she really is a drama queen. Chapter 30, I don't care about anyone in this world except Song Yang. It was 10 p.m., and the night was as still as water. In the spacious room, Su Yan, wearing a pajama, was lying on the soft bed, chatting with Lu Tingting on WeChat while holding her phone. Song Yang, meanwhile, was taking a shower in the bathroom. Ding dong. The phone rang, and Su Yan picked it up. It was a WeChat message from Lu Tingting. Lu Tingting, Su Yan, did you say that Jiang Qiuyu is pregnant? Just now, Su Yan already told Lu Tingting that Jiang Qiuyu is pregnant. This immediately shocked Lu Tingting, and she couldn't wait to send a message to ask. Su Yan, yes, she said she's pregnant. Su Yan typed a reply and sent it. Soon, Lu Tingting sent another message. Lu Tingting, so what do you think? Are you still going after Song Yang? She was curious to know whether Su Yan would still pursue Song Yang if she found out that he might have a child. Su Yan, of course I will. What if he has a child? We can raise the child together. Lu Tingting, okay, just as I expected. Lu Tingting was not surprised by her answer. After all, Song Yang was the man Su Yan had loved for 17 years. A child would not stop Su Yan from loving Song Yang. Su Yan, by the way, Tingting, Song Yang praised me today. He said I was better than Jiang Qiuyu, and that I was mature, gentle, and understanding. Just thinking about the images from when Song Yang praised her today made her blush and her heart flutter with joy. Of course, she couldn't wait to share such a happy thing with her sister. Lu Tingting, he really praised you like that, which means you made a good impression on Song Yang's heart. Sister, it seems that your pursuit of Song Yang has a high success rate. Lu Tingting seemed to be quite surprised by Song Yang's praise of Su Yan as well. Seeing the other person's reply, Su Yan's eyes lit up, and a smile could not be helped on her face. What girl wouldn't want to make a good impression on the boy she likes? Su Yan, really? Lu Tingting, of course it's true. Go for it, sister, and win Song Yang over soon. I'll drink to your wedding. Su Yan, I'll take your words as good luck. Lu Tingting, but, sister, you have to hurry. Jiang Qiuyu will definitely ask Song Yang to take her back. And now she's pregnant, I'm afraid Song Yang won't be able to resist her soft words and hard persuasion, and he might change his mind at any time. Upon hearing this news, Su Yan's eyebrows furrowed, and she immediately felt a sense of crisis. Yes, Jiang Qiuyu definitely won't let this go, and she will definitely pester Song Yang to get back together. Although Song Yang's attitude is very firm right now, he can't resist being pestered. And Jiang Qiuyu is pregnant right now, and since Song Yang used to love Jiang Qiuyu so much, the more she thinks about it, the more Su Yan panics. It seems that she needs to act quickly. She needs to make Song Yang fall in love with her sooner rather than later, and she can only feel at ease if Song Yang is hers alone. Su Yan, I know, Tingting, I will work hard and try to woo Song Yang sooner rather than later. Lu Tingting, I will keep an eye on your sister and help her win Song Yang. Let Jiang Qiuyu be sorry for what she has done. You will cherish the man she doesn't cherish for her. Su Yan, thank you, Tingting, I will work hard. Lu Tingting, sister, I really want to see you and Song Yang together sooner rather than later. Seeing this message, Su Yan was a little moved. If she could, she would also like to be with Song Yang as soon as possible. Because Song Yang is the boy she has dreamed of marrying since she was a child. Su Yan, Tingting, thank you for thinking so much about me. Lu Tingting, no, I can only feel at ease when I see you and Song Yang together. Otherwise, as the saying goes, guard against your best friend. Jiang Qiuyu couldn't guard you, I have to be careful. Su Yan. The moment of emotion just disappeared without a trace. Su Yan, don't worry, I only have feelings for Song Yang. Your family's Zhang Yang really isn't my type, so you don't need to guard against me. She thought about it for a moment, edited another message, and sent it. Su Yan, apart from Song Yang, I don't care about anyone else in the world. Lu Tingting, whoa, I was just joking, why are you taking it so seriously? Lu Tingting was a little speechless. She had just played a joke, and Su Yan immediately made her position clear, saying how much she loved Song Yang and that she could not do without him. It made her feel like she had been force-fed a mouthful of dog food. Just then, the sound of running water in the bathroom stopped. Su Yan looked up in the direction of the bathroom and knew that Song Yang had finished his shower. Su Yan, okay, I'm done. Song Yang is coming out. Lu Tingting, what are you afraid of? When he comes out, he won't be able to see our chat history. Su Yan, no, once Song Yang comes out, I won't want to chat with you anymore. My eyes will be on him, and I won't have time to look at my phone. Lu Tingting. What's this inexplicable feeling of being force-fed a mouthful of dog food? I'm so angry. At the same time, the bathroom door opened, and Song Yang, wearing a pajama, walked out. Su Yan looked at Song Yang, who had just taken a shower, and his body was clean and smelled good, making people want to get close to him. Especially that handsome face, no matter how you look at it, it's good looking. Humph. Apart from Song Yang, I really don't care about anyone else. Su Yan thought of what Lu Tingting had said, and couldn't help but think this in her heart. Still awake? Song Yang looked at Su Yan, who was sitting at the head of the bed, and asked casually. Not yet, it's still early, I can't sleep. Su Yan looked at him with a smile, as if she could never get enough of him. Song Yang nodded, without saying anything more, and walked over to his own sleeping platform and sat down. By the way, I may have to get up early for a morning run tomorrow morning. Don't worry, I'll be as careful as possible and won't disturb you. Song Yang turned his head and said to Su Yan. Song Yang had thought it through. He had nothing to do during the 2 months of his fake marriage to Su Yan. He couldn't just sit around. So he decided to find something to do for himself. Since he had decided not to sit around, he thought, and finally made up his mind to start exercising. In college, he actually had the habit of working out. At that time, he still had 8-pack abs, the hard kind. But since graduating and getting married, he has been busy with work, and at home he has to serve Jiang Qiuyu. So he has no time to work out. As a result, by now, he only has one abdominal muscle left, and it can't get hard anymore. But now he is living in the same room as Su Yan, so if he gets up early, he will inevitably wake Su Yan up, so he gives her a heads up in advance. So that the other person can be prepared. Morning run? Su Yan was taken aback, her expression a little surprised. She didn't understand, why did Song Yang suddenly want to get up early and go for a morning run when he was perfectly fine? Yes, about 8 o'clock. Don't worry, I'll try to avoid waking you up when I get up. Song Yang nodded. Why do you suddenly want to go for a morning run? Su Yan asked with a puzzled expression. Song Yang smiled, now that we're divorced, I want to find that old state of life again. Oh, I see. Su Yan nodded thoughtfully, then became a little excited. Can you take me with you? I want to go jogging too. You want to go jogging too? Song Yang was momentarily stunned, and when he turned to look at her, he saw that she didn't look like she was joking. He was a little puzzled, why do you suddenly want to go jogging too? Su Yan frowned and thought hard for a moment before saying, for good health. Yes, for good health. After thinking for a long time, she could only come up with such a lame reason. Of course, the real reason was, of course, for Song Yang. She was going to pursue Song Yang, so naturally she couldn't let go of any opportunity to be alone with him. Okay, then let's go for a morning run together tomorrow morning. Song Yang didn't really care about this. Well, it's settled then. A smile appeared on Su Yan's face. In fact, she had never liked various sports since she was young, and she especially didn't like working out. However, if it was for Song Yang's sake, then she would choose to go against the man. Chapter 31 Chapter 31 You look quite good with a ponytail. At 7 a.m., in the quiet room, a loud alarm suddenly went off. Song Yang slowly woke up, picked up his phone, and turned off the alarm. He looked over at the bed and saw that Su Yan had already been woken up, but after flipping over, she continued to sleep soundly. In fact, Song Yang originally did not plan to set an alarm, for fear of disturbing Su Yan. But then when he learned that Su Yan had decided to go jogging with him in the morning, he didn't have as many qualms. He rolled over and got up, saying to Su Yan, who was still under the covers, "If you still want to go jogging, you have to get up now. If you don't get up, I'll go by myself." He left a comment and went to the bathroom to wash up. Su Yan was drowsy and couldn't open her eyes, really sleepy, under the warm covers. There was nothing she could do about it. As a rich and beautiful woman, she didn't usually have to go to work, so she naturally didn't have the habit of waking up early. She slept until she naturally woke up every day. Getting up at 7 o'clock was really a bit too much for her. However, although she really wanted to sleep, the thought that she had to accompany Song Yang for a morning jog today made her get up very honestly. She lifted the quilt, sat up in bed, looked in the direction of the bathroom, and saw that Song Yang was already washing up inside. Su Yan yawned, looked out the window at the sky, and saw that the sun had just risen, and there was a sense of tranquility in the world. It was obviously still early, and it was a good time to take a nap. "I really want to sleep for a while." Su Yan's eyelids drooped, and a wave of sleepiness came over her, and she was about to fall asleep. "No, I have to go for a morning run with Song Yang later. Pull yourself together, Su Yan." Su Yan shook her head vigorously, then patted her cheeks to try to wake herself up. However, it didn't work, and she was still very sleepy. Until she pinched her thigh hard, which made her gasp in pain and woke her up immediately. Ouch! Su Yan rubbed her thigh, but it was worth it to be able to go for a morning run with Song Yang. Just the thought of going for a morning run with Song Yang later filled her with anticipation. 10 minutes later, Song Yang, who had finished washing up, went downstairs first and waited for Su Yan outside the villa. Under the morning sun, Song Yang stood on the roadside, moving his body while planning today's morning running route. Since Su Yan's manor was in the southern suburbs of Qingjiang City, it was surrounded by mountains and forests, and the surrounding roads were relatively deserted, with basically no cars. Just 2 kilometers to the west of the manor was a park. So Song Yang's idea was simple: run along the road to the park, run a few laps in the park, and then run back to the manor. Today's morning run plan is considered a complete success. Song Yang was moving his body when he suddenly heard a sweet and soft girl's voice. Song Yang turned his head and saw Su Yan standing at the entrance of the manor, her beautiful face beaming with a smile. With bright eyes staring straight at him, a little smile in her eyes. Su Yan was wearing a light green short-sleeved shirt today, with loose-fitting straight-leg white pants and a pair of white sneakers. The overall look had a refreshing feel that caught the eye. She was standing in the golden sunlight, looking refined and beautiful. Unlike before, today Su Yan has tied her long hair into a high ponytail. As she walks slowly, the high ponytail sways in the morning sun, looking very energetic and full of vitality. Today, she has less of the gentle and intellectual charm of a young lady, and is more of a sweet girl with youthful beauty. Looking at the beautiful girl in front of him, Song Yang can't help but become a little lost for a moment. Although he gets to see Su Yan's beauty every day, he is still amazed by this girl at the moment. Unfortunately, such a girl with a stunning appearance is actually a non-marriage advocate. She is destined to be a goddess that all men in the world cannot get in this life. Song Yang thought to himself, inexplicably feeling a little sorry. However, he then felt that it is quite good for a girl like Su Yan to remain single. Because after some thought, it seems that no man in this world is worthy of her beauty. No matter which man she was with, Song Yang felt that it would be a waste. Su Yan walked up to Song Yang and saw that he was slightly distracted. She couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Is my makeup not done well?" She thought that her makeup was not done well, and she immediately covered her face nervously, afraid that her ugly appearance would be exposed in front of Song Yang. She put on makeup because she wanted to look beautiful in front of the boy she liked. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough time, and she was afraid that Song Yang would get impatient waiting downstairs, so she could only put on a light makeup. "No, it's very well done." Song Yang snapped back to reality and nodded lightly. In fact, if Su Yan didn't say anything, he wouldn't have noticed that the other person had put on makeup. In fact, there wasn't much difference between Su Yan's natural appearance and her usual makeup. After all, she was extremely beautiful to begin with, and makeup could only be considered a slight icing on the cake. That's good. Su Yan let out a small sigh of relief. She suddenly noticed that you actually look quite good with your hair tied up in a ponytail. Song Yang noticed that Su Yan, in a different style, had a different kind of beauty. Really? Su Yan's eyes lit up, and the corner of her mouth couldn't help but lift up into a smile. In fact, she usually goes for a gentle and elegant style, and her hair is mostly left loose, looking intellectual and elegant. Today, because she had to go for a morning run, she had, for the first time ever, tied her hair up. In fact, this was the first time she had worn her hair in a ponytail in front of Song Yang. Unexpectedly, she even received praise from Song Yang. This made her heart suddenly happy, and her mood was beautiful. Well, it looks pretty good. Song Yang nodded with a smile. Su Yan raised her smooth chin, and she couldn't help but have a little smug expression on her face. I'm naturally beautiful, of course it looks good. It seemed like she had thought of something, her eyes twinkled, and then she spoke with some shyness. What do you think if I wear my ponytail and go for morning runs with you every day after that? She lifted her pair of clear eyes and gazed at Song Yang with a gentle expression, her eyes faintly carrying an expectation. Song Yang didn't think much about it either, just nodded. Sure, for morning runs, it's more convenient to wear a ponytail. Then it's settled. Su Yan immediately beamed with joy. Let's go, it's not early anymore, let's start our morning run. Song Yang raised his wrist and looked at his watch. It was almost 8 o'clock, so he was ready to start his morning run. Su Yan nodded with a smile. Then the two of them ran along the empty and deserted road towards the park in the west. In the cool morning breeze, the two of them walked side by side. With Su Yan's intentional cooperation, the two of them had the same pace and movements, running together towards the front. Suddenly, a loud sound of footsteps echoed out on the deserted road. Under the golden morning sun, the two figures gradually receded into the distance. Su Yan turned her head and gazed at the side face of Song Yang by her side, a soft smile curling the corners of her mouth. It feels so good to be doing the same thing as someone you like. It's so good. Chapter 32, Can You Carry Me? The two ran along the road together. Su Yan kept glancing at the big boy beside her, and a faint smile was always on her face, clearly in a good mood. Su Yan was indeed in a good mood. Being able to go for a morning run with someone she liked made her feel that the whole morning was wonderful. The sun was warm, and the air seemed sweet. But soon, she couldn't smile anymore. After running for a few minutes, Su Yan's pace slowly slowed down, her legs began to ache, and she began to gasp for breath. At this moment, Su Yan didn't feel good, she just felt tired. Song Yang turned his head and glanced at her, his expression a little helpless. He knew that Su Yan could no longer hold on. There was no way, as a rich and beautiful woman. She basically didn't exercise much, and being able to run for just a few minutes was already her limit. No, I can't run anymore, Song Yang. Su Yan finally stopped tiredly, and squatted on the ground panting heavily. Song Yang had no choice but to stop, turned around and looked at her, and had to end today's morning running plan early. How are you? Can you still walk? Song Yang squatted down next to her and asked rather helplessly. My legs hurt so much, I can't walk anymore. Su Yan pouted her delicate little mouth, looking pitiful. What should we do? How about I call Uncle Lee and ask him to drive here to pick us up? Song Yang thought for a moment and spoke up. Su Yan immediately shook her head. No, Uncle Lee is old and is still sleeping at this time of day. We can't disturb him. Then I'll think of something else. Song Yang frowned and thought again. Su Yan saw him acting like an obtuse straight man, hesitated for a moment, and tentatively said, Song Yang, why don't you carry me back? Carry you? Yes, carry me. Is that a good idea? Song Yang, my legs are killing me, just carry me. Su Yan blinked her big innocent eyes and pleaded softly, her face weak and helpless. Okay. Song Yang couldn't help but give in to her pleading, and reluctantly agreed. Thanks then. Su Yan immediately beamed with joy, her expression overflowing with happiness. Song Yang had no choice but to squat in front of her and leave his back to her. Su Yan immediately and unceremoniously climbed on top of him. Then she stretched out her hands, wrapped her arms around Song Yang's neck, and at the same time, her long legs, like an octopus, wrapped around his waist. The next moment, Song Yang felt two soft things press against his back, weighing an astonishing amount. Cough cough. Song Yang coughed twice in some embarrassment. Then he reached out his hands and wrapped them around Su Yan's long legs, thus supporting the person on his back. Perhaps it was because they had just finished exercising, Su Yan was dripping with sweat, and the two of them were close together at the moment. So Song Yang suddenly smelled a strong, refreshing fragrance that irrationally penetrated his nose. Song Yang took a deep breath to calm down his somewhat agitated emotions a little. Then, he set off on the return journey carrying Su Yan on his back like this. Su Yan was lying on Song Yang's back, her head resting on his shoulder, smiling and looking at his profile. She couldn't hide the joy in her eyes. This was the first time Song Yang had carried her on his back. She felt that today had suddenly taken on a special meaning. Song Yang, did you carry Jiang Qiuyu on your back like this before? Su Yan's eyes sparkled with pleasure, and she asked with a somewhat expectant expression. Song Yang thought about it for a moment, but shook his head. I don't think I've ever carried her before. You should be the first girl I carried. Although he and Jiang Qiuyu had been together for 7 years, when he looked back on their experiences together over the years, it seemed that Song Yang really hadn't carried Jiang Qiuyu. The two of them had held hands, hugged, kissed, and slept together. In short, they had done everything that couples do. But Song Yang was the only one who had never carried his partner on his back. Su Yan had never mentioned this, and he hadn't noticed that he had never carried Jiang Qiuyu on his back. For years as a couple, 3 years as a married couple, and they had never carried each other on their backs. Really? Su Yan's eyes lit up, her gaze instantly becoming bright, and her eyes sparkling with great surprise. She was actually the first girl that Song Yang had carried on his back. Su Yan's heart was suddenly filled with joy. Yes, I really have never carried her on my back. Song Yang thought for a moment, and realized that Su Yan was indeed the first girl he had carried on his back. So you gave me your first time? Su Yan's smile curved her eyebrows, and her voice became much more excited. First time? Song Yang felt that this sounded strange, and couldn't help but frown. I said I carried a girl on my back for the first time. What were you thinking? Su Yan pouted her lips, and blushed a little. Of course she knew that just now, Song Yang must have been thinking about something inappropriate in his head. Cough cough, if you put it that way, I did give you my first time. Song Yang coughed twice and answered a little embarrassed. This is also my first time, don't you think it's a coincidence? Su Yan leaned in his ear and said with a smile. Song Yang suddenly felt a warm breath sprayed on his neck and shoulders, tickling and warm, which made him feel a strange feeling in his heart. He took a deep breath to calm his mind. Then, somewhat speechless, he said, It's okay, it's not really that coincidental. The first time you were carried by a man, it was because you'd never been in love. Song Yang knew very well that Su Yan was a non-maritalist, let alone being in love, and she didn't even have any male friends on weekdays. In her daily life, she basically had no interaction with men. With this nun-like life, it would be strange for a man to carry her. You're right. Thinking about it, I feel quite pitiful. I'm 27 years old and have never been in a relationship. Su Yan let out a soft sigh, her head drooping on his shoulder, her eyes looking at Song Yang's profile with some resentment. It's all your fault. If you hadn't rushed into a relationship in college, I would have chased after you. In that case, I wouldn't have been a single dog all this time. Su Yan thought to herself, feeling a little resentful towards Song Yang, while also feeling sorry for herself for having missed Song Yang in the past. What's there to feel sorry about? It's your own fault for being a non-marriage advocate. With your qualifications, falling in love is a matter of minutes. Song Yang shrugged. In his opinion, Su Yan had always been a single dog, purely seeking trouble for herself. She was obviously good-looking, her family was incredibly wealthy, and she had a good personality. It's not hard to fall in love. She insisted on being a non-marriage advocate and was unwilling to approach men. Under these circumstances, it would be a miracle if she could fall in love. That was in the past. I'm not a non-marriage advocate anymore. Su Yan hurriedly explained, fearing that Song Yang would continue to regard her as a non-marriage advocate. Right now, she just wants Song Yang to like her. Of course, she can't let Song Yang think that she is a non-marriage advocate anymore. What, you want to fall in love now? Song Yang was taken aback, his expression a little surprised. Yes, I'm already thinking about finding a boyfriend. Su Yan nodded seriously. Really? Song Yang was a little shocked. He didn't expect that Su Yan, who had always publicized her non-marriage doctrine, would suddenly change her attitude. Yes, I really want to fall in love. No, I want to ask, what made you suddenly change your attitude? Song Yang was suddenly interested. He wanted to know what made Su Yan suddenly change her mind. There's no reason. I just suddenly thought that it's quite miserable to grow old alone, so I want to fall in love and live a normal life. Su Yan gave him a lame excuse. Because she knew very well that Song Yang hadn't fallen for her yet, and she didn't have the courage to confess her love to him. Well, that's true. It is quite miserable to be alone, with no one to take care of you when you get old and sick. Song Yang nodded, not thinking too much about it, just assuming that she had come to her senses. What about you? You and Jiang Qiuyu are divorced, when are you going to find a girlfriend again? Su Yan asked curiously. At this moment, she really wanted to know what Song Yang was thinking. Me? Song Yang smiled a little and shook his head, saying, I just got divorced, I haven't thought that far ahead. I'll just go with the flow. If I meet the right person, we'll naturally get together, if not, I'll be on my own. Oh, I see. Su Yan nodded thoughtfully. Chapter 33 Husband, rub my legs for me. Soon, the two made their way back to the manor. Song Yang carried Su Yan back to the villa and gently placed her on the soft sofa. Su Yan, who had been placed down, was still staring at Song Yang with a look of unfulfilled desire on her face. It seemed like she wanted to stay on Song Yang's back for a while longer, but the two had already returned to the villa. There was no reason for her to let Song Yang carry her anymore. Miss, are your legs in bad shape? Do you want me to have someone drive you to the hospital? Uncle Li came over, his old face showing a worried expression. No need, Uncle Li, I just haven't exercised for a long time, and suddenly running that far made my legs a bit overwhelmed. I'll be fine after a rest. Su Yan smiled and politely declined Uncle Li's kindness. She knew that Uncle Li was genuinely concerned about her. Okay. Uncle Li hesitated for a moment, didn't say anything more, but still looked at her with some concern in his eyes. At this time, the nanny also thoughtfully brought the medicine box. However, for Su Yan, this was really a bit of an overreaction. She didn't even need it. Okay, her legs were just a little swollen. She'll be fine after a rest. If someone could massage them for her, it would probably get better faster. As soon as this thought came to her, Su Yan thought of something, her eyes rolling around, and then she turned her head to look at Song Yang standing next to her. Suddenly, a sly smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. After 2 dry coughs, she said in a coquettish tone, Honey, my legs hurt so much, would you rub them for me? Su Yan tilted her pretty melon-shaped face slightly, her big, watery eyes full of expectation. Song Yang froze for a moment, feeling the stares from Uncle Li and the nanny, and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. He looked down, just catching Su Yan's beautiful eyes. It's fine. What else could Song Yang say, but to reluctantly agree? After all, he was now Su Yan's husband. It was reasonable for her to ask him to rub her legs since they hurt. If he refused, others would only think that he, as her husband, didn't care about her. Thanks, honey. Seeing that her goal had been achieved, Su Yan's pretty face beamed with a smile, her expression overflowing with joy. After Song Yang sat down, Su Yan immediately and eagerly lifted her pair of slender, straight, long legs and placed them on Song Yang's thighs. Song Yang placed his hands on Su Yan's thighs and began to knead them. Instantly, a soft, tender sensation came from his hands. This was because Su Yan was wearing casual pants made of very thin material. Song Yang could even clearly feel the faint body temperature coming from Su Yan's thighs, as well as the smooth, tender, and bouncy skin. To be honest, it felt really good to the touch. At the same time, he could also smell the faint fragrance coming from Su Yan, accompanied by a light sweaty smell, lingering at the tip of his nose, and entering his lungs with his breath. The refreshing fragrance was easy to disturb one's mind, and Song Yang tried hard to calm himself down, but his heartbeat uncontrollably accelerated. He could only lower his head and pretend to be concentrating on kneading her legs. This was his way of hiding his embarrassment. What Song Yang didn't know was that at that moment, Su Yan was gazing at him with a pair of watery eyes, her eyes sparkling with love. Although she had pursed her lips and was trying hard to suppress her inner joy, a trace of a smile still couldn't be helped from escaping from the corner of her mouth. She just kept gazing at Song Yang quietly, not daring to take her eyes off him. It seemed as if she wanted to engrave this gentle look of Song Yang's in her heart. This scene fell into the eyes of Uncle Li and the nanny, who immediately revealed a smile of relief. All they could see was their own son-in-law doing his best to massage their young lady's legs. And their young lady, her eyes were full of her son-in-law. Looking at her son-in-law, her eyes were so deep that they seemed to be drawing a wire. Soon, after Song Yang had massaged Su-Yan's thighs for a few minutes, his hands slowly moved downwards, and he began to massage her knees and calves. I have to say, Su-Yan's legs are simply the gospel for foot fetishists, and they can be called jade feet. The thighs are round and soft, the calves are slender and proportional, long and straight. Even if Song Yang is not a foot fetishist, he is also impressed by these jade legs. After a few minutes, Uncle Lee left for something, and the nanny also went to prepare breakfast. In the living room, there was suddenly only Song Yang and Su-Yan left. How is it, feeling better? Song Yang looked up at Su-Yan, but saw that she was gazing at him with soft eyes, a little smile on the corner of her mouth. Feeling better. Su-Yan nodded gently, suppressed the smile on her face, and then quickly added. But you have to keep rubbing it for a while before it stops hurting. Okay. Song Yang had no choice but to continue acting as a massage therapist and massage her legs. In this way, Song Yang's hands continued to wander up and down Su-Yan's slender, straight legs, kneading them. Su-Yan, on the other hand, gave a contented smile and then narrowed her eyes slightly, enjoying the massage from Song Yang. Time passed quickly, and 10 minutes had passed. When Song Yang looked up again, he saw Su-Yan leaning back against the sofa, sound asleep. The sunlight outside the window shone through the glass and fell on Su-Yan's profile, as if adding a light golden rim to this exquisite and beautiful face. The curled eyelashes, the slightly closed eyes, the upturned nose, the thin, rosy lips, and even the tiny hairs on her face were clearly visible. At this moment, Su-Yan looked like a sleeping beauty, lying quietly, serene and elegant. She is really beautiful. Song Yang carefully examined this face, and at this moment, his heart inexplicably became peaceful. It was as if the troubles of the world had nothing to do with him. Until a cool morning breeze poured in through the open window. Song Yang shivered and withdrew his gaze from this beautiful face. Su-Yan, who was sleeping, also seemed to feel a little cold, and she shivered slightly, then curled up. Song Yang turned his head, looked at the open window, and frowned slightly. Then, he gently removed the pair of feet on his lap and placed them gently on the sofa. Then, he got up and went to the window, closing it. He then turned around, went upstairs, fetched a blanket from the room, returned to Song Yan's side, and then leaned down and gently covered her. After doing all this, Song Yang looked at the quietly sleeping Song Yan and a gentle smile appeared on his face. Just then, a nanny walked over. Young master, the little maid just opened her mouth, but she didn't have time to say anything. Then she saw Song Yang turn his head and look over, stick out his index finger in front of his nose, and make a gesture to her to be quiet. At this time, the maid's eyes also fell on Su-Yan lying on the sofa. She immediately understood, and with a hint of a smile, she didn't say anything more and turned around and left. Chapter 34, He's Concerned About Me. 2 hours later, Su-Yan slowly woke up. She sat up from the sofa and looked around, only to discover that Song Yang was no longer by her side. She stretched and felt that she had slept exceptionally soundly. This is. At that moment, she noticed the blanket covering her and couldn't help but show a puzzled expression on her face. Miss, that was specially put on by master to keep you warm. A maid stood near the dining table, smiling as she explained the reason while serving the breakfast she had prepared. Did Song Yang cover me? Upon hearing this, Su-Yan suddenly looked up, her eyes sparkling with expectation as she looked at the maid. Yes, it was master who covered you. The maid nodded with a smile. Upon receiving a positive reply, Su-Yan's eyes immediately lit up, and a smile rose from the corner of her mouth at a speed visible to the naked eye. Song Yang covered himself with a blanket. Is he afraid I'll catch a cold? So he is concerned about me. Thinking this, Su-Yan's eyes sparkled, and the happiness in her eyes could no longer be hidden. At this moment, she felt that this blanket on her body had become extraordinarily meaningful. You're awake? It was also at this moment that Song Yang came downstairs, and at a glance he saw Su-Yan on the sofa. Su-Yan immediately turned her head, and when she saw Song Yang, the smile on her pretty face became even stronger. Yes, I'm awake. Su-Yan nodded prettily, then said with a smile, thank you. It's nothing, just a small thing. Song Yang waved his hand nonchalantly. To him, this was just a trivial task. Miss, master, breakfast is ready. At this time, the nanny had already set out the sumptuous breakfast on the dining table, and a burst of fragrance immediately filled the living room. Okay, I'm coming. Su Yan smiled and answered, stood up, and walked briskly over to Song Yang. Then, naturally, she held out a small hand, grabbed Song Yang's large hand, and pulled him to the table. Song Yang just smiled helplessly at this, having long since become accustomed to it. The two sat down and began eating breakfast. "How's your leg? Does it still hurt?" Song Yang asked with some concern as he took a sip of milk. "Hee, it doesn't hurt anymore, thanks to you rubbing my leg, dear," Su Yan said with a smile, calling him husband affectionately. "That's good." Song Yang nodded without saying anything more. Half an hour later, the two finished breakfast. After sitting on the first floor for a while, the two went up to the room on the second floor together. Song Yang changed into a clean set of clothes, while Su Yan took a shower in the bathroom. She had sweated a lot this morning during her morning run, which made her feel very uncomfortable, and she had to wash herself clean. Song Yang went to the bathroom door and knocked. The sound of running water inside stopped suddenly. "What's wrong?" The next moment, a somewhat puzzled voice came from the bathroom. "I'm going out. Didn't Jiang Qiuyu ask me to meet him yesterday? I have to go now." Song Yang said hello and was about to leave. "Wait a minute, I'm going too." Su Yan hurriedly called out to stop him. "It's fine, I'll go alone. You just went for a morning jog this morning, just rested home. My legs have already been rubbed by you, you're not allowed to leave me alone at home." "Well, okay, I'll wait for you downstairs." Song Yang was helpless and could only agree. Go." Su Yan was relieved. Subsequently, Song Yang turned and went downstairs, sitting on the sofa and waiting quietly for Su Yan. 10 minutes later. There was a sound of footsteps on the stairs. Song Yang looked up and saw Su Yan walking down the stairs. Su Yan had obviously put on makeup again upstairs. Her already stunning face looked even more radiant and charming with the help of makeup. One look was enough to make anyone feel awestruck. Her ponytail from earlier in the morning had been undone, and her long, waterfall-like hair added a touch of intellectuality and elegance. She has also changed into a red long dress with a waistband, and with that bright red lipstick, she has an instant cold and noble temperament. Below the hem of the dress, a pair of slender, white and tender calves are revealed, straight and well proportioned. Further down, on her feet are a pair of white high heels. At the moment, as she walks slowly, the heels make a crisp sound as they hit the floor. "How do you like it?" Su Yan stopped in front of Song Yang and stood tall and graceful in front of him, graceful and refined. A hint of expectation was visible on her pretty face. She had specially dressed up like this today, wanting to look her best as she followed Song Yang to meet Jiang Qiuyu. "It's quite good looking." Song Yang nodded, his expression seemingly calm, but in fact his heart was already amazed. "Let's go then." Su Yan smiled happily, walked over contentedly, put her arm around Song Yang's, and walked out together. Song Yang suddenly smelled the fragrance emanating from Su Yan's body. The fragrance was different from before. It was like the faint fragrance of roses, rich but not overpowering, unique and charming, and especially pleasant to smell. It seemed that Su Yan had changed her perfume. Not bad, it went well with her temperament today. Qingjiang City, in a coffee shop on the street. There weren't many customers in the shop, and it seemed a bit deserted. In the corner, there were two beautiful women, sipping coffee. "Qiuyu, wait until Song Yang arrives, we'll talk to him nicely, he'll definitely agree to make up with you, he used to love you so much, and you're pregnant now." Li Qiuya looked at Jiang Qiuyu sitting next to her, and saw that the other person's expression was a bit apprehensive, so she couldn't help but speak soothingly. Today, Jiang Qiuyu had specially dressed up before going out. She was already beautiful, and with careful dressing, she looked even more beautiful and charming. Especially the red dress she was wearing, which made her look even more elegant and cold than usual. Li Qiuyu just didn't believe that Song Yang could bear to be angry with such a beautiful wife. Qiuyu, I'll listen to you." Hearing her words, Jiang Qiuyu nodded lightly, and her inner unease eased a little. Yes, the old Song Yang loved himself so much. If I talk to him properly this time, he will definitely not let go of this opportunity to make up with me. Besides, I am pregnant now. Song Yang cannot possibly remain indifferent. Thinking about this, she gradually calmed down. "By the way, Qiuyu, what kind of person is Su Yan, who married your husband in a fake marriage? She won't cheat on you with your husband behind your back, will she?" Li Qiuya suddenly asked curiously. Although they are sisters, she has never met Su Yan. So she has never known what Su Yan looks like, let alone her character. Jiang Qiuyu waved her hand and said nonchalantly. Qiuyu, don't worry, Su Yan is very pretty, and her family is very wealthy, she doesn't look down on my husband. Moreover, she is a non-marriage doctrine and doesn't like men. Jiang Qiuyu added. Jiang Qiuyu has always been very relieved about Su Yan. Since they became best friends in college, Su Yan has not been interested in any of the boys around her. So many good-looking boys have pursued Su Yan in the past, and she has rejected them all. Now there is no way she would be interested in Song Yang. You have to understand, Song Yang has no money, no house, he is not particularly handsome, and he is divorced. There is no reason Su Yan would like him. That's true. Li Qiuyu nodded thoughtfully. Although Jiang Qiuyu didn't look worried, Li Qiuyu didn't think so. She always felt that something was likely to happen between Su Yan and Song Yang. After all, a fake marriage is still a marriage. And a man and a woman, living together every day, are likely to develop feelings. P.S. Could everyone please add this book to your shelves so that you won't get lost when you chase for more in the future? Chapter 35 Divorce. You brought it up, and you want to get back together? It's impossible. Just as the two were chatting, a yellow Lamborghini stopped on the curb outside the cafe. Qiuyu, look, it's a Lamborghini. Li Qiuyu, who had sharp eyesight, immediately saw the Lamborghini parked on the curb outside the window. She had always been vain, and she was instantly captivated. Then she quickly tugged Jiang Qiuyu, who was standing next to her, and reminded her with a somewhat excited look. Because she knew that her sister was just as interested in luxury sports cars of this caliber as she was. Jiang Qiuyu turned her head and also saw the Lamborghini, which was particularly conspicuous in the glass window. Immediately, a longing rose in her eyes. However, when she saw the person in the driver's seat, her familiar husband, she couldn't help but smile. At this time, Li Qiuyu also noticed the person who opened the car door and got out, who was Jiang Qiuyu's husband Song Yang. There was also a girl wearing a long red dress with a waistband. Qiuyu, is that Su Yan? Li Qiuyu is not stupid, and she immediately guessed the identity of the other person. Yes, it's her. Jiang Qiuyu nodded slightly, looking at Su Yan getting out of the Lamborghini. She couldn't help but feel a little jealous in her eyes. Although they are also best friends, she has always been envious and jealous of Su Yan. She clearly didn't have to do anything, and she could enjoy a privileged and affluent life from childhood to adulthood. She can buy all kinds of luxury goods whenever she wants, drive all kinds of luxury cars, and live in luxurious villas. While she can only live in a rented house of more than 100 square meters, and the cosmetics she uses and the car she drives are worlds apart from Su Yan's. So, if you have a best friend like this by your side, and you are just an ordinary person, can you not be envious? Jiang Qiuyu is not only envious, she is also jealous. Of course, if she could just surpass her in terms of material things, Jiang Qiuyu could actually accept that. The key is that Su Yan's appearance is also very high. This made her, who always considered herself a beauty, feel like a green leaf every time she was in front of Su Yan, completely being outshined by Su Yan. It seemed that she was only worthy of setting off the other person's beauty when she was by Su Yan's side. Therefore, whether it was in terms of material things or appearance, she always felt that she was being outshined by Su Yan. This made her feel unbalanced all the time. Her family is so rich, I really envy them. Li Qiuyu looked at Su Yan's eyes and they were a little straight, her eyes full of envy. Soon, the two saw Su Yan and Song Yang walk side by side into the coffee shop and come to where they were sitting. Looking at Su Yan in front of her, dressed in a long red dress with a waistband, she was elegant and cool, refined and unworldly. Especially the noble temperament that radiated from the inside out, making Li Qiuyu and Jiang Qiuyu suddenly feel a burst of pressure. Especially Jiang Qiuyu, looking at Su Yan's gaze, was a little dim at the moment. Today, she deliberately dressed up when she went out. Who would have thought that she would bump into Su Yan in the same clothes? The point is that Su Yan was wearing a red dress, showing off her nobility. And she was also wearing a red dress, but at the moment it seemed as if she was wearing a shoddy product, and it looked plain and very ordinary. Li Qiuyu looked at Su Yan in front of her, and when her gaze fell on Su Yan's tight and soft melon-shaped face, she was also startled. As a woman, she considered herself pretty enough. But now that she saw Su Yan, she was hit hard. She really couldn't imagine how a girl could be this pretty. That heavenly and absolutely beautiful face made people stunned just by looking at it. Such an unreasonably beautiful woman made Li Qiuyu feel inferior and avert her gaze. Then she looked at Song Yang, who was standing next to Su Yan. Upon seeing him, Song Yang did indeed seem very ordinary. The two of them standing together really didn't look well matched. She had previously wondered if the two of them would fall in love over time if they married each other. But now, she suddenly felt that she had completely overthought it. How could a dazzlingly beautiful girl like Su Yan possibly fancy an ordinary man who is divorced, has no money and no house? Meanwhile, Song Yang and Su Yan, who were sitting opposite each other, slowly sat down. What do you want to talk to me about? Just say it. Song Yang spoke with a calm expression, looking at the two women across from him with indifferent eyes. At this moment, both Jiang Qiuyu and Li Qiuya tacitly fixed their gaze on Song Yang. As for Su Yan, who was sitting next to him, she selectively averted her gaze, as if Su Yan was so dazzling that they were a little afraid to look directly at her. Song Yang, your wife is pregnant, and she already has your child inside her. So please don't be angry with her anymore, and make up with her. Li Qiuya went straight to the point and persuaded Song Yang as soon as she opened her mouth. Song Yang looked at Jiang Qiuyu, and saw that she was also looking at him at the moment, with a pitiful and aggrieved expression. It seemed that she felt that as a pregnant woman, she was the one being hurt by Song Yang's repeated anger these days. I have already said that after the baby is born, it will be mine and I will definitely raise it, but a reconciliation is impossible. Let's part on good terms. Song Yang's tone was flat, as if he were talking about something that was just too ordinary. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiuyu couldn't help but feel a little angry. Song Yang still doubted that she had cheated on him and that the baby was not his. And he said so firmly that he would not remarry her. She had come to him of her own accord, but he was still so stubborn. This made Jiang Qiuyu unable to tolerate it, and she felt annoyed. But when she thought about what Li Qiuya had just told her to remain calm, she just pursed her lips and forced herself not to lose her temper. Li Qiuya said with a serious face. Song Yang, the child in Qiuyu's belly is of course yours, how could she do anything to betray you? You should make up with her now, a pregnant woman needs a stable emotional environment, it will be better for the baby. Song Yang looked at Jiang Qiuyu, and saw her slightly raise her chin, with an expression of approval. As if she also felt that it was only natural, that as she was pregnant, Song Yang should be more tolerant of her and not make her angry. Song Yang let out a light laugh. I think I made myself very clear. The child is mine, and I will raise it, but I am not going to let her. Song Yang looked across at Jiang Qiuyu, his former wife. There was no trace of tenderness in his eyes, only calm indifference. You and I are divorced, and our relationship ended completely the day we got our divorce papers. Isn't this the result you wanted? I'm doing exactly as you wish. Song Yang looked at her with a cold expression. You proposed the divorce, and if you want to get back together, I'm sorry, it's impossible. Jiang Qiuyu suddenly felt a pang in her heart, as if she had lost something important in an instant. In particular, the last sentence from Song Yang, isn't this the result you wanted? I did what you wanted. Was like a knife stabbing into her heart again and again. No, we agreed on a fake divorce, this is not the result I wanted. Jiang Qiuyu shook her head desperately, furiously refuting Song Yang. In her opinion, it was all fake. Their divorce was fake. Song Yang and Su Yan's marriage was also fake. Everything was fake. In 2 months, everything would go back to normal. It shouldn't be like this now. Sorry, I've said it before, in my opinion, once you get divorced, you're divorced, there's no such thing as fake, and we won't have anything to do with each other in the future. Song Yang, how can you do this? I'm pregnant, and you're still mad at me? Seeing Song Yang's indifferent expression, Jiang Qiuyu felt a surge of anger, and she suddenly felt aggrieved. She was pregnant herself, but Song Yang was still acting against her like this, without the slightest regard for her feelings. Chapter 36 Song Yang, you've changed. I'm not angry with you, I'm just stating my attitude. If you can't accept what I say, there's nothing I can do about it. I'm already talking to you calmly. Song Yang's face was calm, and his tone was very indifferent. Seeing Song Yang's indifferent expression, Jiang Qiuyu could no longer hold back, and suddenly slammed the table and stood up, her face full of grievances. Song Yang, I don't even want you to apologize to me, what else do you want? Do you still want me to apologize to you before you make up with me? In her opinion, as a pregnant woman, she had already shown enough tolerance towards Song Yang. After all, in the past, if Song Yang made her angry and didn't give her a big red envelope or buy her a bag, she would never consider forgiving him. But now, she doesn't want a big red envelope, she doesn't want a bag, and she doesn't want an apology. But Song Yang still won't make up with her. In her opinion, Song Yang is being cheeky and shameless. This is really too much. Song Yang looked at her, who was emotional, and remained calm, only sighing helplessly. you still don't understand. What I mean is, I won't apologize to you, and there's no need for you to apologize to me, because between us, it's over. It'll never be like it was before, do you understand? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiuyu's face turned pale, and a mist rose in her eyes, threatening to well up. She looked extremely aggrieved. Song Yang, you've changed. You don't love me anymore. In the past, whenever I was unhappy, you would come and comfort me, and you would grovel and apologize to me. Now I'm pregnant, and I'm so angry, but you don't comfort me. You don't love me anymore. Jiang Qiuyu pointed at Song Yang, as if she were pointing at a heartless man, and she couldn't hold back her tears anymore. She was extremely sad. To be honest, because the other person was pregnant, Song Yang's attitude towards her today had been very calm. But even so, Jiang Qiuyu was still very aggrieved. Song Yang recalled the past experiences of being lowly and apologizing humbly when Jiang Qiuyu was angry. He just felt like a fool. He had only treated Jiang Qiuyu in the same way that she had treated him, and Jiang Qiuyu couldn't stand it. But Jiang Qiuyu had never thought about how outrageous she had been in the past. Su Yan, who had always been silent, looked at Jiang Qiuyu's tearful face and felt like smiling. Song Yang hadn't said anything mean, but Jiang Qiuyu felt like she had been wronged. When she used to boss Song Yang around like a slave, she never thought about whether she had been too much. Su Yan just wanted to say that people who are used to being praised will think it's your fault if you don't praise them. Qiuyu, don't cry. Don't cry. Li Qiuya quickly got up, helped Jiang Qiuyu sit down, and then comforted her. Then, she turned her head and glared at Song Yang, saying somewhat dissatisfied, Song Yang, Qiuyu is pregnant, and you are a man, can't you let her? Besides, she is carrying your child. And, Qiuyu has spoken nicely to you this time, why don't you seize the opportunity to make up with her? I can tell you, if you miss this opportunity, it will be difficult for you to please Qiuyu in the future. Li Qiuya advised with all her heart. In her opinion, Song Yang, as a man, was really a bit ungentlemanly. Jiang Qiuyu took the initiative to make up with him, and she didn't even want him to apologize. However, Song Yang still refused to relent, and stubbornly refused to reconcile. This was a bit much. If her husband dared to speak to her like that, she would have slapped him in the face. Song Yang frowned slightly, feeling a bit displeased. The implied meaning of what the two little fairies, Li Qiuya and Jiang Qiuyu, had said was, I have already given you the opportunity to reconcile. You should be grateful and reconcile with me. Otherwise, it's your fault. This exhausted Song Yang's patience, and he didn't want to waste any more words with these two idiots. Okay, let's stop here for today. I've put my words out there. I won't reconcile, and I won't get back married. That's my attitude. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. Song Yang finished speaking, got up, and was about to leave. Stop. Seeing that he was leaving, Jiang Qiuyu suddenly became anxious. She stood up abruptly and called out to Song Yang. Song Yang turned to look at her and frowned, asking, what else do you want? Seeing Song Yang's impatient expression, Jiang Qiuyu felt angry. But when she thought about the fact that she hadn't yet gotten to the point of what she really wanted to say, she had to suppress the anger in her heart. Song Yang, my parents are coming to Qingjiang City tomorrow. My father needs surgery, and they don't know about our fake divorce yet. So just stop being stubborn and make up with me. My father needs someone to take care of him while he's in the hospital. Besides, we can't let them find out about our fake divorce, or my parents will say something about me. Song Yang looked at her with a sense of entitlement, as if her father's illness and hospitalization meant she should rush to take care of him. As if it were a matter of course. Song Yang was speechless. Jiang Qiuyu, you're so filial to your father, why don't you take care of him yourself? We're divorced, and you still want me to be your father's slave and take care of him? What are you thinking? Song Yang looked at her like she was an idiot. In the past, whenever Jiang Qiuyu's parents got sick, Song Yang took care of them, but the couple was never satisfied with Song Yang as a son-in-law. So no matter how hard he tried to take care of them and how hard he tried to please them, all he got in return was cold treatment. Now that they're divorced, she still wants to be the one to take care of them. Song Yang would have to be crazy to agree to that. Jiang Qiuyu was furious. Song Yang, how can you say such a thing? My father is your father-in-law, shouldn't you take care of him? Besides, I'm pregnant, I need someone to take care of me, and you still want me to take care of him. Do you have a conscience? In her opinion, she had already calmly talked to Song Yang today, lowered her stance as much as possible, and given Song Yang a chance to make up. However, Song Yang had time and again failed to cherish the opportunity she had given him. He was so ungrateful. Jiang Qiuyu, your father is going to the hospital for surgery, right? I suggest you go to the hospital and have your brain checked as well. Song Yang left a sentence and turned around and left. He really had no patience anymore. Communicating with a moron who doesn't understand what people are saying is really like playing music to a cow. Song Yang, don't go, come back here. Seeing Song Yang turn away without mercy, Jiang Qiuyu suddenly became anxious and shouted at the top of her lungs at his back. You're not allowed to go, come back here. However, it was useless, Song Yang simply didn't care about her. Song Yang, come back here, do you hear me? Finally, because Song Yang ignored her, Jiang Qiuyu seemed to have completely lost her temper. Her voice became shrill, and she became completely hysterical. However, Song Yang's back still did not stop for a moment, and he just walked out of the coffee shop. Chapter 37 You want 700,000? There's only 200,000. Song Yang, you bastard, you son of a bitch, I'm pregnant, and you're still mad at me, you're driving me crazy. Jiang Qiuyu was so emotional that her body kept trembling and her face turned red. Qiuyu, don't be like this, Qiuyu, don't be like this, you're pregnant. Li Qiuyu quickly got up to calm her down, holding her shoulders to try to push her down and sit back down. But Jiang Qiuyu, who was so angry, was like a shrew, and it was even harder to calm her down than a pig at New Year's. Su Yan, sitting opposite, couldn't help but smile at the sight of Jiang Qiuyu's crazed, irrational appearance. She felt a sense of relief. She had liked the boy for 17 years. These past few years with Jiang Qiuyu, she had been living a life worse than a dog's. Every day, she was ordered around by Jiang Qiuyu, who never considered Song Yang's feelings, and even cheated on him behind his back. She has done so many things to hurt Song Yang. Now that Song Yang just won't agree to get back married to her, she can't stand it anymore. Serves you right. Song Yang, you bastard, you son of a bitch, why don't you just die? After a burst of incompetent fury, Jiang Qiuyu couldn't help but cry out in distress. At this time, Li Qiuya finally sat her down. It's okay, don't cry, Qiuyu, don't cry. Li Qiuyu let out a small sigh of relief, patting her gently on the back as she spoke soothingly. Oh, Qiuyu, Song Yang has changed. He really has. He wasn't like this before. Jiang Qiuyu cried out, her face full of grievances, unable to stop the tears. In the past, Song Yang loved her so much, to the core of his being, more than anything else. He would never have dared to make her angry, let alone scold her like that. Back then, Song Yang would only spoil her, indulge her, and dote on her. Like a princess, taking meticulous care of her. But now, she could see it in Song Yang's eyes. She could no longer see the love she once felt, and all she saw was endless indifference. Song Yang's gaze on her didn't seem like he was looking at his lover, but rather like he was looking at an idiot. This was unacceptable to Jiang Qiuyu, and she felt like she had suffered a great injury. Qiuya, don't cry, we still have important things to do, you forgot about your father's surgery fees? Li Qiuya saw that her own comfort did not have much effect, and could only remind the other person that in addition to wanting to make up with Song Yang today, there was also one other thing, and that was to ask Su Yan for the rest of the payment. Otherwise, Jiang Qiu's father would not be able to have the surgery. Mentioning this matter, Jiang Qiu regained some reason, gradually calmed down, and slowly stopped crying. She wiped away her tears while looking up at Su Yan, who was sitting across from her. Su Yan, my father has stomach cancer and needs an operation. We urgently need money, so can you give me the rest of the payment in advance? Su Yan nodded after thinking about it for a moment. Okay, I'll transfer the remaining 200,000 yuan to you in a moment. At the moment, Su Yan just wanted to completely sever ties with Jiang Qiuyu and not have any contact with her again. Since Jiang Qiuyu was asking for the rest of the payment, there was no reason for her to refuse, either logically or emotionally. After paying the other party, they would have no further relationship. Wait. Jiang Qiuyu was taken aback. She suspected she had heard it wrong and looked at Su Yan uncertainly. Wasn't it 700,000? Su Yan smiled lightly. I did promise you 1 million in the beginning, but 500,000 of that was Song Yang's. I already gave you a deposit of 300,000 last time, so of course I can only give you 200,000 now. As for the remaining 500,000, I will pay it to Song Yang. Upon hearing this explanation, Jiang Qiuyu and Li Qiuya were both stunned, especially Jiang Qiuyu, whose expression froze on her face, looking a little disbelieving. No, Su Yan, that's not what we agreed on in the first place. The entire million was supposed to be for me, and Song Yang and I are husband and wife, so what's his is mine. You can just give me the remaining 700,000, and you don't have to give it to him. Jiang Qiuyu became a little anxious and hurriedly spoke up, arguing with all her might. 70,000 suddenly became 200,000. This huge drop in value was simply unacceptable to her. Sorry, Song Yang told me, he said he won't get back married with you, so I have to give him half of this 1 million reward, otherwise it's not fair to him. Su Yan said with a calm expression and a light tone of voice. Jiang Qiuyu became furious, slapping the table and glaring at her angrily. Su Yan, the day you and my husband got married, you promised me that you would give me the remaining 700,000 yuan in compensation. Now you want to give half of my money to Song Yang. How can you go back on your word? Su Yan snorted lightly and looked at her without flinching. You've got it wrong. What I said was that 2 months later, I would transfer the remaining 700,000 yuan to you. Naturally, when I said you, I also meant Song Yang. Jiang Qiuyu was taken aback. Then she frowned and tried to recall what Su Yan had said. It seemed that Su Yan had indeed said you. For a moment, she was unable to refute. Su Yan, I told you, Song Yang and I are husband and wife. What's his is mine. You can just give me his share, there's no need to go to the trouble of splitting it in half. Jiang Qiuyu looked impatient. At this moment, she was already a little panicked. She was really afraid that Su Yan would give half of her million yuan to Song Yang. She was still hoping to get the remaining 700,000 yuan today, pay for her father's surgery, and then use the rest to go on a world tour. That had been her lifelong wish. But if Su Yan was only willing to give her 200,000 yuan, then after paying for her father's surgery, she wouldn't have much left. Her idea of going on a world tour would have to be scrapped. Not only that, but the remaining money wouldn't last her long. She couldn't accept this for a moment. Jiang Qiuyu, I told you, I will only give you 200,000, whether you want it or not. Su Yan gave a light smile, looking completely unconcerned. It was Song Yang who had married her in name only, and it was Song Yang who had played along with her. Jiang Qiuyu had done nothing from beginning to end, yet she had managed to get her hands on 500,000. And even that wasn't enough for her, she still wanted to take Song Yang's 500,000. Seeing Su Yan's indifferent attitude, Jiang Qiuyu was furious, because that was the same attitude Song Yang had just had towards her. Su Yan, are you really my best friend, or are you taking her side? Jiang Qiuyu couldn't stand it anymore, and stood up, pointing at Su Yan's nose and shouting angrily. In her opinion, she and Song Yang were only getting a fake divorce, and although they were having a little conflict right now, they would get back together in the future. Song Yang's money should be her money. Of course, her money is still hers. Su Yan is her best friend and should unconditionally stand on her side and think unconditionally for her. But now, Su Yan is against her, without any regard for the years of friendship between them. This makes her very angry. Chapter 38, Break Up. Su Yan looked up at Jiang Qiuyu's mean and sarcastic face, which remained calm and indifferent. I was just about to tell you, Jiang Qiuyu, that I actually couldn't stand you anymore, and there's no need for us to be best friends anymore. I'll give you the remaining 200,000 yuan today, and we'll be even. Hearing this, Jiang Qiuyu's eyes suddenly widened, and she looked at Su Yan in disbelief. But today, Su Yan suddenly wants to cut ties with her. What she finds most unacceptable is that the old Su Yan would always speak up for her. No matter what she said or did, she would support her. She would always stand unconditionally on her side. But now, Su Yan says she has long been unable to stand her. Does Su Yan think that I have always been terrible? Su Yan, are you serious? You want to cut off all ties with me, right? Jiang Qiuyu's hot temper flared up, and she trembled with anger, her chest rising and falling. Yes, from now on, we have nothing to do with each other. Su Yan nodded seriously, saying without mercy. Fine, don't regret it. You couldn't stand me for a long time, right? To be honest, I couldn't stand you for a long time either. Jiang Qiuyu was not willing to be outdone and immediately retorted. That's good, we won't have anything to do with each other in the future. Su Yan glanced at her indifferently and got up to leave. She didn't want to stay here for even a second longer. Su Yan, who do you think you are? Your family just has a bit of money, so what's so great about you? Jiang Qiuyu pointed at Su Yan's back and ranted and raved, venting her anger. However, Su Yan simply ignored her and just left the cafe. Then, under Jiang Qiuyu's furious gaze, Su Yan opened the door of the Lamborghini and got into the passenger seat. Then she drove away with Song Yang. Su Yan, you bitch, you're breaking up with me, aren't you? Don't you regret it? Jiang Qiuyu became angrier and angrier, and continued to scold angrily. Qiuyu, it's okay, they've already left and can't hear you anymore. Li Qiuyu looked at her shrewish appearance and felt a headache, more of a sense of helplessness, and could only patiently reassure her. Qiuyu, Su Yan has gone too far, she didn't even speak up for me, she even wants to break off all contact with me. As Jiang Qiuyu spoke, a feeling of grievance welled up in her heart, and she couldn't help but cry again. Song Yang didn't want to get back together with her, and her best friend had also broken off all contact with her. At this moment, she fully understood what it meant to be deserted by everyone. She felt so wronged. She had clearly done nothing wrong. Her husband didn't want her anymore, and her best friend had cut her off. Why? She had clearly done nothing wrong. Why? Why was she always the one who got hurt? It's okay, Qiuyu, don't be sad. Look on the bright side. Although Su Yan is only willing to give you 200,000 yuan, at least you don't have to worry about your father's surgery costs. Li Qiuyu tried to comfort her. It was a relief when Li Qiuyang didn't mention it, but as soon as she mentioned it, Jiang Qiuyu suddenly felt a wave of despair. Now Su Yan is only willing to give her 200,000 yuan, so she doesn't have to worry about her father's surgery costs. But her long-planned round-the-world trip is about to be ruined. And after paying for her father's surgery, she won't have much savings left. This means that she will have to be very careful with her spending in the future. She can no longer live the luxurious life of a celebrity like she used to. How can she be happy? Qiuya, what am I going to do in the future? Jiang Qiuyu suddenly felt the future was bleak, and tears could not be held back. Okay, Qiuyu, don't think so far ahead. First, think about how you are going to explain this to your parents when they arrive in Qingjiang City tomorrow. Song Yang doesn't want to come forward. Li Qiuya reminded her. Right, my parents are coming tomorrow. What should I do? When it came to this matter, Jiang Qiuyu suddenly felt a little overwhelmed again. Compared to the gloomy future, the imminent arrival of her parents tomorrow was already pressing. This was the matter she needed to figure out right now. She still didn't know how to explain this to her parents. Qiuyu, why don't you just tell your parents the truth? You can't hide it forever if Song Yang doesn't show up. Li Qiuyu hesitated for a moment and said tentatively. Jiang Qiuyu gritted her teeth, her face twisting with conflict, but in the end she could only lower her head in resignation. That was all there was to it. Just then, Jiang Qiuyu's phone beeped. She picked it up and saw a transfer message. It said that a transfer of 200,000 yuan had been received in her bank account. However, looking at the transfer message, she couldn't be happy at all. She was dejected and looked like she was being wronged. Okay, Qiuyu, cheer up and think positively. Although Song Yang doesn't want to get back together now, you're pregnant. With this child, your relationship will never end, and you can still find a chance to win Song Yang back in the future. Think about it, he used to love you so much. And even if Song Yang doesn't want to get back together and doesn't care about the child, his parents can't not care about the child either. Don't they want to hold a grandchild? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiuyu's dispirited eyes suddenly regained a sparkle. Yes, the old Song Yang loved himself so much, how could he say he didn't love her anymore? She could still win him back in the future, and maybe a reconciliation wasn't impossible. And even if Song Yang was really determined not to get back together, she still had a child. Song Yang's parents had always wanted a grandchild. They had always wanted her to carry on the Song family line. Even for the sake of this child, Song Yang's parents will definitely persuade Song Yang to remarry her. As long as Song Yang and I can remarry, I might be able to ask Su Yan for the remaining 500,000. Maybe I can continue to travel around the world in the future and continue to live the comfortable life of a celebrity. After thinking about all this, Jiang Qiuyu suddenly felt better and had some confidence in the future. Qiuya, thank you. Yes, I can't give up, I still have a child. Meanwhile, Song Yang and Su Yan were driving back to the manor in a Lamborghini. What a beautiful day. Su Yan felt happy as she enjoyed the breeze and looked up at the sunny sky. After breaking off her friendship with Jiang Qiuyu, she felt as if she had cut herself free from a shackle. She felt much more relaxed. From now on, she no longer had to put up with Jiang Qiuyu's vain behavior. Yes, the weather is really nice. Song Yang breathed in the fresh air and felt a little better. Recalling just now Jiang Qiuyu's flustered and helpless look, he felt a burst of joy. In the past, Jiang Qiuyu always acted condescendingly and bossed people around. His marriage life has always been stifling. Today, he felt as if he had given a strong rebuke to the weakling that he was. Chapter 39, Still Want to Do Something Embarrassing. At 12 noon, the two returned to the manor. As soon as they parked in front of the villa, two bodyguards immediately came over and respectfully opened the car door for them. After the two got out of the car, one of the bodyguards helped them drive the car into the underground garage. "Honey, wait for me." Song Yang was about to step into the villa when he heard a sweet and soft girl's voice next to him. He turned his head and saw Su Yan walking quickly over. Then, the other person extended a small, white and delicate hand and skillfully took his large hand. The fingers were interlocked and held tightly. "Hee, let's go." Su Yan's pretty face raised a joyful smile, and she just took Song Yang's hand and walked briskly towards the villa gate. Song Yang just sighed helplessly and didn't say much. Because, he had long since gotten used to it. However, although he had long since gotten used to it, holding Su Yan's little hand still made his heart feel a little uneasy. Su Yan's hand was small, soft, smooth, tender, and ice-cold, and it was very comfortable to hold in his hand. Especially every time they held hands, Su Yan would hold it very tightly. This resulted in the palms of their hands always remaining pressed together, fitting perfectly. In this way, the two could clearly feel the temperature transmitted from each other's palms. This gave Song Yang an indescribable feeling in his heart. Of course, what Song Yang didn't know was that the hand-holding that he had long since grown accustomed to was still making Su Yan happy, and there was a little bit of smugness in her eyes. This was the big boy she had liked for 17 years. She felt like she couldn't hold his hand enough. She really wanted to be able to hold Song Yang's hand like this every day, never to part. However, she also understood that in order to always be able to hold Song Yang's hand, the only way to do that is for Song Yang to like her and be truly with her. Only then can she hold Song Yang's hand as she pleases. By then, she won't just be able to hold Song Yang's hand, she'll also be able to kiss him on the mouth, sleep with him, and even do things with him that are embarrassing. As she thought about this, Su Yan suddenly realized that her thoughts were becoming impure. As a result, her pretty face couldn't help but flush, looking rosy. But seriously, she really wanted to be with Song Yang, like a real couple. Do intimate things, even things that are not suitable for children. But she understood that it was not the right time yet. Fortunately, Song Yang had now completely given up on getting back together with Jiang Qiuyu. She now had the opportunity to pursue Song Yang herself. Everything was developing in a good direction. She now had only one thought, and that was to find a way to win Song Yang over and make Jiang Qiuyu give up for good. At that time, Song Yang will only belong to her, and she will give Song Yang all her tenderness. The two returned to the villa, and immediately the nanny brought them cut fruit and 2 glasses of watermelon juice. Song Yang sat on the sofa, eating the fruit and drinking the chilled watermelon juice, feeling a sense of contentment. Just having met Jiang Qiuyu, he couldn't help but recall the bitter days he had with her. In the past, once he got home, he had to serve Jiang Qiuyu, take care of her every need, and then take care of all the housework. It was nothing like the present. As soon as he got home, he didn't have to do anything, just sit on the sofa and enjoy the air conditioning. The maid brought him fruit juice and all kinds of fruit. It was a world of difference compared to the past. Jiang Qiuyu still wants to get back married, but it's just a dream. He will never get back married in this life. "Hubby, come, eat this." Song Yang was reminiscing about his previous life of hardship when suddenly Su Yan used a fruit fork to pick up a piece of fruit and feed it to him personally. Oh. Song Yang subconsciously opened his mouth, bit it in one bite, and then ate it. Anyway, the role he is playing now is that of Su Yan's husband, so no matter what Su Yan does, he just needs to cooperate. And since they are divorced, he is now single, so it doesn't matter anymore. Seeing Song Yang so naturally accept being fed by her, Su Yan couldn't help but smile at the corner of her mouth. Although these were just some not-so-intimate actions, they still couldn't stop Su Yan from being happy. Because she could feel that the distance between her and Song Yang was gradually closing. If this continues, one day, they will develop into a couple. "Oh yeah, I remember there is a fitness room in the manor, right?" Suddenly, Song Yang turned his head and looked at her, asking inexplicably. "Yes, what's wrong, are you going to work out now?" Su Yan nodded and asked curiously. "Well, I have that in mind." Since Song Yang had already decided to work out, he naturally could not slack off. "Anyway, there is nothing to do now, and there is a gym in the manor, so I can go work out." I'll take you there in a while, I want to go work out too. After thinking for a moment, Su-Yan also proposed the idea of accompanying him. At the moment, she just wanted to quickly win Song Yang over, and naturally didn't want to let go of any opportunity to be alone with him. Are you sure? Song Yang glanced at her, his eyes a little skeptical. Su-Yan had accompanied him on a morning jog, and he hadn't forgotten that she had almost exhausted herself halfway through. With Su-Yan's physique, going to the gym was just asking for trouble. He was really afraid that if Su-Yan went there, she would get tired and cry after a while if she didn't persevere. Sure, I want to go to the gym too. Su-Yan nodded seriously, then revealed a hint of a smirk. Of course, I'll do what I can this time and try not to slow you down. She still had some self-awareness, knowing that her poor physique made things like going to the gym a bit difficult for her. So her idea was, when they went to the gym later, they would just do a little bit of the exercises to show they were trying. The main point is companionship. When Song Yang is tired and sweating, she can tenderly hand him a towel to wipe the sweat and also bring him water. Maybe she can even use the excuse of going to the gym to create some opportunities for physical contact with Song Yang. When she thinks about it, she actually becomes a little excited. Her heart is throbbing. Okay, I'll go change, and we'll go later. Song Yang didn't say anything else, and got up to go upstairs and change. Go. Su-Yan nodded happily, then watched his back as he walked upstairs. She didn't take her eyes off him until his back disappeared at the end of the corridor. Then her gaze fell on the glass of unfinished watermelon juice, and a sly smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. There's still so much juice left, I don't know if it's a shame to waste it, never mind, since I'm a good person, I'll help you. Su-Yan picked up the half glass of watermelon juice that Song Yang had left and drank it with a happy face. She felt that this glass of watermelon juice was obviously sweeter than her glass. Chapter 40, Does it look good? A few minutes later, Song Yang changed his clothes and came downstairs. Su-Yan was sitting quietly on the sofa waiting for him. When she saw him come downstairs, she immediately stood up. Can you wait here for a moment? I'll go to my room and change as well. Go ahead. Song Yang nodded at her. Su-Yan was still wearing the same red long dress with a waistband, which really didn't suit working out. Okay. Su-Yan left a sweet smile and then went upstairs. Song Yang then sat down on the sofa and waited for Su-Yan with boredom. While waiting, he suddenly felt a little thirsty. He subconsciously went to get the glass of watermelon juice he had just drunk, and suddenly realized that the glass of watermelon juice he had just drunk was half full, but for some reason, it was now empty. Could it be that I remembered it wrong? Song Yang scratched his head and was a little puzzled. He didn't think much of it. Then he saw the glass of watermelon juice on the table that Su-Yan had drunk. Su-Yan had only drunk a small portion, leaving a large portion left. Song Yang hesitated for a moment, but then picked up the glass of watermelon juice. There was still so much left, he couldn't waste it. After finding an excuse for himself, Song Yang felt at ease and drank the half glass of watermelon juice. After all, the two of them now often fed each other food, indirectly kissing and so on, which was already very normal. Song Yang felt that it was also very normal for him to drink the juice that the other person had drunk. Well, it's very normal. After half a glass of watermelon juice, Song Yang put down the glass. Bored, he ate some more fruit. About 10 minutes later, Su-Yan came downstairs. At this moment, Su-Yan had already changed into a black sports bra, a pair of black tight-fitting sports pants, and a pair of flat sneakers. At a glance, her curvy figure was clearly visible, revealing large patches of snow-white skin, which was very eye-catching. And to facilitate exercise, her long hair had once again been tied into a ponytail. The whole person stood there elegantly, with her super high appearance value, coupled with her plump figure and snow-white glowing skin. Her attractiveness to men directly exceeded the sky. Song Yang always felt that, as a man, he had quite good self-control. Even when he saw a beautiful woman on the street, he would not, like an ordinary man, hopelessly stare at her. But now, as he looked at Su-Yan in front of him, he suddenly realized that he could not take his eyes off her. Su-Yan, on the other hand, stood in front of Song Yang a little shyly. It was probably not uncommon for her to wear this kind of outfit at the gym. But this kind of outfit was really a bit too bold and revealing for her. The reason she dressed like this was because she really wanted to show off her assets to the boy she liked. Which girl doesn't want to show her best side to the boy she likes? Su-Yan certainly did. When she was in college, her roommates all said she had a great body and that any guy who got with her would be getting a real bargain. Just looking at her body would make Zhou Dongyu cry. He would even cry to death. There's nothing she can do about it. Su Yan has the perfect body proportions, the kind of body that countless women dream of. In the past, when she heard her roommate praise her for her good figure, her first thought was, would Song Yang like her body type? So, when she got the chance today, Su Yan boldly wore this figure-flattering outfit. She just wanted to see Song Yang's reaction. She was looking forward to it, hoping that Song Yang would like her body. She also hoped that her body, which she was so proud of, would attract Song Yang's attention. For this reason, she had specially tied her hair into a ponytail again. It was just because Song Yang had said in the morning when they went jogging that she looked good with her hair in a ponytail. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Su Yan felt Song Yang's slightly fiery gaze and lowered her head shyly, asking timidly. No, nothing, it's just that I feel that you have a really good figure. Song Yang quickly withdrew his gaze and praised her sincerely. Su Yan really had a great figure, especially today's outfit, which perfectly showed off her figure. The exaggerated bust, slender and supple waist, full buttocks, slender and straight long legs. Combined with the snow-white, translucent, smooth and tender skin, was simply the best in the world. Really? Su Yan's eyes lit up, and she looked up at Song Yang, her eyes overflowing with surprise. At the same time, a smile could not be suppressed at the corner of her mouth. Really? Song Yang nodded seriously. Thank you. Su Yan was overjoyed, her eyes sparkling, and the joy in her eyes was especially obvious. It's just that why do you still need to bring a shirt? At this time, Song Yang looked at Su Yan's hand and saw that she was still holding a white shirt in her hand. It's like this, there are still a few male bodyguards at the door, and I'm not quite sure about walking out like this, so I'm going to put a shirt on outside and take it off when I get to the gym. Su Yan explained that her usual attire was more normal and she had never been as bold as she was today. She was really a little embarrassed to appear in front of the bodyguards at home dressed so scantily. And, most importantly, she just wanted to show her figure to Song Yang alone. She didn't want anyone else to see it. Okay, let's go. Song Yang nodded, and after another glance at Su Yan, he turned and left. Su Yan threw on a shirt and chased after him. The two left the villa and made their way to the fitness room on the east side of the manor. The fitness room was very large, and it was fully equipped with all kinds of fitness equipment. Although Su Yan normally didn't work out at all, she basically never came to the fitness room. However, someone cleaned it every day, so it looked clean, bright, and spotless. Once she arrived, Su Yan took off her white shirt, revealing her plump and white body. Song Yang really couldn't hold back, and looked at her again and again, before forcibly diverting his gaze to the training equipment in the gym. He went to the floor-to-ceiling windows, where there were 2 treadmills. He planned to run for half an hour first, and then exercise the rest. Song Yang first moved around a bit, doing a few simple warm-up exercises. Su Yan stood next to him and also imitated him in doing some warm-up exercises. Then the two of them set off on the treadmill together. Song Yang took a deep breath and began to exercise seriously, running on the treadmill with his whole body without distraction. In contrast, Su Yan's mind was clearly not on exercising. She knew very well that she had just come to keep Song Yang company. Therefore, she set the speed of the treadmill very, very slowly. So slow that even if an old lady came, she could run on her treadmill for a few minutes without any pressure. You can imagine how slow the speed was. She just walked slowly on the treadmill, and then with big, watery eyes, she looked at Song Yang next to her from time to time. It is said that serious men are the most handsome. At this moment, Song Yang was fully immersed in running. The way he was so focused really had an inexplicable attraction. This made Su Yan, as she watched, unable to help but become a little intoxicated, and her eyes became a little obsessed. He's so good looking. No matter how you look at him, he's good looking. At this moment in time, Song Yang, in her heart, was 360 degrees of dead angle good looking. Especially when Song Yang ran and ran, sweat gradually appeared on his body, and his whole body exuded a faint sweaty smell. This made the whole of Song Yang suddenly have a little more of a man's smell. In the air, it seemed that the scent of male hormones was floating. This undoubtedly added to Su Yan's attraction. Su Yan simply turned off the treadmill and then stood on it. With one hand resting on her fragrant cheek, she watched Song Yang intently. She watched with relish.